but from T1 as a whole.
And this T1 team, they have shown a lot of improvements very recently. Carry is playing extremely well. And like we say, yeah, Doran has had some bloopers, but he has also had some really good plays, and Owner's been extremely consistent. So I want to see this T1 team earn it.
Yeah, they earned their spot in the final, and Chovy didn't even think he was going to see T1 in the final. You know, since the beginning of the tournament, there's been a lot of, oh, they're so good at scrims. No, you're so good at scrims. Yeah. And he actually did expect to be facing anyone's legend, Emily, because that looked like the course the tournament would be taking.
Yeah, and I mean, again, we talked already about how formidable this T1 team is once they get on an international stage, once they are able to adapt. I think their improvement across this tournament is much better, for example, than what we saw from them at last year's MSI, where they were like struggling a bit. I never know how to take these, especially since both teams were going like, no, you.
No,
like you already mentioned. But that AL T1 series was insanely close, right? And so I think they will be very prepared for T1.
We're gonna have to see.
How well these two teams know each other.
I don't know why my voice won't go back to normal.
About AL and expecting them to be here just really speaks to his respect for that team being real, because we saw how good AL were and how well they performed, and the amount of respect that he had for Shanks.
I'm getting conflicting info here, right? Because we have the "I figured Faker out" quote into losing in the semifinals at the World Championship last year, into, well, I expected AL because I didn't really rate T1.
You're just gonna have to deal with it.
This isn't gonna be a problem. I don't know, Maurits. It might be a problem.
I think it might be, and that is why today's series is, so even if we hadn't had the 5-game series that we had already between these two, with I think the best game 5 that we've had between the two as well, coming down to some amazing team fighting. It is, again, the expectation that...
I don't know, I thought it would be...
international final. For Doran, it's his first international final.
Yeah, win yesterday.
Might up end up mattering a lot, right? Depending on what the players show it today.
For me, I want to take a short detour to the bot lane, right? Because if we look at that game 5, that clutch Dragon Steal actually ended up mattering so much in that game with the scaling Jinx that they had, Ruler on one of his signature champions. And he and Gumayushi have had such an interesting rivalry going across multiple teams for Ruler.
Oh, I'm going to give you space to talk about it if you want.
No, I was just going to say, like, the way that these two teams can each play around their bot lane, and also kind of the adversity that they both overcame just this split. Like, everyone was just like, oh man, is Ruler washed? He's not looking so hot since he came back.
Yeah, after MSI finals, we're going to have Asia Masters, but there's going to be a break.
Both of them overcoming that, showing
it starts at 2 my time.
Both bot laners have been performing
I doubt we're going to go all the way to 2. Maybe.
Obviously, there's always when the 6-man
we'll have to wait and see.
There's a lot of friction. There's a lot of that. But I do think that Guma also just straight up didn't look nearly as good as he has, basically starting since the end
of spring. So you would have benched him?
Wait, that's a whole different conversation. No, I already did a lawyer segment. I don't need to get dragged into a second. But what I do think is, without question after this, as we go back to particularly 2023 Worlds, where Guma did, by the way, stomp Ruler, as we all remember, in one of the most memorable series of all time, the fact that Guma steps up when it's needed most is something that T1 is going to need today, because coming in to the tournament, probably would have rated Guma over Ruler. I can no longer say that's the case, because Ruler's performance has truly been one that at times just blows me away.
We'll see if they let Azir through, though, because then he might have some nightmares and some flashbacks. Talk about Ruler versus Guma, also Ruler versus Faker, and some very big moments.
I mean, come on, that's like, imagine if you're part of one of the most iconic moments of all time, but you're the guy getting caught. Like, that's horrible. You have to see it in every single one. But I think, just to name that as one, Ruler is so incredibly resilient, right? Going over to the LPL, coming back to the LCK, a world champion already. It's a joy to see him play, for sure. Yeah,
and he has had some incredible games so far. His Jinx game plus his Jin game that he had. And I think both of these two AD carry players, they're
who's playing today in Asia Masters? A bunch of teams.
Play around them and protect them. Speaking of AD carries.
It's only BO1s today for Asia Masters.
What do you think, Tyler? Okay, anyway.
Yeah, what does...
I don't know. from there. I don't know what his opinion is on the matter. But yeah, I think when I'm hearing you guys talk about all these matchups, right, they're all at a super high level. And I think, you know, they could go either way. There is just one question that I have if this could be an X factor for T1.
But Asian Masters ends on Friday, so
when you talk about Carrier, it's not just about
there's only 5 more days apparently. That's really fast.
Engages in his champion pool. It's also about stealing objectives with unsealed spellbook and really influencing the map. And I think Duro has had a phenomenal tournament, right? But this is where he really has to show that he can step up to the plate.
Yeah, this is such an interesting support matchup. Carrier has actually played the most unique champions of any player in this final at 11, which should be no surprise to anyone given how many times he's willing to throw off meta picks into that bot lane. And that's for
looking
me
very
the
ugly.
super
Yeah.
thing about both of these bot lanes going
Do I
up
sound a
against
lot
each
better?
other
I still
because
feel like my voice is
T1
inconsistent.
sometimes spends so
I don't really know
time
why.
trying to win that 2v2, right? And I think for me, it definitely starts with Carrier and just how chaotic he can be on some of his picks.
And for Duro, he has had such a meteoric rise in his consistency as a support. Because coming into the year, he really wasn't performing all that well. Obviously, there's an adjustment time, right? Going from like a middle of the pack, lower tier LCK team to one of the greatest organizations in the world that has been running amok both domestically and internationally. But his
I don't know what I did to it.
And I think his consistency,
Like no matter how much I rested, it doesn't seem to be getting better.
Absolutely, the signs have been insane here at MSI, but I want to check in with how the fans have voted at MasterCard GG on X. They are
Yo, Peter Van, good morning.
Drum roll, T1 with 69.3% of the votes. They always win the fan vote, so that is no surprise to me. The fans' track record so far is 69%. Let's go. Nice. You can vote every day at MasterCard GG on X.
This is the most boring final possible. We'll see, we'll see.
Well, which leaves us 3 minutes to give you our very own predictions. Shall I kick it off?
Go for it.
Hit it.
All right.
Who you got?
I mean, T1's a good team. I'm hoping they can make a good performance.
I've seen enough, and I know they've played them, and they lost in that Game 5. I don't think they lose a Game 5 twice in a row. That's what I think.
Very calm prediction.
Yeah.
Okay. Emily,
All right, so again, these are two teams that know each other super well.
Okay.
I'm expecting this.
I don't know what's worse, T1 fans winning or Chile back-to-back MSI wins.
I'm expecting this to go all
Oh, T1 fans winning for sure, dude.
I still do think that GenG become MSI champions once again. They retain their MSI title. I can't tell whether I'm getting cheered or booed.
Both.
Nice. But I think this is how.
Congratulations to T1 for winning MSI. They look terrifying and coming off of the mist, off a dominant Game 5 versus AL.
Also, if they really
T1 win 3-0,
I think they have
jinx the fuck out of them, curse them.
Ability to pick different things in draft.
Well, I like where both of your heads are at with the full 5 because we've already had the most full 5 game series ever for an international, and I woke up today thinking about the data. Right? You've got 22 series streak for GenG waiting in the upper bracket. They have Chovy, the best player right now that has a whole church dedicated to his glory.
Yo, Piz, what's up?
This team seems unstoppable.
What do you mean? Just ask the question.
And that is when you have to think about T1 upsetting them. And I realized that my faith already belongs to another team. Counter to the logic of pre-tournament expectations, I'm gonna go with T1!
Ooh, so lame.
I appreciate the flames you drew around today.
fire.
Yeah, I like it.
Chronicler,
well,
your minute.
Now I feel like I shouldn't have gone last because this is gonna sting a little bit, but.
Whoa!
Yo, Chronicler, let's go.
I'm pretty sure I'm getting booed. I'm going to explain this as fast as I can. To me, how close that series was.
Don't do orders has some now that I'm coming
in the first place. But I do think, looking at that Game 4, that should have been a GenG 3-1 victory. I also think that
sometimes shit comes out, sometimes gold comes out.
Show up at the MSI stage. I think to end the tournament, he is going to be here today. And if that man shows up at the arena here, I don't think Faker, even the GOAT, can stop him.
Oh my god, T1.
Incredible. incredible. I've had to watch this man do
The
magical
odor,
things,
yeah.
and I think it's going to happen again here today.
Listen, I can accept it, but I can't accept that you don't do 5 games because we need 5 games here to close out MSI. We absolutely do. I love it. We've all got a bit of different opinions going into this grand final because it could be a toss-up. That is MSI. And 22 series in a row.
GenG, GenG.
In the world right now, and reigning MSI champs GenG with the best mid laner in the world, Chovy, at the helm. Chovy, he says he's figured Faker out, and if we go off the last match they played versus each other, I'd be inclined to believe him. But can you really figure Faker out? Can he ever fully be known? This is a player who has reinvented himself so much, he redefined what it means to reinvent yourself. To reinvent yourself, to be a legend, to be the beacon of light for T1, time and time.
Yeah, I like Star's answer.
And the GOAT, he never makes the same mistake twice. So Chovy, if you come at the king again, you best
What the fuck?
Can GenG
I didn't say anything, that's not me.
MSI, or can T1 win their third? The last time
See?
was 8 years ago. GenG versus T1, and the opening ceremony presented by MasterCard.
No, no, no. GenG win this. Fuck you guys, man. This is so cringe.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make 'em turn around.
Dude, I just think Chovy winning would make sense. That's all. Are you guys really telling me that you don't want to see Chovy, the best player in the world, lift another trophy? Come on, man. Fuck? Wait, what's this? Oh, the opening ceremony. It's kind of high already. Yo, what's up, man? This is the time for the opening ceremony. Oh, it's that song again. Okay. It's fine.
Welcome to the LOL Esports fans watching from across the world. Good evening, Vancouver!
Yay, Vancouver!
We've had 2 weeks of incredible games, unimaginable upsets, and a hell of a lot of silver scrapes. But now it's time to meet your finalists.
Oh, I thought it said final ass. I was like, the fuck?
In the upper bracket, the reigning champions, GenG! In the top lane, jungle, Canyon!
Canyon, let's go.
The best in the world, Chovy!
Best in the world, Chovy.
They're ready to carry. Ruler! And in support, Duro!
No, GenG's gonna win 3-1. I feel it.
Their opponents, indomitable and tenacious, T1! In the top lane, Doran!
Damn, Doran, okay.
In the jungle, Owner! The greatest of all time, Faker! Eddie Carey, Gumayusi!
Gumayusi. Dude, Chovy is good. He's just good.
Their support, Carrier! Tonight, we ignite the fire! We witness history once again! The 2025 MSI Finals starts now!
What the fuck? GenG, come on, guys. Chovy rewrote the book.
To close it. So much hope domestically, looking to make good as Carrier tries to find the fight, but it's Guma isolated on the side. Looking to take down Ruler. One more auto, but it doesn't quite have the damage. Ruler living in the clutch. GenG holds the line. GenG knocks down T1 and advance to the finals.
23년도에 이제 진동이란 팀에서 MSI 우승을 했는데요.
Yeah, that arena was so cool.
내가 계속 증명할 수 있구나. 나 잘하는구나를 다시 한번 전 세계 팬들한테 좀 보여준 날이라고 생각이 들어서 일단 작년에는 무대에서
Oh, look at that. Look at that squad.
국제전에서 승리했을 때 드디어 증명했다라는 생각이 들었습니다.
GenG have been the kings of Korea, but we know the world is T1's home ground. And they like those odds as they move to finals. And it's T1, the more improbable, the more inevitable they become. T1 continue to the finals.
What do you mean? He's gapping Faker all the time. Chovy's is good, okay, guys? I don't know why you guys are hating on Chovy.
저희가 3년 전에 MSI 우승을 3대2로 코앞에서 놓쳤기 때문에 이번에 찾아온 우승 기회를 놓치고 싶지 않고 꼭 우승하고 싶습니다. 룰러 선수보다 제가 나은 점 하나는 대답하기 좀 어려운데 하나는 아닌 것 같습니다.
Dude, Ruler's the GOAT ADC.
And you know what that means.
He's about to collect another title, dude.
2023년엔 골든 로드를 희망했지만 저에게 돌아온 건 성심뿐이었습니다.
2024년의 초비는 아직 왕관을 들기에는 부족했던 것 같습니다. 2025년의 젠지는
이번 MSI에서도 작년과 같이 이 이야기를 승리로 마무리 짓겠습니다.
Let's go, boys.
승리를 향하는 길은 언제나
Dude, shut up. You guys suck. There's no way you think Pace is better than Drooler.
저희가 돌아왔습니다.
Oh, they're back. They're always back. Fuck this team.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back one last time to the arena here in Vancouver, Canada for MSI 2025's Grand Finals between GenG and T1. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Azael and Vedius here today as we watch the two Korean Titans battle for
Where's Pace? Where's Pace? What happened to his super team? Exactly.
And we won't waste any time.
Why did his super team lose too?
Nico and Azir removed from the side of GenG.
Didn't even make top 4.
Red side band that we have been seeing later and later into this tournament remains the same. Vi will join alongside it, and I wonder what the priority will be for these two Titans.
Both Varus and Talia still up and available here to kind
of blame the coach, blame the coach.
Does T1 want to look for a trade of OPs, or are they going to be banning one of those out here?
GenG, the first 3 bans, all playable in the mid lane. 2 only there, of course, with the
Go ahead, blame the coach. I don't give a fuck, dude.
Where it's incredibly popular as well. T1 side, 2 junglers banned so far out of those first 3. We've already mentioned the Pantheon, so very powerful throughout this tournament. But that Varus you bring up, Isaac, will be the final ban for T1 before the picks roll in.
Feels like it's going to be Talia first pick then. Talia just has been so strong at this
whatever.
Event. It feels like such an obvious trap that T1 are laying. Makes you wonder, will GenG...
I just think the best player in the world should win the most titles. That best player is Chovy.
Talia, to me, is by far the best performing at this event.
Yep, give him fucking Talia, baby. Give him Talia. What's gonna happen when you give him Talia? Oh, you're gonna fucking run it down, dude.
And the Pantheon are those powerful junglers that T1 banned out. And now we'll see how they're ready to respond to the mid lane pick. GenG focusing on that mid lane in their first part of the
Dude, you guys are stupid. No. You guys are wrong.
Blue side pick for the mid lane.
Yes.
T1 is going to pick one of the best blind pick tops, you would have to say.
What, Jarvan?
In the Gwen, as well as locking in the playmaker in the jungle, the Jarvan for owner.
Jarvan so early in the series is a bit of a surprise.
Lucian
has come out much later when many other champions have been banned away. I expected a jungle response, but GenG want to remove.
Yeah, I thought they were gonna go jungle. They're just going bot.
Early, and this is an effective bot lane powerhouse.
Yeah, it makes it really interesting here because now there are some different options for T1 because we didn't see, an early jungle pick here. You can really start to target the jungle pairings very heavily. Talia does want setup. We don't have point and click CC here from the bot lane, from the Braum. It has been incredibly successful at MSI though, but you are going to want hard CC from somewhere, right? To be able to really set up that seismic shove from Talia.
It's a team game. It's a team game.
In game number 1, Ori plus Jarvan, classic combo here, can look to attack that Talia. One gang forces the flash, the next might just be Jovi's death.
Very desynced in terms of the roles we're seeing in the first half of the draft here, though. Yes, mid lane drafted for both sides, but then the bottom lane duo slammed so fast for GenG. They knew they wanted this Lucian Braum.
T1 has no teamwork. What are you talking about?
And more AD
GenG
pairings,
is
right?
tight.
That is what they're going to be looking for, really limiting what Canyon can go towards.
Both the Poppy and the Lee Sin, I think, can be very effective matchups here. The question is,
they're like this, dude. They're like this. This is the best grip. This is weak. This is what T1 is. T1's like this. Look how easy you can pull your things apart. This, you can't pull apart. Cufflinks.
On the priority list.
And Jovi, not only is he incredible at all champions, specifically on the Talia 20 and
that's results-based analysis, and you know it.
One that has been synonymous with his success. really does excel on it.
Yeah, results-based analysis. That's for someone that hasn't watched League to say. Just pull up the Leaguepedia.
I mean, the challenge with Chovy
is that Pobelter?
that he doesn't have a positive win rate on.
I hope that was Pobelter.
It has
23 is a bit more than positive.
You're definitely right. The Wukong going to be removed. Okay, so Poppy is still an option. If they do go for the Poppy, GenG's engage would be limited. They'd have
if you're gonna just be like that, don't watch.
But that would be quite risky.
Just don't watch and then refresh the Leaguepedia and then just be like, oh, this is who's the best. Because that's what the results say. If you win, you're the best.
Interesting, right? Because you can totally see the thought process here. You're saying, okay, we're gonna limit all of the engaged tools from.
By that logic, you think fucking Looper is a better top laner than Keen. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Champions in top lane are things like the Ornn, which Gwen already has
or
a really
Goon, or whatever the fuck,
dude.
dude.
Trying to kind of paint GenG into a bit of a corner here and force some bad matchups. But it is okay to still go Ornn and go down on CS against a Gwen and still have that value in a team fight. So I wouldn't be shocked to see something like that still.
I really think we're looking at a Bard game 1 for Carrier. Locking in the Jhin, a pairing that we've seen a couple of
times. The vast majority agree. The vast majority is stupid.
He's super comfortable on. He's brought out multiple times in international competition.
The vast majority thinks T1 is the best team of all time, all year long.
I mean, a very common combo that works very nicely together. Jax synergizes with the passive from the Sejuani and can match up.
Chovy has been good. He hasn't been the greatest.
A lot of pressure here on Canyon as the main engage for the side of GenG. If you can find picks or flanks with the solo laners, there's success opportunities there, but that Sejuani really is the go button for the team. Final pick of this first draft.
Look at this draft by GenG, dude.
Pair with the Jhin against that Lucian Braum bottom lane. Isaac, I'll go to you first. We see all 10 picks for the first game here of our rematch of the upper bracket finals. Which side has the edge?
Dude, because they know Canyon would gap the fuck out of Owner.
Being able to get the push in this matchup, and then you have such a strength in the top lane with
dude, GenG's draft looks so OP.
Is incredibly powerful. Braum has been so successful at actually shutting down the hard engage that
I think GenG's gonna win.
Trying to draft for, so I do have to favor what GenG has.
Very much agree. I feel like that the Braum is great into the Alistar. T1 felt they needed a little
these
bit more
TGen subscribers.
Alongside the Jarvan.
I don't. Do they come to me? Because they get banned elsewhere.
Alongside the Orianna, it's a little bit more of the wombo combo. I think T1's composition wants to do a few too many things, and I think that GenG's laning is just going to help them get to a mid-game.
Yeah, but that's because you guys all got banned from all the other popular streamers.
The crowd is ready here in Vancouver. One final best of 5. We saw these teams go head-to-head only a few days ago in that upper bracket final. It did go the distance as they traded blows back and forth, and now we get one last dance to see who truly is the better team at MSI.
We saw them recently meet. We've seen them play so many times in the LCK, but the last time T1 and GenG faced off in an international finals, Worlds 2016,
whatever. You're about to find out. You're about to find out. Let's go.
Faker and Ruler were still on their respective teams in the respective roles. It is crazy to see how these players have stood the test of time, still at the absolute pinnacle of League of Legends esports.
Runes on your screen right now. Both supports starting off with that Summoner Spellbook.
Your talents that help you out, right, I guess, dude.
The course of this event, we've been seeing a lot of creativity. We've been seeing a lot of opportunity show up.
Your Keen's already up 1 gold.
Steals, teleport plays.
Let's go.
All sorts of clever gambits from the supports this time.
I mean, we saw it, even just in the series yesterday, Keria tracking the uses of Smite in a fight and going in and being able to steal this. This is the all
another goal. Let's go, dude.
These two teams by year. So as you see, we're going through 2016. Look how one-sided it was to SKT-T1 at that time. But in the more modern era, this becomes more and more even overall as GenG became stronger and stronger and started to dominate regionally. And these days, it really
based on Jeff, who will win it?
GenG, who has been running the show in the LCK.
GenG, no.
T1 that have the international dominance, that seem to have the edge when things go outside of Korea.
Over the last few years, though, when it comes to MSI specifically, it has not been T1's tournament. The last time they showed up in a final was back in 2022 against RNG.
Yeah, farm your KDAs, boys.
Last year, they finished in 3rd again. It's GenG that are the reigning MSI champions and the holders of that title. And it's just beautiful to see the MSI champions face up against the reigning world champions.
Exactly. I mean, it's just
Guma got hit.
between these two teams. I mean, last time, as you say, they were in the finals is more recent, but last time they actually won MSI was back on the Huni roster in 2017.
Oh.
Kobayushi taking the worst end of a trade down here. That Lucian Braum, I commented how quickly this was locked in back in the draft. GenG clearly had a plan for the bottom lane in this game one.
And Duro hasn't even used his heal. Like, you see how much lower Guma is on health. That's with Keria spending his heal. Guma does have Biscuit, so we'll have the additional Biscuit to pop there to try to regen some health. But the early trading going so heavily towards Ruler and Duro. And this matchup can be quite tough for Gwen as the game goes on. So if you do get behind early, it's going to be very problematic for
biased,
Jax
dude.
Definitely outscales in the side lane, especially with the pairing of the Sejuani. You expect Jax Sejuani to be winning pretty much all of those 2v2s.
Keeping my eyes on what both junglers are planning on doing. Right now it's going to be harder for Oner to contest that top scuttle, given that Keen does have pressure. He's going to find another nice trade against Doran. Also in the mid lane, Faker being pushed underneath his tower thanks to the wave clear.
Dude, Chovy had some fucking shit-ass teams, dude. Early on, those Han-1-like teams are so bad.
I imagine that Oner is going to be forced to go to the bot side of the map if he wants to get himself a crab. But bear in mind, there's push down there as well in favor of GenG.
And it can always get scary here. You know, Keen really wants to get the crash because if you can have Doran pushing away from his tower, he is playing TP Ignite. You can be very vulnerable in these long lanes without the flash. Of course, Ignite very strong in these all-ins, you know, if it is a 2v2. But no flash means often you get ran down by the simplest of ganks.
Fan of one thing.
Well, the nice part for GenG, control over all three lanes early on with the push makes it easier for the jungler to feel confident. Taking the Scuttle Crab like we saw with Canyon up here in the top side river makes it easy for those solo laners to know that the jungler can easily shadow and respond to a play if need be. Nice seismic shove there from Chovy's 20-3 Talia. We want to see this pick have that
20-3, dude.
in the lane, and then after he unlocks the ult, be effective with the Weaver's Walls, make the plays happen. When we saw these teams go head-to-head in the upper bracket final, game number 1, the first kill, the first big fight didn't really happen until the Void Grubs had spawned, and I wouldn't be super surprised to see a similar state here in the finals.
I mean, especially the game
Dude, look at that, dude. Look at Chovy speeding on Faker.
You got to get used to the stage. You got to get used to the noise, the environment. While these players have so much experience, there's still that degree of time required as Doran takes an unfavorable trade, but he's chasing Keen down.
Yeah, Keen ignited here. Doran just going to make sure that he trades as aggressively as possible on this Gwen. He does not have any flash. He wants to play with that Ignite to build advantages in the lane and make sure that he doesn't fall behind in this matchup like you were talking about earlier that can get so scary if you do.
Really can, but great job there by Duro. Is able to hold the wave fully. And you can see now,
forces the flash out.
Keria could not get the wave to crash. Guma is heading back down towards bot. He's not actually going to go for a lane swap. So this is going to mean Ruler, you know, is going to get a little bit ahead as far as the experience, a little bit ahead as far as the CS. So nice small play there from Duro. And does
you see that, guys?
Small advantage for them on
Look at that play.
And Ruler just making sure he does the minimum amount of damage that he needs to keep all these minions alive. Make sure
one thing is going to pop off
right where it is for as long as it can be, while his support takes his recall. And you can see both supports heading back out of their bases at the same time right now, as Keria's pathing is more directly back towards bottom lane. You could see Duro was walking more between bottom and mid, seeing if he needed to respond to somewhere else, as Canyon shows up here in the top side river, but there is a control ward from T1 in the Pixel Brush.
Yeah, and Canyon could obviously tell it. As soon as he got within range of that Pixel Brush, immediately Doran turned around, so Canyon says, all right, the gank is spotted, I'm not actually going to bother going for it. Didn't have eyes on where Oner could be, so of course you don't know if that's a war.
Dude, he's farming well.
He could be getting jumped on.
Top laners continue to trade. You can see the lead that Keen has been able to build up in the 1 versus 1. We've already witnessed firsthand. He's a level down and he's...
Yeah, Keen with the level 6, going in after Doran, takes him down to 250 HP. The Jax with nearly a kill's worth of gold built up just from his farming.
Look at that.
Pressure
just from farming.
Duro and Ruler want to go aggro in the 2v2 bottom side, but it doesn't turn into a whole lot of anything. Both these supports very good at playing defensively, as you could see Keria with the Summoner Spellbook swap, going over to the Ghost there quickly on the Alistar, but it's GenG with their push in mid, with their push in bot, going after the Drake. T1's jungler up in the top side, shadowing here, making
wow,
sure
look at that. The owner has to cover for fucking Doran, dude.
35 in farm. Doran will be able to equalize some of that, but because Owner was drawn up to the top side to protect Doran, that means Canyon secures the first Drake for free for GenG.
GenG are leveraging the strength of their laners. We talked about it in the draft, but their ability to get pushed pretty much across the map, to respond well to what T1 have brought out in terms of what they brought into game 1. And that Alistar last pick, yes, it does provide you with a little bit more engage, but as we're seeing in the bot lane 2 versus 2, it's difficult to contest those waves into the face of a Braum. Another wave is going to be pushed underneath the tower.
Oh my god, dude.
Mid, Faker doing a really good job of keeping ahead in farm, but the rest of the map is lit up blue in favor of GenG.
We have to remember this is Doran's first ever international finals here. You know, has had that reputation of not being able to perform internationally, but he has been very good.
What about Duro?
In this event?
It's also Duro's first time.
Shine a bit brighter in the finals, and especially when it's your first international finals, you know he's going to be feeling that pressure. So a lot of
he was roaming.
How he can perform against
he's helping his team.
Has been the best top laner at MSI.
Oh my god,
and
dude.
has been, you know, just that little bit better.
Doran was given so much credit in terms of T1 even being able to qualify for this tournament. He had a standout performance. In particular, we all think very fondly of his Gragas, the champion that he did bring out in their Game 5 yesterday as well. And so far, yes, in the matchup, he is struggling, but you're completely right, Azael. Eyes will be on him to see how he impacts this game. As on the opposite side, it's Duro, his first final. Expectations so low for the young player joining GenG, but he has risen to incredible heights as the
just endure it.
Once again,
You don't have to brush it again, dude. Just don't brush. Okay, Carry is getting fucked. Okay, nice wall, zones them out. Blitz them up.
If Alistar's ulti falls, it's very difficult.
Okay, GenG get fucking boy grubs.
Off to the side as GenG will move in. They will take control of the pit. They will secure the third grub. A 2-to-1 grub count favoring GenG. They'll come out on top in the objective scrap as neither team wants to overcommit for the fight.
Yeah, as soon as Carrier lost that ulti early, he knew it was going to be trouble. Keen will have to back off here.
Yeah, Keen trying to get away from it. The Ignite is used with the final volley of needlework. Keen dropped down to 100 HP, but it's 100 more than Doran.
9 out of 10 dentists would agree, yeah, but listen to the one that feeds into your delusion.
Because they got 2 of the 3 grubs, they do get credit towards the objective feats there, so there are 2 out of 3 on that. They got the first dragon, they got 2 out of 3 grubs, so they only need 1 more to complete the objectives feat here. Really Keen is just going to TP top.
I love the way in which Chovy's playing against Faker on this.
What do you mean sweating?
In particular, you'll notice that when he's
dude, I'm fucking being chilling, dude.
He walks towards the direction of the ball, and he kind of hopes that Faker will overshoot his Q, which means that the W then ends up missing. It's given him a couple of HP trades going his favor. The farm, though, still ever so slightly in the favor of Faker. He does have a small gold lead, but right now this early game is very, very close. Very much what we expected here in game 1.
Exactly. Minute leads one way or the other in most places. The biggest one, still the difference between the farm and top laners. Keen, more than a couple of waves ahead compared to Doran here on this Gwen. And again, I want to remind everyone, there is no flash on the T1 top laner. It means it's even more dangerous, not just in the context of the 1v1 against the Jacks in the side lanes, but participation in the team fights. If you go in, if you mistime the Hallowed Mist, if you don't go at the right timing or angle, there's no way out.
I mean, the Ignite is almost always worse in a 5v5 than having Flash. It can be really powerful in that 1v1, but like you say, you know, sometimes even if you do go in at that right moment, you just get denied, you know, by some sort of CC. It can be difficult to actually close the gap onto some of these carries, especially Ruler here, who is going to have Duro kind of glued to his side. You have to expect in a lot of the fights, and that is going to be the primary target that T1 are wanting to look for.
A very slow opening 11 minutes of game number 1 here in the finals. Remember, game number 3 in the upper bracket finals, we had to wait more than 20 minutes to get our first blood. Hopefully, won't be the same story here in this one. But in general, gentlemen, I would have to say that the slower game state often favors GenG. When the scraps happen earlier, when they happen more often, T1 seems to be more in their element. But when GenG can slow the game down, they seem to be very comfortable.
Dude, they're just fucking farming.
The importance of that first fight, right?
Because but Sejuani is looking really beefy right now.
The rewards are that much greater. You're much stronger when you win the fight. And if it is decisive, you can sometimes knock multiple towers off the map right thereafter and really turn it into a game that gets out of control very, very quickly. But both these teams incredibly even thus far. So if Team 1 wants to challenge
you guys, such haters.
Deny that feat being claimed here for GenG.
You guys just don't appreciate greatness.
I think T1 should be hesitant.
It's so sad, you know?
Completed for Ruler. This Lucian is scary. So T1 not really in the best position right now, but I look at some of the vision that they do have with the TP invested from Doran. Keen not going to have that TP available either. T1 are contesting the wards, and Faker gets the push in mid.
Okay, Chovy has just teleported back to the tier 1 turret in mid himself, as that vision is being taken over by Owner and Keria in this bot side river. Canyon and Ruler now have the opportunity to step up and try to clear some of it away. Defensive trap line down by Gumayushi's Jin as well. If GenG tries to step further into the T1 jungle. Now another control ward shot at by Gumayushi, but Jin not particularly adept at dealing with those control wards, as GenG once again in control over the river for now. Important to note, neither one of the top laners has teleport, but Keens will come off of cooldown here in about a minute. Canyon face checking into the brush. Owner and Keria find him. Faker in tow. GenG with a
they're starting it. They're starting it.
Drake already. Canyon's going to be the one to tank it. Duro and Chovy keeping it.
Oh, Keria might be in trouble.
Keria steps forward immediately, popping the Unbreakable Will as Gumayushi wants to fire a deadly flourish over the wall. Keria half HP, Unbreakable Will down.
Oh my god, how many traps?
Owner ready to challenge. GenG still trying to maintain control here. Gumayushi off to the side. Can open up with a curtain call if he needs. Deadly flourish, not going to find a target. Weaver's going to block him away.
Oh!
Full engage coming out there.
Okay, can he get out? Oh!
The Ocean Drake goes over.
He's still alive. Oh!
Support for support as Rulers
Oh, they got Dragon.
with a 2-for-1.
Beautiful engage there. T1 had their eyes on the fight, and it was a difficult one to execute on because Gumayushi is on the side, split from the team the whole time.
It's okay, it's okay.
How can they actually navigate this fight as a result? But he got an early chunk on a Chovy, and as Chovy went to the side to throw down the Weaver's wall to help them secure the Dragon, T1 finally go for the fight, and it was a
I don't know how to limit chat messages.
Owner. Great follow-up from Faker.
Keep your eyes on the Orianna ball while the smite does come through. The shockwave connects onto 2, and the positioning of Gumayushi also contributing with the ultimate on the flank. Keria actually ends up dropping first, but T1 is quick to respond with 2 kills of their own.
Exactly, and you saw what I was talking about. As soon as they see Chovy,
it's all right. It's all right.
They know he's going to be late to the fight. So
they got second Dragon.
Instantaneous engage.
That's not bad.
The angle from which it comes. They know Chovy cannot participate in the immediate start of that fight, and as a result, the HP bars on GenG were too low by the time Chovy got there to do anything.
So the trade then is GenG, they get the second Drake, 2-0 on that stack now. They secure the feat of neutral objectives like you were talking about earlier. But that very slight gold lead that we've been talking about so far does swing the other direction now, about plus 500 for the side of T1.
Man, why does everyone say T1's gonna win, dude? Dude, am I the only one that wants GenG to win? Holy shit.
And you can see T1 really wants to defend that tower because they know now if GenG gets first turret, that is feats of strength going their way. So those towers, I think, will be defended very strongly here by T1. They're only 1 kill off the feat of warfare here and will be looking for that first brick of their own.
Yeah, so everyone wants T1. I'm the only one that wants GenG.
So if you can ever get access to that tower, it is quite dangerous.
You'll notice Faker pushes out that bot wave, already roams up towards mid. They're ready and in a position to contest this Rift Herald. GenG, after putting a bit of pressure down onto the top side, did invest a lot of vision, but now T1 have reclaimed it. They're the one to start off the objective. GenG will know that this is happening, but given Chovy's positioning, no TP available, I don't think that GenG can contest.
Exactly. Chovy's teleport still a few seconds critically off of that cooldown.
Oh, okay. Let's go, dude.
From all the way down.
There's 3 people.
Lane. So T1 with the timing, with the control, will seize the neutral objective.
But notice, GenG is pushing on this bottom side. They're looking for first tower there, and they're just going to try to rush this down because they know if Herald is summoned, they'll likely lose a tower of their own, but they don't have another minion wave here, and T1 is going to try to rush for it. Both teams are really trying to defend this hard.
T1, they've got the positioning over the wall with Keria as well. Duro wanted a TP in, but the first turret already goes
Duro!
And the third kill will do the same. The Herald's ready to charge, and T1 is mowing them over. The turret, the kill,
what the fuck? He's got 2 towers for free.
For GenG, but T1 take everything in mid lane.
A misstep from Duro as he tries to defend the mid-tier 1. If he can just slow T1 down, there's an opportunity, but now Chovy's making a play of his own.
He was pushing bot wave. He was getting bot tower. Why did his team just fucking... Why did Duro die for nothing? Let's go, Chovy. Show these haters what's up.
Yeah, Doran goes down swinging. Couldn't quite finish off Keen. He didn't have the skip and slash to get over the wall there. Owner was trying to sneak into the brush, would have been warded out regardless, but good play from Chovy, getting something back.
Dude,
the top
they didn't need to give up. They only had to give it up because Duro died.
Because not only then do you lose the first half,
Whatever.
you also lose that.
Dude, you guys is rage baiting.
Which means they get the feats of strength, they get the upgraded boots. And T1,
I don't believe you guys are this dumb.
Now here early on in game 1.
I know it's only a single kill, but I think it is a great demonstration of the evolution of Chovy as a player. Recognizing the development he's needed to make as an individual, becoming a really vocal player as part of this team. You can see that constantly looking to be proactive on the map, constantly looking to trade objectives where they can. And
yeah, brainwashing, dude. Brainwashing for fucking...
They are currently ahead in Dragons, 35 until the third one of the game will spawn. Canyon pathing towards the top side of the map, wants to grab that Scuttle Crab, and it's Kerry who's getting that bot side vision first.
And you mentioned the fact that T1 manages to seize the feats of strength here. I always value the enchanted boots higher in a composition where the carries in particular do not have mobility built into the kit. Jhin can only run, Orianna can only run. Having the extra move speed could be the difference between being caught or getting away in a critical fight. Still the gold, not even 1,000 apart. That Ocean Drake you mentioned, Vedius, spawning now as we can see everyone congregating
they're gonna get on soul point.
Bottom part of the map. Chovy's ultimate up in 5 seconds as he makes his way over to get in range for the Weaver's Wall. Doran's on the other side of the map, but he has his teleport ready to join.
The map state is so much better for GenG. They were able to get the push out on bot. Faker has now regrouped with his team. Watch out for the Jarvan Orianna combo.
Okay, immediately, teleport gonna come in from Doran as GenG have the Dragon down to half HP. Carry and Owner looking to walk up, maybe make their entry into the fight as Chovy already has to flash defensively to try to get away from Doran. Now the Dragon down to 2,000, Carry is in the by Owner! T1 trying to make their entry into the fight now as Keen's already at half HP. T1 backing away. Owner gets the job done. T1 happy with it.
Yeah, T1 get the Dragon and they're able to get out. It does cost Carry his flash, but it's a great smite there from Owner to secure it. Now though, looking for a potential re-engage. Owner goes in!
They go in with a shockwave combo on top of the Jarvan.
Oh my god, how many people are descending on Canyon? Please kill them all. Kill them all! Okay, flash used. Duro's just in there? Oh my god. Oh my god.
T1 pressed their luck there. They really wanted to contest the red buff, but GenG responds so aggressively, forcing them back out of the jungle. The shockwave comes through, the damage isn't quite enough to take out Canyon. He's able to flash away to safety, and then the counter-attack from GenG.
Exactly, and just track all the flashes being used here. Canyon early flash, then Duro flashes to follow. Faker has to flash a seismic shove. This is now back to the earlier play on the Smite Secure. So this is previous to the replay that we were just watching. You can see this Dragon was getting low. Chovy on the side was being zoned out there by Doran. And Keria goes in, lands some CC here onto Canyon, down to 890, nails the smite.
You can see it went from 2,000 down to 890, so it was just the fact that Smite came slightly earlier from Canyon. The timing goes to Owner. The 50-50 favoring T1 is huge because that would have been soul point for GenG. That would have been a mandatory Dragon fight for T1 for the rest of the game. That is now not the case. GenG, however, ready to teleport in, and it's another
oh my god, dude, they're just doing Annika.
Damage into it, but it's not particularly dying quick. There's no TP for the Gwen. T1 have to try and do something to stop this. Buy a little bit of time for Doran to arrive. Curtain call opens, but Duro's unbreakable. Chovy zoning everybody away here with the Unraveled Earth. Owner wants to make his entry, but the Otacon is secured by Canyon. GenG have the objective, but what about the fight right after? Owner
oh my god, Owner's down.
Owner goes down. Ruler goes off. Keen looking.
Okay, Doran. Chovy has the mana. Chovy has the mana. Oh wait, it's okay. Oh, back. Ah!
Faker with a beautiful shockwave to turn the fight at the end, but it's still a 2-for-1 favoring GenG.
Oh my god, do you have TPs?
Want a little more. Ruler and Duro trying to escape as Keria and Gumayusi are in hot pursuit. Ruler trying to vampire. Keria wants to catch him. Gumayusi's low. Ruler gets around, but he doesn't have the health. Gumayusi lives. Double kill. Faker.
What a crazy fight. The decision-making from GenG was fantastic. They knew that so many summoner spells were used in the previous exchange.
Oh, man.
They wanted to punish T1, and so they wanted to force the fight.
Now watch Owner here. The seismic shove for Chovy.
Shut up. Look at that.
He goes for the flag and drag. He gets flicked back. So that
Chovy's zoning them out completely.
Previous play. Seismic shove into the ulti from Canyon secures them the Otacon. That was beautifully done. Then Gumayushi coming in on the side here is going to try to get the damage down.
Dude, this was all fine. Their problem was they kept chasing.
Very chaotic because Faker is over here at really low HP, but he's going to stay around because he still has his shockwave. So as GenG
Yeah, if they didn't keep chasing, they would have been fine, dude.
Finds the opportunity.
And then why did they run away from the tower?
And this fight just becomes chaos.
Faker's Orianna Shockwaves, one of the most iconic champions for him, as the most iconic player in League of Legends, showing his stuff here in game number 1. And you can see, as of that last fight, Gumayushi 643 international kills, really close to everybody that's not named Faker, who happens to be about 400 ahead of the pack.
And it's crazy to me because I still think of Gumayushi as a new player, but he is such an international veteran because every time T1 shows up to a tournament, it feels like they're winning or they're at least in the finals. They have deep run after deep run. And Guma has been so stalwart for this team, has been incredible ever since his debut.
I mean, and it was a very controversial split, but Guma, he really has shown up throughout spring and here at MSI in particular. He currently remains deathless alongside his carry in the mid lane.
This is haters. You guys is haters. You guys just don't understand the greatness.
Doran doing a good job of pushing out that bottom wave as well. And the tower will fall.
Dragons up. Dragons up.
T1 with more control over the map. The gold lead favoring them by a little bit shy of 2,000. GenG trying to fight for control of the mid lane push, but it is T1, like you mentioned, Azael, that has control over the river. Canyon wants to step up. T1 burst him down to half HP. GenG, their jungler's hurting a little bit. Calling from Ruler is a big whiff. Important tool there, no longer available as GenG split up and retreat. T1 maintain their control the entire time. Doran has already started the objective, and it looks like Owner and the rest of T1 are now ready to walk over GenG. They used too many resources. Canyon got chunked, but they still might think about it. Doran's gonna run interference. The dragon is already claimed.
Oh my god.
Chovy's firing off the Weaver's wall, but Keen's already all alone, exhausted in the middle of the fight. Keen just died.
This is such a bad fight.
Are completely confuddled, and T1 are happy to teach him a lesson. Gumayushi with another kill. T1, Baron just spawned, and they're invited to come say hello.
It's an overforce.
Fuck.
Ruler and Duro were nowhere near that fight, and T1 poised, calm, collected, punished GenG, shut them down, and will easily secure a Baron.
Yeah, that was so unnecessary. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking.
A little bit antsy, forcing the play early. Did not seem synced up with his team.
You guys so stupid, dude. Whatever. Whatever.
No one was really able to get any meaningful damage down on the T1 members.
Right, you look at GenG, you see a team that is fine, playing patient, waiting for their moment, and then striking. But this time, the moment had already passed. They had no control over the Drake. It was already claimed. And even though the wall flies out, there's nobody else behind it. Keen is all alone in the middle of 5, and T1 will happily take what feels like the biggest windfall of just the best possible sequence of plays. Now, this game that felt very close is a 4,000 gold lead for T1, alongside the fact that you've got Baron for the next 2 minutes and change to build it even further.
Something we heard from GenG behind the scenes after their first series against T1 was the constant communication of, we need to slow.
Dude, they're only down 4K gold. It's not a big deal. Okay, guys, shut up.
They're getting impatient.
GenG, you're gonna be fine, dude.
And T1 are the ones that are waiting to punish GenG's mistakes. Now with the Baron buff, they're beginning their siege, and they're looking to put more pressure on a GenG.
And Keen is still on the top side. He does have his teleport.
Dude, look at
here,
Jhin. It does 0 damage.
Difficult for GenG to defend. Faker pushes out mid, and now he's going to go top to try to answer. Keen should be able to knock down this tower. And that is a lot of gold in his pockets here, but T1 going to answer with one of their own.
Yeah, Keen doing a good job making sure that he can at least get something back in even trade versus.
Okay, let's go.
Don't want to fight T1 5v5 while they're powered up, so instead it's just a handshake.
Exactly, dude.
And critical to know, Faker, obviously 5 kills, incredibly strong. You would want to make him a target, but he has the early Seekers purchased up after that last fight, and now grabs the Mage Eyes there. Faker feeling incredibly confident in this game number 1. Always a risky purchase, but if you stay deathless, it is going to pay dividends for the GOAT.
Currently, both him
What do you
and
mean mid-gap?
in this game. 5-0-3 on the Orianna, 2-0-5 on the Jin. Faker with a max value bounty, and Gumayushi only slightly behind him. For GenG, that has to be your goal, even more than it normally would be in these upcoming fights. Collect those bounties, try to bring this game back to a sense of parity. Faker's Shockwave finds Duro, but not going to do a whole lot more than chunk him out.
It is worth pointing out those Seekers now purchased for Keen, and Ruler is on 3.
Dude, look, they didn't even get anything with the Baron buff.
The edge finished. So pressure on Ruler to get the damage done here. Chovy now just finished his ally, so he's on 3 items.
Oh, they get a tower.
Not just yet, but it will have to be a great buy.
Big shot from Chovy. Faker buys a little bit of time here with the stasis, and he ain't dead yet. GenG looking for a little more as the Glacial Prison doesn't get a lot of value.
Oh my god.
Doran has to jump back away as Keen wants another stun, this time on the
Okay. Chovy. Chovy. Oh my god, Faker. Can somebody die, please?
T1 on the run. GenG with the defense.
A slight misstep from Faker allows for Chovy to find an opportunity, knocking back the opposing mid laner and setting up for a great team fight for GenG.
Only
They
1
hold the
kill.
line, they get a pick, and GenG saying they are not out of this game just yet.
Yeah, that is massive, and not only do they get Faker's flash, this seismic shove there, he tries to sidestep, but it's a little bit too late. Is able to go golden, though, does survive. Keen has to trade out his own Seekers, but in the extending fight here, Keria is blocking out so much of this damage here. He steps forward, tanks the culling, tries to keep his carry safe, but as they come in here, Keria basically has to go back in to try to peel for Faker, and ends up giving his life.
I mean, that ultimate
Oh my
from Chovy
god.
was just fantastic. The way that he cut off the team for T1 made the fight very awkward. Guma especially very isolated, forced to use the cleanse, and as you highlighted, Azael, that flash now gone for Faker will be a prime target for GenG.
All right, another stare down, another showdown for another Drake. Both teams tied at 2-2, but look at the shades of Drake claimed by either side. The first 2 from GenG, but both Ocean Drakes since then claimed by T1. They've had the control as the game has gone.
Come on.
GenG though, first into the bot side river.
Don't fuck it up.
T1 ready to step up and challenge this. You can see Keen trying to pick up the red buff, the team-wide red buff for GenG before this fight starts. Doran is coming around on the flank. Keen might just see him here, depending on if Doran gets the skip and slash over the wall. At top, Doran's going to be caught out. Keen immediately sees him, but Doran only loses about 1/3 HP. The Drake has been aggroed, pulled, but it's too far down. The patience will be lost, and it resets back towards its home before it can be taken low enough for a smite fight.
Doran's going to TP back. He just went back to base here. He already had the Seekers. He's ready to go pick up some wards.
Okay, Dragon at half HP. GenG still looking
that wall doesn't seem to do much. Oh, they get it. Oh my god, what the fuck is that damage?
GenG defensive positioning as finally the Jax makes his way in.
Oh my god, they're gonna lose.
Back out as Ruler is under pressure off to the right. Keen in the middle of everybody.
Oh, Keen.
But it does not work. T1 have already won the fight and they won.
Oh, Chovy saved them. Oh my god, they're all so low, they're all so low, they're all so low. They're all so low. Oh my god, please stop. Oh. No. No.
The coordination is simply better for T1. Keen went the long way round to try and make a flank happen, but T1 just focused the target in front of them, and this time it was Canyon. An ultimate comes through from Chovy to try and separate T1 from the fight, but the Shockwave only connecting on the Canyon really sets up the fight for T1.
A great double smite there, though, from Duro and Canyon to be able to secure it, but then Owner gets
Keen took so long to get into this fight.
Is able to get out to safety, and then Guma has been bought enough space that he's winning the duel against Ruler, and that means Ruler and Chovy cannot assist Keen, cannot assist Duro, who are in the midst of all of these T1 members. Chovy's able to get a great seismic shove to actually slow down the chase, but you just know they're on the wrong side of the map in T1. Back to live, we gotta go, because they're on Baron.
The Baron is claimed by T1. These fights
Fuck.
not only major wins in themselves for the T1 squad, but the timings setting them up now in back-to-back Baron situations to claim a massive reward after.
T1 is just playing these fights better. Keen is constantly looking.
It's okay. We're on soul point. GenG's on soul point. It's fine, guys. Don't worry. GenG's on soul point.
As T1 just patiently play around this Jax. Chovy
Jax is like 0 damage.
And I think
Fucking
if
hell.
did a little bit more on the front-to-back style, they would have more options. But T1's target selection is good. They're in a great position. And now they're looking to try and close out game one.
And it's just a tough situation here for Keen. He had to use his Seeker's Arm Guard so long ago in that base defense, but he's gotten no gold since then. So he's still just stuck on that Seeker's Arm Guard with no
Fine, this is a disaster. Okay, yeah, maybe a little bit of a disaster.
And Faker now has 22 stacks on the Magi's here. T1 have all of the luxury items that they will need to try to close this one out.
And I want to go back to the lane phase when we saw Keen winning the early trades, winning the early farm, when we were talking about how this can be very difficult to play the Gwen, especially without a flash in team fights as the game goes on. But that last fight, I think Doran did exactly what he needed to do. You saw the end of team fight damage chart, dealing 5,000 damage on the Gwen to only the 1,500 of Keen's Jax, as T1 sets up for a siege. Teleport coming in as Chovy's ready to join up with the rest of GenG. T1 not slowing down. Ready for the next minion wave to crash while Doran enchants the wave over in mid at the same time. Canyon throws out a glacial prison, but there's no follow-up. Immediately T1 fires back, and GenG have lost their main engage. Owner puts Chovy in the Cataclysm.
Oh my god.
Canyon's about to die. Faker needs a little bit more damage and he will not fight, but it just makes space. T1 now firing onto 2 inhibitors at the same time, and bottom and mid lanes.
Faker still has his ult. Oh, that damage.
Rulers calling. Very little efficacy as that first Nexus turret is about to drop to the enchanted cannon minions. GenG scrambling for the defense as T1 continue the push. A ton of damage onto Duro, and GenG are not holding. The Nexus is open. Canyon's in the middle of everybody, but he's already down. GenG are no match for the T1 team fighting. Goes golden, but it's all too late. Another double for Guma. Faker is godlike, and T1 take game one.
What an impressive performance in game one from T1. They navigate the fights beautifully. Their target selection is exceptional. And they take the game.
Hey, at least this is one game, dude. One game.
In this series.
Absolute signature performance from the Faker Orianna. Putting into question who is the best player today. It might just be Faker. What do you think, Jess?
I think it might come up Faker once again, but we're not gonna call the series before it's over. That would be disrespectful to a GenG that has been so strong. But we do have to talk about how good T1 was in this first game, in not necessarily an easy game to navigate in terms of drafts, and not necessarily an easy execution in team fights around those objectives. As Kobe is holding up a sign, but we can't see him yet.
He's holding up his prediction.
He is.
Well, I'm holding up the Faker quote. Faker from the intro quote.
Yeah.
Always goes hard, but he said, "We are back." And that moment by the Otacon fight, Shocks, where they had just lost it, and it looked like T1 were going to get run out.
Yeah, exactly. Now GenG's gonna win 3 in a row. I think we can go to bed early.
To keep them in it, and then
Dude, nice of GenG to just lose one game. Give enemy team false hope.
It's been these kind of one-offs that have turned around the whole game, right? I'm thinking back to Ruler's Dragon Steel, for instance, but also this, where he gets the 2 members on the edge of the shockwave, and it actually influences so much.
To me, the game was twofold. On one hand, GenG really wasn't able to deal with the upgraded level of T1. I think that this was one of the more one-sided games we've seen between these two teams, and I think a lot of it came down to particularly the way that T1 was setting up the team fights. These multi-tiered engages was something that previously we saw AL do a lot. I also think I was surprised by the...
Why else is he so strong? Because they have like the best players on like 3 teams.
Yeah, and for the really early part of the game, right? It looked like GenG had everything set up. They were playing it slow. But thanks to the reliable Cisco network, T1 get a pick, mid, and 2 towers with the Herald. So they actually did, GenG, that is, end up trading this Herald for pressure on the bot side. Guess what? T1 recognized we can just pop Herald.
It's still winnable. It's still winnable.
To try to get first turret. And even though Duro tries to TP in to protect this, it just doesn't work. And this is kind of where the game broke open for me for T1, because after this, they were able to set up around objectives for those team fights they love so much.
Exactly. The reason I like this one so much is because it actually was not a team fight. It was a macro decision where you want to shove really hard with Herald. When you can get the double tower value out of a Herald, that is so big. Not to mention, as you said, you know, the teleport coming in for a little extra freebie on Braum.
Yeah, and
T1 has that coma gap, can't lose. Dude, if you asked fans a month ago, they would have told you that Coma's the worst coach.
They're trying this cross-map play. This is our response. Came up huge.
And GenG, they were looking for solutions, I want to say, because even though they had the early Dragon advantage, that turned all the way T1 as the game continued. And I want to take a look at this moment where Canyon really feels like he has to go in and steal it. He has to, otherwise the game is gone.
And this is not something, this is what I was referring to, we see often from GenG, because they are disjointed. Keen going in there as deep as he does in particular, when Chovy is clearly
fans can suck me up.
slower play, is something that they need to fix going into game 2.
Look at the mini-map right now. The bottom lane for GenG, GenG got to do 0. Actually, that was a 3v5, and GenG are the ones who started out. That particular Dragon fight was the most perplexing thing for me in this entire game that we saw.
Back to taking a break. I need to go pee.
Started to run over.
Grab something to drink.
Really concerning.
Zero impact. Shut up, bitches. I hate you all.
How stable they are, right? Like when they are in sync, they're just undefeatable. To see this kind of disconnect between where Canyon and Keen are kind of trying to go in, their bot lane isn't there, and then Chovy feels like he has to fly in. It was totally out of sync.
Another hit tweet from Linda.
She just keeps it coming.
She keeps on coming. She reminded us that it's been 2,808 days since T1 and GenG last faced in an international finals, because for the newer viewers, Samsung did become GenG, and Ruler and Faker were both there.
And even though Ruler left, the fact that GenG, as soon as it was clear he was coming back to the LCK, immediately went back to this team. These two players, as highlighted, they aren't just still at the team, which in of itself is impressive, but they're still performing top tier. They're at a finals.
They are, and somehow Faker is performing even better than that. It's insane to see. Hopefully we get a lot of games between these two teams, but there's no better time than MSI Finals to upgrade your browser. Opera GX is handing out limited drops just for watching. Official champion themes to reskin your browser, and a Riot Hub where you can watch MSI without tabbing out, like it's 2012. It doesn't flame out, crash out, or steal your RAM, and yeah, the tabs glow. Upgrade to the gaming browser, download Opera GX, and we're gonna go to a quick break so you can do that right now.
Hunter in the dark. Master of night shots. Oppo Find XX series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to?
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
Oh. What do you mean shame on GenG? Ruler's the GOAT. You guys really don't understand greatness. Oh. You guys are dumb. Trophy not winning today would be hard to live down. He has the GOAT 80k jungle next to him. Honestly, you're right, yeah.
Welcome back. We got to mess around with the new physical card game, Riftbound, coming out soon before the cast. You can see Vedius and Azael playing a little PvP here. Vedius was caught off guard, I think, a little by how much damage Azael's cards did, but we had
and then he counterspelled.
Yasuo's looking cheap, we'll just say that much.
Hey, win wall is win wall, in-game or out of game. But ladies and gentlemen, there's only one game on all our minds right now, and it's game 2 coming up between our two finalists. finalists, GenG and T1 here.
You guys are dumb. You guys are dumb. It's only one game, dude. It's a BO5 for a reason.
At the beginning, but then T1's superior team fighting reigned supreme and earned them the win.
We were skeptical of T1's comp going in. Both Azel and I agreed that we favored what GenG brought to the table. But when it came to the straight-up team fights, T1 simply executed better. And they were able to outperform GenG, who I do think need to slow the game down a little bit in order to face these fights.
Absolutely agree. I mean, draft is so interesting because, to me, draft is kind of like a force multiplier, right? It can build you an advantage, but it cannot win you the game. And that is why it is so fun to watch these teams at the absolute pinnacle of the game execute on these compositions, because sometimes it doesn't go how you expect simply because someone performs at a level that you didn't anticipate or is able to think of a different way to play that you would not have considered. And I think that really is what makes it such a beautiful game to watch.
It certainly is. And I'm curious as to how these teams will adapt moving into Game 2. In Game 1, we saw the Nico, Azia, Victor bands come through from GenG to try and put some pressure on to Faker, thinking that they could get themselves the Talia, potentially get themselves the Varus, and the man just brings out his tried and true Orianna.
That Orianna just doesn't fail. The shockwaves.
Just wait. You'll see. This game will be different.
Back to the first Drake fight when they tried to use Chovy's Weaver's Wall to secure the objective, and Faker instead starts off the fight with a catch on the 2. We remember the bot lane fight where Faker's at 10% HP, but he still has Shockwave, so he sticks around to guarantee that T1 can win it. The focus on mid lane did not do the job in the draft in Game 1 for GenG, but it is fearless. The whole tournament's fearless. Those pools will naturally shrink over time, and getting to see the adaptations has been one of the most fun things about this tournament, if you ask me. GenG back on the blue side, T1 back on the red. The Nico gets banned away again by GenG, but this time they're going to ban the Rumble with it. Over on the T1 side, 2 of the bans that they banned in the first phase in Game 1, the Pantheon and the Varus, they're going to stay there. The only one missing is the Vi.
Yeah, the Vi Poppy trade is kind of prime real estate right now with the Annie gone. I really do think that these junglers are going to be the priority. The question is, though, like, do you necessarily want to prioritize the Vine knowing that that Poppy is open? And so that means that for GenG, what is that first pick going to be? We know we've seen Galio be very valuable, but mainly as an answer into the Rumble. So now that the Rumble's gone, do you consider taking the Galio away in this series in-game so that you can potentially increase the value of Rumble later on in the series?
Yeah, it will be really interesting. Azir going to be the final ban here. We have to see how high is the Vi priority going to be in this series. Are they willing to actually lock it in? Instead, it is going to be the Ryze, and I do prefer. We've seen a lot of Ryze versus Ahri Vi, and I really do.
Okay, Ryze first pick.
Simply because you naturally become so tanky with the builds that we are seeing that it is very difficult.
Things are getting
even
spicy.
With sometimes to be able to burst down these Ryzes because we're just seeing Roa, Archangels into Zonias. So your time where you have to get ahead is pretty limited. Like, you really have to be able to push the pace in the early game to actually focus down this Ryze.
I think that for T1, they should avoid picking their jungler.
I was hoping GenG would win 3-0 so I can take a break.
I believe they disagree. They do, in fact, disagree. I was going to say, because they could save their jungler for third pick and then see what comes through from GenG and then either respond with a Poppy, or if a Poppy does come through, you have things like the Trundle. But instead, they really value the team fighting power of the Wukong, even with the Annie gone. I wonder if they do pair it up with the Ahri that you were just talking about, Azel.
I also think denying Wukong from being Ryze's partner is a big goal with this pick as well, because a Realm Warped Wukong into the backline can be a serious threat.
So we saw Faker playing the Corki yesterday, so it could be mid Corki. They kept that flex potential open until very late in that draft, and then they did lock in, I believe it was Azaya pairing with it for Guma to then reveal that it was going mid lane. So this absolutely could be a mid lane Corki here for Faker. Was very effective on it yesterday. Now the question is, do we have matching roles? Vi has been very high priority in the LCK.
Vi.
And is going to be prized very highly once again here for Canyon.
But you could see the stats came up on the screen. 6 wins, 10 losses here so far at MSI. Very popular pick, but not necessarily a high win rate.
Not a high win rate, but you know what Canyon's win rate is on this split? 100%.
Okay,
and
well,
that's a little bit higher than the win rate of other people.
In that context.
So you could say Vi not performing that well, and I would ask you the question, Was Canyon playing it?
All right, fair enough. You know what?
Ooh, Scion, okay.
Hold up and call.
You're like, I tried out the Vi, it wasn't that good. I'm like, are you Canyon? You're like, my mistake. I apologize.
The flowchart, the classic flowchart.
Probably support.
Easy stuff. We do have the Scion locked in for Keen there in the top lane. So 2 unstoppable ultis here for the front line of GenG in game 2.
I mean, we haven't seen, with things like the Gwen gone and the Jax gone, we haven't seen many carry answers into things like Scion. Normally we see some sort of tanky response. We could potentially see something, oh, never mind, we're seeing a Galio locked in.
Galio mid for Faker.
This is going into the mid lane.
It could also be potential support, but I do think
That's
it is
true.
more
Shut up, is that a farm jam?
Sometimes you can see some of these kind of aggressive pairings. You know, Galio does do a decent amount of damage in the early levels, so sometimes I have seen pairings like that Corki Galio down in the bot lane, but we are kind of operating on the assumption that this would be a Galio in the mid lane and Corki for Guma.
I mean, Galio Wukong is also
I hate you guys.
very nasty
You guys are so dumb.
Wukong goes in, first knock-up from Cyclone, second knock-up is Heroic Entrance, third knock-up is Cyclone 2. You're just getting juggled around with very little chance to respond. Very powerful combo in the scraps, as we do see double AD carry bans from T1 in the second half. The Kai'Sa and Xayah banned away, while GenG are getting rid of one of those potential carry top laners that could be played into the Scion. They don't want to see Doran Zambesa.
Yeah, and both these bans here for T1 make a lot of sense. Kai'Sa obviously as a pairing with the dive, and Xayah as someone who can actually survive the dive. The other option, if you are looking for something that is defensive, we have seen Senna. Jhin obviously is already gone, and then Ezreal. Those are kind of some of the ones that I do think can both work well with and against dive. So those are potential.
Then there's a minion. Oh, Poppy, fuck.
And again, you know, even more ability to.
Didn't ban Poppy?
Poppy support. This could be Poppy top. Like, there is a lot of flexibility here with the T1 draft that is keeping things pretty spicy, honestly.
It's always the question of, are they cooking so hard that it's insane brain and like they've completely outdrafted, or have they cooked a little too much? Because the question
have they outdrafted their opponents or themselves?
Exactly, that is ultimately the question.
Wukong top.
Sure, Poppy can be very good into the Vi specifically, and I guess you could argue by prioritizing these other bans.
Such little damage.
Get this potential counter. GenG just rounding things out with a little bit more scaling. The Senna in the bot side of the map with follow-up engage from the Nautilus means that they've got good CC, good front to back, and good late game insurance.
Yeah, I actually really like it. As you said, you know, good front to back does help. You know, with the dive, you know, you're sending in that Vi, the Scion, the Nautilus into the back line here.
Oh my god, T1's comp looks so mega OP.
Performance I remember from playoffs here, you know, in the MSI qualifier, stole an Otacon away with the primed Q3 on the Camille, was really sick. So it will be Poppy support, it will be Faker playing the Galio mid. But again, Ruler on 100% win rate Senna, Canyon on 100% win rate Vi. I mean, GenG wins a lot, so they have some pretty good win rates, but I feel like this comp for GenG is absolute comfort.
I was really hoping we'd
whatever,
have more
dude.
time to talk about the potential Camille.
It's fine.
We were just kind of fishing about it, looking at the potential picks that Doran could go
GenG
for.
are gonna outscale
like
T1.
That, slams it. The moment that fifth pick was available, they lock in this Camille. Galio Camille, I mean, this combo has been around for so long in League now. It gives you so much backline dive access. And we thought that GenG's composition was about the dive. Well, T1 said, you know what, we'll do you one better. You try to dive us, not only do we have ways to dive back, but we've also got the Galio to assist with the dive or to provide peel. And it's going to become a question of which AD carry can survive the longest, because those two will be the main targets in these crazy team fights.
And I talked about some of the success that obviously the GenG members were having on their champion pairings.
The thing is, we're T1. Okay. Yo, let's go T1, dude. I love T1. T1's my favorite.
You know, from the MSI qualifier run.
Let's go T1.
Something that he is comfortable on. Pairs really well.
I'm very smart. I'm just gonna cheer for the team with the most titles and pretend I also won those titles. Yo, T1, let's win. We are better than others.
T1 already got the early lead. Gonna be looking to try to push us to match.
Ooh, T1, woo.
With a classic GenG composition that can play.
Dude, look at this T1 comp, dude.
Ruler on the scale.
Actually, fucking disgusting.
Looks like it's gonna be a tough recipe to beat.
All right, Team Runes on your screen again, and once more, just like game number 1, it supports with Summoner's Spellbook, but as we wait for the action to start here on the Rift, Lore is standing by for an interview with Pobelter and Lorlo.
Oh, Pobelter was there.
Absolutely. Some familiar faces here with the crowd. How are you guys doing?
I'm freaking excited.
So you were leaving the mood, the atmosphere here during game 1. How was it being with the crowd?
It's great. I mean, I think most people in the crowd are rooting for T1, so when they won, everyone was really excited.
Who are you rooting for?
I'm T1 fan for sure.
Okay, T1 fan, you were telling me that you think T1 has the better draft. What are we looking at here?
I'm mainly looking at Faker's Galio. It's an OG pick from him, and they have the Camille dive comp. Honestly, I'm looking at the Camille and Galio comp.
Freaking, I'm so freaking excited.
I think GenG is the better draft actually, because they have 4 bruisers. Everyone besides Senna is really hard to kill, and they have low DPS on T1. But T1, I mean, Faker Galio just has like plot armor or something.
All right, let's see how this one goes, guys. Thank you
True.
so much. Casters, over to you.
For anybody who might not remember that plot armor he's talking about, remember just last year at the World Finals game.
T1 has a better draft? I think so.
BLG Fakers Galio
Block you, Lore. Dude, I'm better than Lore. You can look at me.
So good on this champion, and we will see if he can pull it off here against the GenG comp.
The beauty of hearing both of them talk about the draft just goes back to what Azael was saying, with compositions largely being amplifiers rather than definers.
Dude, T1 draft is turbo OP, dude.
Converse opinions about the draft, the strength and weaknesses of both sides, and ultimately with the teams of this caliber, it's going to come down to execution.
Galio counters mages mid, and Chovy picked the mage mid, so Galio should win.
Both of them are like, yeah, we absolutely crushed the draft. These other guys didn't even see any of them.
Camille also beats tanks.
And then you go talk to the other coach and they're like, can you believe they picked that? That's terrible. Like, what were they doing? And so even at the highest level, people have such diverging opinions on what is more important. Is it scaling? Is it side laning? Should you be playing for engage? Should you be playing for champions that have early dominance? And so it does make it so interesting, and it makes drafting so difficult for these coaches, where I feel like
Camille ults, Galio ults, just GG.
And because the
Does FF?
ramped up in the draft
How can
so
win?
much as a
How can win?
And we've also seen teams struggle, especially in those game 5s when that pool really does get pinched. Of course, we're a very long ways away from that. But Sion, so far at MSI, it does feel like few teams have found effective answers into the champion. He feels so stalwart in his matchup. He feels so safe, just the way that he passively generates HP and becomes this immovable force. Doran already feeling that pressure in the early lane.
Exactly. I mean, it has a lot of AoE wave clear. You can actually be an early lane.
Oh, dude, really didn't even get the stack, dude.
Just a strong champion. But
-1 on stacks.
Incredibly familiar with each other. They have matched up so many times. This is T1 versus GenG this year. T1 winning the 1 series, GenG 3. But as you can see, the game score quite close. And Owner heading down.
Yeah, we've already got a lot of damage there on Gumayushi, however. Below 200, Carry rooted up here on the front line. Again, that passive from Duro, the Nautilus' ability to lock down these targets means Ruler gets more firing time.
And I just really love how GenG is actually playing out this 2v2. You can see that it is even fleet for Ruler. So what they're doing is just constantly taking short.
Yeah, but Camille's good into Sion, right?
Guma, and then just
so they have like 3 winning lanes.
To be able to get those HP positive trades.
How can he gank? He doesn't have a lane you can play off of.
He's always trying to shoot the Q through Duro, heal himself, heal Duro, still hit the enemy. And it does make it so Senna can really kind of grind you down. It is not a champion that you hit one hook and you just kill someone. Right. It is really about the slow advantages that you can build.
All right, Gumayushi already swapping up here to top side.
Yeah, exactly.
We see these swaps from bot lane to top pretty often, especially on champions that want to go for something like an early tier or like an early call. You're happy to take the base as soon as you have the money to buy that item and start stacking immediately. And oftentimes the swaps favor the team who swaps first. You end up earning
look at that shield
with that choice.
Definitely can, but Ruler up there pretty quick as well. Did go for the Swifties, so it's going to be running straight up. And Swifties obviously helps to keep you safe, but also one of the really overlooked things is it just helps you to stack. You can actually close the gap a lot more easily. Your Q has the slow. You can get in for that second auto to be able to grab an additional soul. There's so much of the power here of Senna, especially
he does damage.
Rapid fire. You need the AD from souls to actually have
but
sort of a
Camille does damage to tanks, so it's fine.
Well, immediately though, Carrier ready to keep on scrapping here, but Duro and Ruler do a good job fighting back. Similarly to game 1 though, we're seeing the same type of farm difference between the top laners. Keen out to an early lead in terms of his control over the minion waves. Every time the observer.
Well, by the time Camille gets Sheen, it'll just be GG.
The decimating smash charged up enough for the knockup. He'll use
what the fuck? What the fuck?
With a flash. Ruler trying to follow as now Carry is the next target. Another shot goes through him. He shouldn't be low enough to die, but he is low enough that he has to flash away. GenG in the 2v2 coming out on top.
Really
How?
nice punish from Ruler and Duro. That hook, I mean, that felt illegal, I'm not going to lie. Weaving between Carrier to connect onto Gumayushi means that they force them back.
Oh, Poppy's keeping bot.
280 carries could open up the junglers to set their sights on the bottom lane matchup, but it's T1 to initiate the swap once again as Duro actually TPs towards the river.
Yeah, I don't get how Senna's
Duro TP down, Carrier
not
did
just
as well,
complete
so both
dog.
those supports getting down there. Duro just trying to cover, make sure the Canyon cannot be contested, and he cannot. And I've got to point out, Ruler stacking very quickly here. 24 stacks here. He already had, by the time he based around 6 minutes, 33 is the average by 14. He is going very, very quickly. We're not even halfway to that point, and he is stacking.
Oh, fuck, my bad.
Yeah, that could be a big problem when you look at the fact that T1's composition is 4 melee characters. If Senna's range becomes the entire screen, very difficult to deal with her at all.
And this is one of the problems, Senna, I love playing this champion. When you play a melee champion that can't hard engage on the Senna, it is just free stacking. Champions like Braum, champions like Tom Kench, champions like Poppy, who can't just threaten 100-0 like with a Nautilus hook or a Blitzcrank hook. You just step forward every time they go for a Targon charge, you're just going to be able to actually get
but Camille can threaten
every time. And it really does allow you to accelerate.
Let's go
T1!
T1!
Kind of free stacks thus
T1
far.
fighting!
Stopped Carrier from constantly forcing these fights, but I think you're right in that it's only really benefited Ruler as this bot lane from GenG has continued to come out ahead. Right now, it is GenG that have that small gold advantage with the dragon secured. 20 seconds until the grubs spawn. You have to imagine that GenG will look for it.
Oh, what the fuck? Holy shit, what is the damage?
Has no flash. Keen just
What the fuck, Gumayushi?
It's a solo kill, first blood for the GenG top lane.
It's the bossy special, the solo bolo there on the Scion, not to be underestimated. Knew the summoners were down, finds the angle and just knocks down Guma. And now there's no one actually answering him, so he's probably going to get a plate or two. At least one plate has already fallen.
Fuck you.
Though, trying to answer
It's not a cringe strategy.
Yeah, Carrier wants to make his angle into the fight, and there's the
oh no! See, this is what happens. Oh.
Mows Duro down. T1 respond with style.
That was beautifully executed by T1.
Dude, I can't, man.
No opportunity to respond. Of course, he didn't have his flash from the earlier skirmish between
Come on, T1! I gotta cheer for T1 so hard, dude.
On that kill, they did it with ruthless efficiency.
I mean, that was just so clean, honestly. They see Keen solo kill on the bot side, not to be outdone.
Jovi's was thinking tower.
Yeah, a lot of danger there. The Dawning Shadow doesn't hit him, so critically not low enough towards that 0 HP mark as Canyon forces Owner back out of the grub pit. It's still 2 grubs over the side of T1, though.
Oh my god, they're so split. Let's go, T1!
As another Nimbus strikes ready to set it up with the
oh, Duro!
And Owner ready to knock him right back down.
Damn!
3 kills, T1.
Yeah, Faker even able to donate that over to Owner, who now passes Mako with 1,110 assists internationally.
Damn.
5th all time. T1.
Dude, T1 are so good. It's a 3-0, T1.
Owner did win the smite fight.
Keen is here. I think that's the big problem. The Scion making his way back up towards this half of the map as Doran is ready to escort Carrier away. And just so much credit to Carrier with the game sense to be in that tri-bush to begin with, to start the play off, to initiate onto Ruler back when this first started, what feels like a minute and a half ago, and set up that play for the T1 Wombo combo. It earns them that feat of warfare. It earns them the grubs, 2 out of 3 of them at least, as Canyon does pick up the last.
And you can see Keen setting up a large freeze on the top side, so Doran is going to run back. Will lose about a wave there just because of this. These small things do add up over time.
You're right. Canyon's a fraud.
You can hold this wave forever as Scion. It's not going to be an issue. Of course, eventually, he will be breaking it with that Bomby Cinder, but nice to deny that full wave of experience and gold from Doran.
Ian feels monstrous right now, and it's Guma who's had a lot of the pressure thrown towards him. Dying in the 1v1 definitely doesn't help. But admittedly, he's still ahead in gold for now. He does have a farm advantage
Damn.
over Ruler. I think T1 getting that kill
And so King can't win top lane anymore.
was very important. But Azel, you were keeping track of the stacks earlier. He's already at 36, just short of 11 minutes in. And I mean, Ruler is by far and away ahead of him.
I mean, it's probably going to be a 3-0.
I mean, the average stacks at
Oh, he missed, dude. The King's so fucked.
at MSI, so of course he is already a couple above that with 3 minutes to spare to meet that clip. And generally speaking, the faster you stack, the faster you continue to stack, because every 20 stacks the range goes up. It gets easier and easier and easier to hit and collect those souls, and Ruler is doing an incredible job at that so far.
No, I think GenG can't win.
Those side lanes now, of course,
I think this game's already over.
The Archangels.
This could be a play for GenG, though. Keen
Doran has flash. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Keen started walking away, I think, trying to give the kill to Canyon, but still ends up taking it himself. So that'll be a
okay, but they get Dragon. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
To be a big brick wall for GenG.
T1 on the cross map, though. They will equalize the
What? I agree. T1 are going to win. T1 are just the better team. Let's go, T1. They got another Dragon, dude. Easy. Easy.
As Canyon even steals away the Raptors. So GenG looking to be as proactive as possible after securing that kill. And they actually swing the gold back to neutral.
T1 now only one objective away there from claiming the feats. If they can get this Herald or the next Dragon, it would be theirs. Of course, if they can grab it first.
Dude, I don't know what you're talking about.
It would be theirs. So GenG could have.
You guys said I'm dumb, so I'm just trying to agree, you know? I see the light. T1 are just the better team. They're going to win.
9 for owners Wukong. This is a big power spike for this champion. Considering Owner has been a part of all of the kills so far here for T1, I expect them to be confident for any play they want to look for now with him hitting.
Oh shit, you're right. Dude, what? Losing the light was so bad, dude. Delight's such a good support.
This guy's going to become a brick wall. There are 4
Imagine GenG had Delight, dude. It would be so much better.
You know, it is going to be very difficult to actually fight past Keen and to ignore him in these fights, to try to get in towards the Senate, in towards the Rise, which is going to be the job that they have to accomplish.
And the current game state for him, this window where he has his first tank item fully completed, which has a lower price point than the very expensive Trinity Force.
Base is better than Ruler.
So obnoxious for Doran to try to deal with on that Camille, just with Trinity pieces into the Sunfire Aegis, as that individual gold lead for Keen is almost up to 1,000. And you can see Doran tries to kick him. He does more damage to himself.
Oh, yeah. Look how good Duro is, dude.
Slammed to the wall by Carrier, forced to get away.
Why do you exhaust and flash? Can he just do one or the other?
The T1 ambush.
Losing both summoners ahead of Herald is going to make
a
potential contest very difficult for GenG. Chovy and Canyon hovering on the bot side of the map. Faker has that spidey sense, though, is aware of the possible collapse. Canyon is committed to the play, though. He's hovering around. It looks like Faker is not expecting this.
Okay, let's see if the Galio can get away from it. Faker does have his flash. He'll just use the taunt to make a little bit of space. He barely takes any damage at all. Now Carrier and Owner are ready to show up. There's no counterpunch available, though. Chovy and Canyon can make enough distance. They've got Duro coming up behind them. Neither side gets a whole lot of anything as we look.
Sign's supposed to win.
And it's the same story one more time. Keen has control over the 1v1 matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Keen is just looking so strong right now. Doran just trying to get enough gold for a Triforce before he...
No, Keen's like Alfari. He'll just win lane, but then lose game.
With the turret,
he's going to do like that Jax where he doesn't show up till like the fight's over. Then he'll jump in once the fight's lost.
Walking forward, but runs out of minions before he can continue to posture more aggressively. You can see Duro walking up to this topside river. The Herald is going to spawn in 20 seconds. The Scuttle Crab is also about to spawn in the top river. This is very important to try to control if you know that Herald fight is upcoming. Faker now trying to deal with Keen Scion that has stacked mostly armor as Carrier and Gumayushi are going in. Ruler under a little bit of pressure, but he roots up Guma. Fires back with a little bit of damage as Gumayushi continues trying to escape.
Oh, Duro!
Doran's made his way into the back line. He wants to go after Canyon.
Damn, boner!
Followed up with a Hextech ultimatum with the dawning.
I can't see, I can't see.
Canyon staying alive, but
oh, Gang's down.
And Gumayushi gets paid.
A close exchange, but it's T1 that get themselves the kill onto Canyon. Guma was forced to flash very early because of his positioning. Oh, a bit of danger for Doran.
Doran, rune prisoned up, immediately flash over the wall.
Oh, what?
Doran down.
Doran.
GenG now have have the opportunity to make an aggressive move. You can see the blue pings coming out in this topside river onto the Herald pit. Canyon is now back on the map. He's running up towards the objective, and the rest of GenG are happy to start this.
Dude,
Yeah,
what
this
is
gonna be so
happening?
big. I mean, not only do you deny the objective from T1, but it almost guarantees you the first tower as well. You can see that top lane tower is already a little bit low. So is the bot lane one. Keen has had the push non-stop. And as a result, this could mean
51 stacks on Senna. Ugh.
They would need first tower plus one additional objective. And they definitely have the edge for the first tower.
Yeah, and I feel like that's what makes this so fun. T1 have already claimed Feat of Warfare. First tower should, by all measures, go over to GenG, and they're both at 2 neutral objectives, which means this next dragon, spawning in just 30 seconds, has even more importance.
Oh my god, he can't even get his Q off.
About the fact he is solo AP, so he is going to be building pure AP on the Galio so far. He already has the Leandries. Going to be likely building in towards
Leandries? What the fuck?
Here. Just to be able to go in for those aggressive plays. Flash.
Dude, that's crazy. I don't think I've ever seen Galio build Leandries first.
Pressure Ruler and Chovy in these fights, so they're just not going to have success.
Braun finally ticking over to level 11, but also that Leandry's just doing wonders into all the HP that Keen has built for himself, meaning that these side lanes are a little bit more favorable for T1, even if GenG still generate this pressure. The Dragon is now alive. It's T1 with fantastic vision coverage around the bot side of the map. The contest for that mid-wave control is there as Canyon threatens to shadow Chovy, looking for a pick.
Yeah, Doran trying to make sure that he doesn't get caught out here. Not too worried about Chovy's rise with nobody else in range to back it up, but it is still the bottom side river control.
Oh, they're starting Dragon.
Belongs to T1 already. They started up the Drake. They've pulled it out. Owner taking care of that one alongside Gumayushi as Doran's just gonna get.
Oh, Doran! Fuck me, dude. What is he doing, man?
Lost their top laner, and
Dude, what is wrong with Doran?
Before the Drake can be claimed. That means GenG now automatically take control over the river. T1 is forced to retreat, and the objective will go to GenG.
T1 win a fight in mid lane, but GenG find a pick onto Doran. Bot side of the map, T1 have priority over the Dragon, but GenG find a pick onto Doran. Their game plan is very much to punish this Camille at every opportunity. And
Camille's good.
They now lead in Dragons, they secure that Feat of Warfare, and they are so close to securing the first tower of the game.
T1 sucks.
So intelligent because the Camille is such
I mean, T1's good. GenG sucks.
It's not just about a 1v1 or anything like that. A lot of their success depends
I'm not an idiot. Why am I an idiot? Dude, I don't understand what you guys want from me. I say I like GenG, you guys call me stupid. I say I like T1, you guys call me stupid. I can't win with you guys.
They don't even have to use the Herald to do it. And that is fantastic. That is going to be the feats of strength there for GenG. So they get the upgraded boots. They have the side lane advantage here for Chovy.
Boots don't matter, dude. Who cares about the boots?
And remember what I said last game.
I didn't curse Whisper.
Carries just feels that much.
Where's CFO?
When you look at Rise, they're both
we got
just
5th,
running.
6th.
And now GenG can get them where they need to be even faster. 1,500 gold lead for the LCK #1 seed. As Keen will face check into a brush. I don't think he's ever really worried about doing that. We'll see though.
What is Keen doing?
To unload onto the tank. Keen ready to flash away as Ruler's trying to back him up.
Oh my god, dude. How long does it take for Keen to die? Oh, nice poppy ult. Dude, I don't even think they have vision.
Here comes Duro.
Oh, Duro! What the fuck is he doing? Oh my god, dude. Oh wait, why didn't he just crash into the tower? Dude, Duro's so bad, man. What the fuck was that?
And he's still looking for a little bit more. Doran and Gumayushi barely getting out of that one. As Canyon still seeing if there's an opportunity here. He has the ulti if Guma sticks around, but he won't.
Wow, Guma.
He gets back to the safety of the base. The fight for GenG as they are so hungry for even more.
This fight started by the
It's Duro versus Doran battle mid, dude. True.
Absolute insanity.
Dude, we're trying to see who can get carried harder, Doran or Duro.
4 knockups driving through the entire T1 team there. They did knock down.
I don't know why he didn't just crash into the top tower, why he just rode into the wall.
And so many players to be able to do it that it bought time for the rest of GenG
Whatever.
and turn around that
It's
fight.
Duro.
I think you summarized it perfectly, Azael. Once they
It's not Carrier. Carrier would have slammed that into the wall perfectly. Or I mean to the tower.
Down, pick after pick. A healthy gold lead is now what they sit on as the fight for the Scuttle Crab.
Doran takes it. Keen might be really hard to kill, but he's not a very effective crabber at this point in the game.
Crapper?
887
What the fuck?
bonus HP on this Scion, though, and it takes forever to bring him down.
So it comes back to what Azel was saying. All of the focus comes down onto Keen.
Do they even exhaust the Keen?
Away. There's that multi-man knockup, but they eventually get that kill. But at this point on the re-engage, GenG's in the better position.
Exactly, and Duro, he gets chunked out of the fight and he realizes, you know what, I can still be involved. Look at this, drives through everyone on T1. Let's count the knockups.
Oh, freaking Krabby Patty.
He hits 2, he hits 3.
Oh my god, the camera angle.
And Doran.
Oh, we didn't get to see. Oh! Otacon throw, flip it, Otacon, flip it, Otacon. You pop his ult, Keria. But what the fuck would he hit? Get Scion? Oh! What the fuck? What the fuck? Wait, what? Chovy just committed Sudoku! Why didn't Keen go in? Oh my god, Gumayushi, let's go! Triple kill! What the fuck?
Keen is big man on campus. He will not be knocked down, but what a fight there from T1. It looked like it
Dude,
was
why is Scion doing so much damage? Is he hacking?
They got a little bit too excited, went a little bit too aggressive. The early part of the fight went fantastic for them. As Doran goes in on Chovy, gets chunked down incredibly low.
Okay, the moment Scion goes in, they knock him out. Here, I was like, okay, this actually looks kind of good for T1.
I was thinking this was going to be a slow fight,
yeah,
but it was going to be there.
But then, dude, look at Rise. Poor, look, where's Keen? Keen doesn't go in, so Chovy just goes in by himself. I thought that was like GG. Look at Guma, dude, he just does so much damage.
He stepped just barely out of it. He was too far. He thought he was on the very edge. So Chovy thought he was going in with the Scion. He shows up by himself.
That's so troll, dude.
Guma flashes on a ruler, knocks him down, turns around what could have been a disaster there, but tiny differences. If Keen was in that realm more, it could look pretty different.
And the biggest
what? They get Dragon again?
Is Keen is the raid boss in this game.
Yes.
T1 will need to find a way to get through him, and you can see the Corki damage. I want to guesstimate that about half of that went into Keen.
Yeah, he did about as much damage as the two highest on GenG put together. Duro looking to go in here with the dredge line. There's no follow-up damage from GenG just yet. Faker's getting juggled around, but he's still got a little bit of HP, ready to go, flashing out. Gumayushi in danger, dawning shadow! And the sun sets on Gumayushi as Faker is running towards the other side of the map. He's got backup nearby.
Oh my god, they're just running around in circles.
Can they find anything else? Will they overextend? No, they're going straight after the Otacon instead. Doran, Owner, and Keria all nearby. Faker still with a grand entrance to try to join up if he wants to.
Here comes Keria's Poppy ult.
From GenG here in the objective.
They don't have Gumayushi here. Oh, that
Keria. He wanted to find the Keeper's verdict to try to make it a fair fight, to try to give T1 a chance, but they won't get it. A nice flash to dodge that potential ulti.
Oh my god, Doran.
Keen doesn't hit him with an estimating smash. Duro still walking over here in the Nautilus. The ulti's not available, but Vise is immediately into the dredge line to follow. Doran's gonna Hex Tech ultimatum, but the only ultimatum is you're getting out of here. GenG, 13 kills.
Dude, what is going on, man?
With Chovy
Why is Doran just like running
behind Gumayushi to find the AD carry isolated and convert it into a pick? When they knew they had the numbers advantage, they forced T1's hand and started off the Otacon. Great map play, great pick from Chovy. GenG firmly in the lead here in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, they're just looking so strong, and with Doran, the focus on him, he has been put so far behind, it doesn't feel like they have a true second threat. It's pretty much Guma versus the world. Like, his damage is the only one.
Wow, I realized 82 stacks? How?
Faker, of course, is building AP. He has the Riftmaker as that second item. Yeah. Owner's on 2 items as well, but it's just not going to be enough to ever threaten Keen.
I mean, we've been talking about Keen as the raid boss this whole game, and certainly that is the role he's been playing. But the largest individual gold lead in the game, Chovy is nearly 3,000 ahead of Faker. He has 4 kills, 6 assists, and plus 60 farm. He's got his Seeker's arm guard.
Oh my god, they're gonna throw it up Baron.
Items fully stacked.
And Ruler 80+ stacks, and they have the sustain here, so they're feeling confident to start this Baron.
No way. No way. Owner. What the fuck?
His eyes and GenG make their way to Baron.
Keen just choo-chooed straight into Owner.
Do they have smite?
For him to escape. And with the jungler gone, this becomes a very challenging steal.
Okay, Keria doesn't have smite right now. I'm looking at the scoreboard. The Baron's down to 2,000.
Oh, now he has smite.
Away from it. Keria with the smite ready to go. Yes, smite going over the wall.
Oh!
Still going to be claimed by Canyon. T1 will lose their support. Will lose the Baron. Will lose Gumayushi. Will lose control in game 2.
Oh my god, they're gonna kill Doran too.
Gold lead, GenG.
Keria tried to go for the steal for the Heroics. T1 know this game is quickly slipping away from them, but Canyon outsmites him, is able to grab it and secure that.
And again, another kill on Doran after the fact. This
rough game.
Picked late in the draft.
It's okay. T1's gonna come back.
So important for the comp. 2 and 6. There's not a single man on GenG who's not ahead of his counterpart. Game number 2. They're in total control.
I mean, Ruler's closing in on 100 stacks here. This is ridiculous how quickly he is stacking up. GenG feel like they have this one pretty much wrapped up. It was the late swap over to Smite, and GenG realized, okay, there could be a contest. We got to back it out. But then T1 just decided to go in. Keria flashes in. Guma goes in.
Yeah, this was crazy.
To try to burst it down. It is smoked down from about 1,100 HP. This was not the upgraded Smite for Keria, so it had to be lower. I do believe it upgrades based on how many times you swap to it with the spellbook. And I think that was his first Smite swap. And now he's on it again here. So this would be an upgraded one. And they're going to need to try to steal this dragon away because it is Ocean Soul if GenG get it. T1 obviously already up against it, but if you give Ocean Soul to a Scion this far ahead, you're never killing him.
I mean, look at how tanky this composition is. Nautilus, Vi, Ryze, Scion. You add a little bit of Ocean Soul spice in there, you've got yourself meatball soup. There is no way that T1 will be able to punch through it. They have to realize that. It's 25 seconds until the Drake spawns, but the bottom side river is totally controlled.
Oh my god, Owner's trying to get some crazy flank.
GenG just continuing to exert their pressure on the map. They know that this game is theirs. T1 getting a little creative as Owner creates a flank. He's trying to avoid the vision, staying in the darkness, and he's not yet spotted.
You know, if you don't fight Ruler, can you even hurt anyone, right? Like there's stasis and everything. Owner's finally going to be spotted now, and
Owner's spotted.
Try to pincer him. Chovy's not afraid at all.
Yeah, Owner did a great job playing around the fog there for a little bit, but once Vi targets you with the ulti, the clone can't save you.
Never mind.
On a rampage, T1 jungler dead for 45.
Unlucky, one loss.
Alive. Ocean Soul for GenG.
An easy pick for GenG. A slippery play from Owner. But it's the MasterCard priceless moment. Dragon Soul secured. Keen with the dive.
Immediately engages on Doran, and Chovy's ready to follow. Doran is...
Dude, I don't think Keen can die anymore.
And Chovy is the warden. GenG keeping the push going. Owner still dead for another 15. Doran dead.
Dude, look at that shield. What the fuck?
Up GenG making their way into the T1 base with a 10,000 gold lead. With a Dragon Soul, they've got their sights set on the Nexus itself. GenG continue pushing forward as Keria tries to dive after Chovy. Keeper's Verdict ejects the Ryze, but the Dawning Shadow reinforces GenG health bars. The first Nexus turret still...
Oh my god, Keen's still taking towers for free.
Damage back, but Keen is simply too tanky. T1 finally have their jungler back alive, and with Doran about to respawn, they're thinking about trying to find something here on GenG.
They're not gonna end?
But they're so strong, they're so tanky, they've got so much regen, but T1 still thinks they've got to try something here. Doran goes in, he wants to go over the wall and find Chovy. He does, but Keen prevents any backup from arriving. Faker with a grand entrance, but it's only for his own...
Oh my god, they can't die. The King's still alive in the backline, just fucking everyone up.
Is not even dented. Still damage from Owner, but nothing worth mentioning. A double for GenG. It's only Keria left, and he won't last long. One last shot from Ruler rules out any chance of a T1 stall, and GenG marching.
It's fine, guys. Next game.
Exceptional protection as T1 desperately tried to find something back, but it was not enough.
Nexus turrets are just a formality at this point. GenG with the tanky comp strikes back in game 2.
It was absolute comfort there for GenG in game 2, and they showed why some of these champions are undefeated. It was perfection from Ruler here on the Senna, stacking it up. Keen, a massive difference maker. He just took it early. It's over to the devs to find out what they think.
Well, Chovy couldn't let that happen 2 games in a row. GenG fights back, and we have a special guest on the desk to talk about this game. Welcome, Meteos.
Hey, it's good to be here.
Hello. So, yeah, first thoughts. What do you think about that game?
Well, I'm a little bit surprised that GenG won this one because, especially with T1's insane plot armor and getting momentum in game 1, I thought it was looking good for them. I really liked their heavy dive comp. You know, Camille, Galio, Wukong seemed really strong, but I guess it just didn't work out for them.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, good observations, and it is so, Emily, that when you look at that comp and then you see what T1 is able to do early, you think, uh-oh, is this going to run away? So how did GenG stop it?
Yeah, we've talked about in Fearless a lot of times, even as early in game 2.
Dude, I'm surprised this comp was able to be so tanky. I thought they could at least kill, like,
and I agree with
with like the Senna combo or the Camille Galio combo.
This is a risky comp to pull off with what T1 have. I think it came down to a lot of the laning 2v2. Like, even after they swapped, there was that point where Senna Nautilus was able to blow both flashes on top side. Then Ruler stacking, for anyone who was tracking Senna stacking, was like mega accelerated throughout this entire game.
And that ended up being really important because of some of the early heroics from Keen. They needed this little bit of bridge to allow Chovy and Ruler to scale a bit. And Keen in this one had massive plays early on the Scion. You know, a lot of these swaps, he was coming out ahead, and then he got this solo kill onto Guma, and then he had the play up on top side as well, interrupting Keen to allow for that gank to work as he was about to escape.
Yeah, Meteos looks like a lot of the top laners you used to play with, right? That good?
Yeah, more or less. You know, I played with some Korean imports. A lot of them are really good, but I was super impressed by Keen this game. I was a little bit surprised that Doran opted for Camille and Scion, just because when I think of these two players, I don't think of Doran as the guy who's going to like gap Keen in one of these harder matchups where you have to like really outplay your opponent. And Keen was just so solid on the Scion. T1 didn't have anything like Trundle to neutralize.
Kudos to them. True.
Just got a huge lead, became that unkillable wall that, you know, we know Scion to be, and they just couldn't deal with it.
Yeah, and I do wonder what this is going to spell for the rest of Fearless for T1, Emily, because we didn't really talk about it that much in the pre-show. For Doran, it is.
But I think it's going to be fine, right? T1 going to bounce back.
Some games that aren't to be remembered on the international stage as well, and I feel like he's been given this chance now in game 2, right, to get the skill matchup, and I feel like maybe he's going back on Ornn.
I mean, who knows? This too is Doran, as I know what Chronicler would say as well. Like, you see all sides of Doran throughout LCK. We've seen all sides of Doran here at this event. I think the big difference to me is that he's been able to recover really well, and I do think it speaks to how he's been able to integrate onto this T1 team. I will say, I want to pull up a team fight from just before like 19 minutes, where Keen actually just walks in, face checks, and because he's so large at this point in the game, it just takes so long to kill him. So even though we don't have everyone here yet, everyone is able to end up joining, and this to me is where GenG really start rolling in the game.
Yeah, that's why a lot of the early plays that he made were so important, because he was a big part of the GenG gold lead early on, almost all of it, and that allowed him to be so tanky there, you know, soaking up so much for T1 and allowing them to get some of this money onto their carries that they needed in the chase down. Even though he died, so much value there.
Yeah, Senna scaling is sometimes fake. It depends on who's playing. Like when Ruler's playing, it really doesn't matter.
Sometimes it's real.
And sometimes it is absolutely real. So, Chovy then, Meteos, of course, this is the mid lane matchup we're looking at. Faker had a fantastic game 1, but how do you see this play out when you think about what you've seen from these two mid laners?
Well, historically, it does seem like Chovy usually gets the best of Faker, especially domestically, but internationally, I don't know. Coming into today, I was kind of expecting a 3-1 or 3-0 from T1, just because they have that magic behind them.
3-0 for T1? What the fuck?
Time again, they managed to
base.
coming into the tournament and then winning it. So I still think they'll win, but
Yeah, you're definitely.
Oh, please let there be double elimination for Worlds.
You've mentioned the plot armor, and regardless or if you subscribe to that narrative or not, you feel that in the game as GenG. And Kobe, I think we also saw it in this game where this were a couple of fights, right? Like the one where Gumayushi gets a triple that you think, no way. It just proves that GenG does have to keep their head in the game the whole game.
Yeah, exactly. I'm also thinking back to the early one where Keria was camping in the brush, and then he got the surprise, 0.4 Faker to come in with the Galio ult, and you started to think, oh, maybe some of this T1 team play is actually going to pull out, but GenG closed it up very nicely. And wanted
Dude, I really wish they would have double limb at Worlds. I feel like that shit would be so hype.
Really count.
He did. It seems like we're on course for 5 games. Yesterday also, the blue were wins for T1, and they've picked blue going into game 3. So we'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back with that one.
Oh, this event starts so soon. I don't even know if I have co-streaming for it. I gotta double check. I might not, but even if I don't, it's like whatever. I'm so tired.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX, the ultimate hub for all things LoL esports. Get access to exclusive rewards, customize your setup with champion-inspired themes, and seamless LoL esports tournament integration. Follow every play, see every result. Only on the browser for Legends, only on Opera GX.
Oh. It feels like the breaks are kind of long. Oh man, dude, it's crazy. No viewing party to keep you company? No. Not today, not today. Everyone else is busy. It's like NA's is like in a really bad time zone. Dude, I've had like the weirdest sleep schedule these last 2 weeks. Dude, the sleep schedule is so bad, man. And then getting sick and everything is like, oh my god, just end me. I got sick at like the worst possible timing. And then we have Asia Masters later. I probably will take a quick break and end stream once.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make him turn around.
He wants to go over the wall and find Chovy. He does, but Keen prevents any backup from arriving. Faker with a grand entrance, but it's only for his own exit. Doran is already down. Faker's about to follow as Keen is not even dented. Still damage from Owner, but nothing worth mentioning. A double for GenG. It's only Carrier left, and he won't last long. One last shot from Ruler.
Today there's only one stream for Asia Masters, so we don't have to worry about going back and forth. Hopefully no one forfeits.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this MSI 2025 Grand Final between T1 and GenG. T1's superior team fighting took over in the first game, but once game two
let's get ready.
GenG drafted a powerful tanky comp and an incredibly quickly stacking Senna to fight right back.
And I feel like those kind of compositions, no one in the entire world plays as well as GenG. When they get that sort of a comfort draft, I feel like they're near impossible to beat.
And I just feel that they played with such composure. We said that we wanted to see them slow the game down. And I mean, what better way than with a Sion getting a solo kill onto the enemy AD carry, and Sion pretty much walking wherever he pleases. And honestly, just Sion just doing Sion things. Yeah. Of course, it would be a disservice of us not to mention how impactful Chovy was.
We're in draft, baby.
Yes, kind of the quiet carry, making so many impactful
If you want to pick blue side,
putting so much pressure down, working with Canyon. An overall solid performance, and it ties us up as we jump into our third draft of the day, presented by Omen and HyperX.
First thing to note, because T1 lost the last one, this is going to be the first time that we get to see them have side selection. They've chosen to swap over to the blue side. So that means these bans are going to switch up a little bit, but only in terms of who's banning them. All of these champions have been banned already in the first half of the series. Back in game number 1, GenG on blue banned both Victor and Nico. T1's doing the same thing here. Back in game 1, it was Pantheon and Varus banned by T1 on the red side. GenG doing the same thing this time as Cassante will be T1's final ban in the first half.
No, Flowers. Keen Sante
is
going to be banned away. Yeah, the one and only. I mean, that
Keen
man is an absolute
Sante.
monster on this champ. T1 do not want to deal with it here in game 3.
I mean, if I just saw that Scion game, I'm like, wait, Cassandra does more damage than that Scion? You're not allowed to play that.
You're completely right. Ooh,
Wait.
okay, with the Skarner ban, the typical pair up alongside the Azir, that does suggest that GenG are willing to give that one away.
Yeah,
the posters are
Azir.
amazing here, I gotta say.
The Azir being open is the big thing that I'm looking at here.
Are they gonna pick Azir first? Yeah, of course.
And there it is. They'll lock it in for Faker.
The Emperor of the Emperor of Emperors will make his way onto the Rift. In the hands of Faker, no less. GenG will have to have a good response. We saw with the Victor ban coming through that they were prepared that they could get their hands on it.
Rumble.
The response here is fantastic from GenG. Get keen on the Rumble, a big power pick in the meta as well. You do still have the Xin Zhao available too, and with the Poppy already removed, the Xin Zhao Rumble would be a fantastic pair.
Yeah, but they can go Trundle.
I mean, Faker, so iconic on the Azir, 7-1 on it this split, and he has been known for this champion so many times. Ruler and Faker have history with these champions, catching him, you know, with the flash ulti. It is his most played all time. It is a nearly 70% win rate all time. It is a dangerous proposition to give this champion over to Faker.
Especially when it's been banned in the first 2 games. Now here in game 3, getting through as the pools do become smaller naturally.
Wow, Nocturne.
Boy. Nocturne for Owner.
Nocturne gonna get locked in. I do wonder if we would get an Ornn as an answer into Keen's Rumble here. Would give them some additional engage. Yep, there it is. I do think it's a really good matchup for Ornn. You actually can trade very effectively with the Bellows Breath because Rumble is quite short range. It's actually really risky for Rumble to go in for some of these trades. Ornn can do very well in the early stages. And then you kind of just outscale and you have this incredible engage for your team fight. And it feels like they are already setting up for clear. They want to play, you know, front to back in this really powerful scaling style.
When was the last time?
To see Chovy Silas.
I'm pretty sure he did it yesterday, didn't he?
So GenG going for very much a mid-game team fight spike.
He's been prioritizing
Flash combo, the Rumble ultimate to facilitate.
What's it called?
I already like that
Nocturne for quite some time.
Team fight comp in response.
Like, I don't know, he likes to pick.
Nicely in what T1 is drafting.
They ban it a lot.
I'm banning Ezreal Xayah if I'm GenG, probably, because the reality is it's like you want some sort of a scaling carry like you're talking about for Guma, and you want something that is going to be easy to kill if you're GenG. You know, they need to have a great dive target. Senna is already gone. That is already been played. Jhin is already gone. That has already been played. Instead, they're going to be targeting some of the supports
real
here
quick.
from Kyria, which is interesting to me to see how they're going to react.
I mean, Rel
played against GenG last time.
The engage supports already removed from the pool.
Yeah,
I mean,
Leona.
There's also the opportunity for GenG to just prioritize the Ezreal themselves, maybe as a denial, or maybe even take away the Xayah if they consider the amount of dive on the side of Team.
Yeah, Owner won on it. He would have won 2-11 against GenG.
So Duro not going to be providing that protection for Ruler this time around.
We talk about engage supports being out of the picture, but when you think about Rel, when you think about what can work into her with counter engage, you look at some of the things like Poppy, like
it's kind of crazy. I didn't realize it was like the same team.
Some of those powerful choices are just no longer an option no matter what, as Rakan will be the last ban here in Game 3 for GenG.
It kind of feels like they're saying the Rakan almost is the Xayah ban, like saying like this is the better half of the pairing, and a lot of the coaches and players that I've been talking to have been saying that they think Xayah is so much less effective without that Rakan pairing. So they often feel like they can kind of get a 2-for-1 on that ban. Whether that is the case, in T1's opinion, remains to be seen. They are targeting some of these denial picks here. The Tahm Kench, an interesting ban here. Mostly we do just see it alongside the Senna, so I'm a bit surprised to see that Tahm Kench was banned away.
They might be wary of something like a Jinx, because that's the other pairing that we've sometimes seen on the bot side of the map for Ruler, if they are leaning more towards like, because again, if T1 want a front-to-back teamfight composition, I think that they would be afraid of enemy team picks Jinx and they don't have any way to lock that Jinx.
Alright, there's the Annie.
Tahm Kench gets rid of some of that peel. The Kai'Sa being paired alongside it, so that the follow-up through from the Xin
Do you not just pick Xayah?
Means that that's going to be taken out of the pool.
Also a little bit of recent history trauma there, maybe against GenG on the Jinx. The Game 5 of the upper bracket finals, Ruler deathless in that one on the champion was a massive impact. And there's the Rel that you brought up, Vedias. That'll be locked in.
Do you want to pick Xayah?
GenG for the big engage.
But think back just yesterday, you know, Guma as well, his Jinx was not to be outdone. It had some stellar gameplay on it. The Xayah is available, and they are considering it. You know, again, these are the two ADs that I was expecting, which is why I was kind of thinking a ban might be coming through between that Xayah and the Ezreal. And we'll see.
The Caitlyn.
He absolutely did. I mean, T1 have been such trolls with the hovers, so I'm never going to trust the hovers.
I never comment on it until they lock it in.
Don't worry, I will, guys. Don't you worry about it.
You're
the Twitch chat of the
speculator.
All right, well, we do get the Xayah. One of the picks definitely I did expect. It feels like you need to have a safe AD carry, right? You know, you're just such an obvious target. Now, the one thing I will say is that Nocturne feels a little bit disjointed from the rest of the composition, so they do need something else to kind of fly in with you. It is going to be Renata. So Renata winless at MSI, but you can just blame Kalista if you're a T1 fan. Just blame Kalista. It's not Renata's fault. She's getting dragged down. She's hanging out with the wrong crowd.
Kalista is the queen of the dumpster at this MSI at 0 and 10. However, Renata is still dumpster royalty right there with TF. Both of them 0 and 8 at this event. We'll see if T1 can break that curse here as the AD carry for GenG will be Sivir.
So Sivir rising in priority, it feels like over MSI. You know, with the Kai'Sa banned out, this is a pick that people don't traditionally think of it as working with a dive comp, but it enables it because of the ultimate, because of the speed up, and you can kind of ricochet through the front line to access the back line here. A lot of really iconic picks, though, coming through for a lot of the players. Owner 24 and 4 on the Nocturne. Chovy 11 and 3 on his Annie.
24 and 4? Holy shit.
All time on Renata. So some really strong picks here.
The thing about the spell shields that you've got to be careful of is it's not that effective against Nocturne.
Is Chovy still jet lagged?
You won't be blinded. That's not going to stop Nocturne from flying.
You will be dead.
It's a 2-word spell. Ideally, you want to be saving that for things like the
Chovy looks so tired. What the fuck?
Renata ultimate, potentially the Ornn ultimate. But you can see that as the list goes on, there's quite a few
He's been there for a while. Why is he
so
so tired?
While she does get that movement speed from an ultimate, she's not going to get a lot of peel. And this ultimately becomes the big point of concern for GenG. There is a lot of backline threat with Ornn and
Is this weird? Oh, okay.
there to support them. So we'll see how these team fights play out because it's going to be explosive.
It really is. And honestly, I love T1's comp.
I guess some players just have weird facial expressions.
It feels like it's so disjointed from the rest. There is no big carry to dive in with you. So I do worry that as the game progresses,
dude, jet lag is like such a weird thing.
You're gonna hit a point where all of a sudden you just don't have enough damage to actually solo out these 80 carries.
4 hours a day? Well, it depends when you sleep for those 4 hours.
Where everyone else is like Renata is peeling for the Azir and the Xayah, the Ornn is looking for these long-range engages, but you're really playing front to back, and then the Nocturne is kind of disjointed. I do feel like GenG's comp is more cohesive.
All right, into the game yet again. Only one summoner spellbook. This time it's for GenG. But as we're waiting for the action to start, Lore is standing by once again, this time with KMTlol.
Thank you, guys.
KMTlol! Yo, what's up, guys?
Okay, what do you think of the series so far?
I think the series. Oh, sorry.
5 games. The crowd's insane. The games are insane. This is perfect.
Okay, but important question here. What do you think is stronger, T1 plot armor or the 08 Renata?
So I think T1 plot armor. Oh, sorry, my bad.
Go really late game to win this, I think.
All right, let's see how this one goes.
Yeah. So T1 plot armor, I think, is really strong. And
all right, we've got it. We've got the opinion here.
Man, dude, people disrespect me all the time, dude.
Got to go late. We'll see if they can get there, or if GenG can drag them into an earlier fight. That feels like a sentence that doesn't feel supernatural, saying that GenG wants to make it messy, wants to get scrappy early, but that is sort of the assignment here in this one. Immediate heal.
Okay. Ow. Heal. Do they use the heal for a movement speed? What the fuck?
Know that priority matters so much in some of these matchups. So,
but Ruler got W first. Why would they try to go in on that?
Using it for that move speed to close the gap on Aguma and try to get a good trade because they really want to have the push here as Sivir. You want to try to lock your opponents under their tower. Otherwise, you are just going to be getting constantly poked out here by this Renata.
Oh my god, barrier
that early just for one auto attack.
My goodness.
What the fuck is happening?
The level 2 secured. The stun will connect. But
I think dude, this bot lane's so aggressive. What the fuck?
You burned through your mana on Sivir very early on into the game. If you're going to use all of it to focus on trading, then you're going to limit a lot of the wave clear options that you have. Kumiyushi falling behind in terms of health, but the pots are now gone for the 80 carries, and keep track of the junglers. Both of them heading that way, doing that full clear from the top side towards bot. And I feel like the big point of contention is going to be this bot lane 2 versus 2.
All right. 300 HP on both of our 80 carries as the auto attacks keep flying back and forth. The junglers both collecting their second buffs, but it is Gumayushi and Keria getting the better trade.
Oh!
Flash from Duro.
Oh!
First
Keria.
He flashes out, but
Kiri's so good.
Guma roots him up, so he's locked down even after the flash. And Guma just flashes to follow. This 2v2 was so spicy right from the word go. And it is T1 coming out on top.
A nice advantage gained for T1. And a punish of Duro's positioning in the lane. He thought that he was safe, but great patience demonstrated by Carrier to bring him back into the arms of his AD carry as they secure a kill. Guma did lose his flash in the exchange, but I think T1's going to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, you can see, Duro just using the crash down for the shield, but once the handshake connects, his flash as he gets out of the CC is just a split second too late because he was still locked up. The feather ball is there. Guma for the flash follow gets the kill, and that is a nice early advantage here for T1, who do have a very strong scaling comp. You can see the frustration on the staff from GenG there, knowing that could have some pretty big knock-on effects for the rest of the game. But I want to talk a bit about Chovy and Faker. Both of these guys have been so pivotal in the wins for their teams. Faker, incredible in the Orianna game 1. Chovy, incredible in the Rise game 2. Chovy had this quote back in 2023 in August, talking about how he knows how to play against Faker. We might have a gank here, doesn't look like it. And then after this quote to me is important because of the excellence he has displayed against Faker since then. His record against Faker since this quote has been nothing short of stellar. It is incredible. Nearly a 90% win rate in domestic best ofs. Game score 77%. International though, Faker still having that success here. It is dead even.
Yeah, but it's only 2 series though. What's the point of bringing that up?
Growth and
oh yeah, dude. They played twice. It was 50-50. You're like, okay, dude.
Greatest player of all time.
Right, you think of Faker and of T1, and you think of, this is the best, the winningest League of Legends team to ever exist in the history of LoL esports. And
dude, it's gonna be a rough schedule.
That consistently rivals them, that consistently challenges
them. So I think I'm gonna take a break after this game.
It is a war so often.
I mean, honestly, it is a
EWC is quick.
To say, yeah, I've played enough against Faker as he might be. Oh, he's in some trouble. Owner's here to cover. It is a crazy flex to say, yeah, I've played enough against Faker. I know how to play.
It's 5 days,
Just casually drop, 90% win rate.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Isn't that the beauty of a rivalry? Having the confidence to understand your opponent and learn through the years to become better. And as you rightly said, domestic versus international. Very different tales. What's crazy to me is the head-to-head record now, I think, is still 62-62 all time because the series is 1-1.
Having a casual best of 127 between the two mid laners. It's going to be decided here today.
And I expect these two mid laners to meet many times more in the future. For now, though, it's
it's like after. So we have Asia Masters, and then after that, I think the last series is kind of blends into EWC.
There is no fight here. Chovy has to go back to
so it depends if we want to do the last series or just go straight into EWC. But I'm not too sure yet what
with his bot lane
or if I'm going to stream it.
For them to close the gap in time and get anything after that. Free Drake, T1.
Honestly, the damage was good enough by Ruler that I thought that
we haven't heard back about co-streaming.
Choose to take the more risk-averse approach. They will allow T1 to walk away. Canyon going to clear out some vision around the mid lane. And so far in this series, we've been seeing a lot of swaps, but for now, these teams are going to match up in their respective lanes.
Absolutely, and I think Keen is going to be happy to continue laning against Orin. He did go first strike. We hadn't touched on that yet, so he is just going to be playing to kind of just farm gold off of the Orin, realizing, hey, I'm probably not going to be able to kill him. It is just going to be more of that farm lane. Doran already has a lot of magic resist here.
Show them in a good light? Oh, yeah. Well,
one of the
my content.
Match that pressure that Rumble can put out in the early stages.
I'm just talking about my asshole too much.
Just trying to get to those faster item spikes thanks to the first strike.
I haven't done it that much for MSI though.
Top laner, surely so far in the first 2 games. Remember that this is
DLG drama.
International appearance in game
number 1. Yeah. The Valorant thing where they promised fans.
It was right, exactly.
Like,
first finals, excuse me. But,
all paid expense viewing, and then because he lost, he just left them there. Cancel like meetups and stuff.
His team fell behind in the team fights. In game number 2, Doran's Camille never accomplished the goal that he was drafted for, while Keen became the raid boss on the Scion, just creating this massive difference in presence in the games. Now,
I saw a little bit of that.
Phase where he has that slight gold lead. Doran, however, staying even in farm early on this one, which is an improvement from games 1 and 2.
Well, gentlemen, look what time it is. 8 minutes in, and it's grub o'clock. Ruler.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we know what the event is about, dude.
AD carry top for T1, which means that T1 will have better positioning, but Duro and Chovy cutting off the route for Carry, who just
Buy the fan base, basically.
That could very well be the level difference.
Okay, keep your eyes on the engage.
Oh, what the fuck? What's going on here? Faker has to ult or dash out. Canyon. Oh, that's huge, Renata. Wait, actually, wait, what's going on? Oh my God, Faker. Wow.
Take control of the topside river. There's no kills, there's no bodies, but GenG no longer deal with resistance. T1 forced all the way out as Gumayushi.
Oh my God, Gumayushi.
But nobody on GenG is under threat. Critically,
well, dude, everyone lived. What the fuck?
It won't be all three for GenG, but they control the top side of the pit.
Yeah, GenG gonna be able to walk away with 2 of those grubs, so they will get credit for the objective take here. Chovy critically got a ton of damage down early. We can see the equalizer used on Guma on the top side, but Chovy on the other side finds Faker as he tries to enter right here. Chunks out Faker incredibly low. Carrier had to spend the heal, and this kind of meant Faker couldn't really get very involved in the play. So even
dude, look at that Canyon, just barely lived.
The fact that Faker is just fully zoned out there by Chovy and by the Tibbers made it really hard for T1 to have enough damage to punch through.
So close. Everyone was so close to dying, dude. Holy shit.
But that was just a taster of the fights to come. We're expecting this game to be hectic with the engaged compositions that both sides have drafted. But still, 1-0 the scoreline for now.
The Soldiers' job is to protect the Emperor, and that time they did just that for Faker and
dude, that's
T1.
crazy.
One Drake for the side of T1.
Okay, can we switch the overlay?
GenG means our neutral objectives are tied
there
in
we go.
regards to the feats. Only a single kill on the clock here, 10 minutes into the game. Remember Lore's interview with KMTlol at the very start of things. KMTlol saying he wants to see T1 try to take this one late if they're going to win it. 1 kill at 10 minutes feels like a good start for keeping the game at the pace you want.
Yeah, but I don't know, dude. I feel like late game, doesn't this team come like just Omega pop off?
You get these games where
like favorite late game is just disgusting, no?
The pressure is never alleviated. Both of these teams are incredibly proactive on the map. They play super well around objectives and vision specifically. And let's have a quick look at the vision control that GenG have right now. Control ward here, 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 here. Like the vision coverage across their entire entrances to the jungle, just to make sure they have a clear idea of what T1 is up to. And T1 no slouches either. Matching that vision, keeping track of whether or not Canyon tries to set up any invades and steal away those camps.
That's exactly what you said. I mean, I think you nailed it, right? You know, the tension is around these small objectives. It's not always the dragon. It is about getting the push, fighting for the advantage there so you can move in, link up with your jungler, clear out wards, establish control and priority. Because both of these teams are playing the game at such a ridiculously high level that so much of the fights are actually won prior to the fight with the setup.
And talking about setting things up, Keen is back to his ways from games 1 and 2, now with a solid gold lead for himself, the largest individual lead in the game at over 400 gold here on the Rumble up against Doran's Ornn. Remember, a lot of the time, this matchup starts to feel much better for the Ornn once Kanik Rookern is completed. The existence of the Magic Shield allows you to trade very effectively into Rumble's damage, but that first completed item does go over to Keen with Leandries. Now
are they going to fight this?
Available for Keen, but
they're so late.
T1 are starting up the objective.
Yeah, they can't.
GenG
what the fuck?
down to try to do something about it. Drop, but it only finds Owner. Magnet Storm again, only on Owner.
Okay, I mean, to get Owner.
One for one here at the very start.
I mean, can they keep chasing? I don't think they can. Oh, Faker! What the fuck? Oh my God, that still works. It's just like a debate. Oh my God.
Nearly kills them, but it's still just the 1 for 1.
How are the team fights?
Yeah, I don't know why Renata's win rate's really bad. Because like they also paired with Varus. It's not just Kalista.
Just 1 for 1. The engage onto Owner to catch him as T1 is trying to retreat from the dragon, but T1 fight back.
Yeah, Renata's 0 and 8.
The fact that he's able to trade a kill back in that situation is crazy, but T1 still walk away with the dragon.
Yeah, ridiculously close fight there. Guma barely surviving, Chovy barely surviving. And GenG committed a lot just to get that one kill.
Yeah, I think Renata's really good for counter-engaging.
Should be able to walk this one out. Chovy does have his flash, but I don't think he's going to spend it in this spot with Carrier around.
Yeah, Duro, yeah, he lands crash down. Yeah, he follows up with Shattering Strike, but with no damage in range. With that massive fight having just occurred, ultimates are all down. You can look at the cooldowns on the scoreboard. Only Fakers was still left. We saw him go in, try to find an opportunity to use it, but not find it.
Yeah, that. I mean, I think the Rumble ult wasn't that bad, to be honest.
Everything is being committed. They're locking him down, but Owner just pops the ult, turns around, gets 1 kill back. The hostile takeover put a lot of pressure onto Canyon as well as Keen.
Yeah, this by Faker, I was like, wait, what the fuck? I guess he's fine, dude.
You can see that feather pull into the knock-up right there from Doran against the wall. Really well played combo.
Dude,
but Chovy
Guma, you living this crazy.
They get the flash out of Ruler, which I didn't see live in the fight. You can see
they both look disappointed.
No one is happy with the fight.
Love the reactions from Coach Helper there on GenG. Carrier.
You want to troll the R? How do you troll it?
But my goodness, I mean, it feels like we're just waiting for that one fight to break the game open because it's so back and forth right now. It can really swing either way, and the Herald 50 seconds away could.
Oh yeah, he was trying to, but I thought he was using it to
reaction was the opposite of what you talked about
to avoid damage. I didn't really think he was using it to like deal damage. It felt more like a defensive R than an offensive R. That's why I was like, it's fine. It felt fine at least.
I feel like throughout his career, one thing that has made Faker stand apart from all of the other players, from all of the other highest ranking mid laners, he's so good at absorbing pressure. Yeah. He's so good at providing threat while also not putting himself in a spot to be punished.
I mean, it sounds like an oversimplification, but he just knows how to win, right? Like he knows where to be, he knows what to do, he knows what he can give up and when he cannot. He knows exactly how to play to win, and that is why it's sometimes shocking. You know, he can be losing late.
Helper versus Tom in the backstage reaction.
He still is going to find the best possible route towards victory, and I think that really is what makes him so special.
Was Helper also on PSG?
It is, you know, a very kind of close game right now, but I think that favors T1 because it's going very slowly.
Okay, GenG have control over the top side river. Rift Herald, the target.
I know Tom was.
Coming in from T1.
Here we go.
Herald's down to about 4,000.
50-50 for Rift Herald. Oh, look at that Renato ult. Into the Ornn ult. How can you play? Yeah, dude, holy shit.
Another kill about to come.
Oh, that's clean ace, my boys.
Not a single man on T1 has fallen. The recall from Chovy trying to get away. The handshake denies it. Chovy on the run with the blast cone, but he's not going far. Owner ready here with a spell shield. Needs a little bit more. A double kill to Carrier. A 7-1 game for T1.
Damn, 7-1.
From Duro, but it is a better answer from Carrier. The hostile takeover hit all 5 members of GenG, and that completely changed the course of the fight. Completely changed.
Dude, look at this combo, dude.
One more time. Duro finds T1 as they're stacking up. You think this is going to be the incredible engage.
Like Duro goes in, but like look at that Renata ult.
It hits
everything. It's 4 people or 5 or something.
The follow-up from T1 was perfect. The Ornn ulti goes through the whole team. Ruler's spell shield was used early against the Nocturne, and that was a game changer.
An exceptional response from Carrier.
Nice.
Nice indeed. And I mean, in that fight, Chovy flashed forward to try and follow up, but he actually only connected his ultimate onto Doran. So the fact that he flashed forward then meant the response from Doran, he could CC Chovy, knock him into the air, and he's removed from the fight in an instant.
See, I told you it was Gliss's fault. Renata's innocent.
That might be the case here because T1 is looking good in game 3. A 3,000 gold lead. The additional reward.
Yeah, I think Renata's fine. I don't know why.
We are only 17 and a half minutes into the game, and GenG now have
I guess it just depends.
of trying to defend every Drake hereafter.
Yeah, Renata versus Annie and Rel.
These guys are hard to kill right now.
Like, it's so hard in engage at?
A whole lot worse. Keria with the play of the game. Hostile takeover is slow as hell, and he put it in the right spot to just completely win the fight.
One thing too that's hard to notice
It's a good comp. It's mostly for like counter pick.
So much additional chaos.
I feel like Renata's good to counter pick bot lane or counter pick team comps. I don't think Renata's good blind. Like I wouldn't first pick Renata or early pick, you know.
Takeover, and I think that did contribute to the fact that GenG, no one could react to it to avoid it.
And maybe that's the answer to the
Here's showing why he took top spot from Barrel, dude. What are you talking about? What do you mean Barrel? What do you mean Barrel? What do you mean Barrel? Please stop.
And allow Azir and Xayah to DPS the fight.
And it's important to recognize that while T1 is in a good position, when we look at the items, they're actually very similar for the time being. Of course, T1 is a bit ahead of the play. Faker's likely going to complete his second item before that of Chovy, ahead of this neutral objective. But there is this window where, itemization-wise, T1 don't have such a significant lead over GenG just yet while they're in that component stage, which means that GenG still has a chance to fight back and potentially turn this game around.
And I feel like they have to find that chance soon, because to me, it's not just about the it's about the scaling. You're facing against an Ornn, an Azir. Renata is going to have tremendous value in those later stages. And Guma is going to be so hard to knock down as he gets towards some of those luxury items later on. So I do think GenG absolutely in with a chance, but they have got to be picture perfect in their engages at this next dragon. You can't give over Soul. So basically, I feel like the game gets decided if it is T1's or if it continues.
Oh, I miss Naguri so much, dude.
Dragon in 230.
Bug catch
When you look
Naguri.
at these champions on GenG, when you see the Rel and the Annie, and then you have the Rumble equalizer over the top, they want to go in, they want to coordinate together. And that Nocturne ulti that you bring up, Isaac, just makes it so hard for everybody to coordinate the engage the way that they want to.
Well, GenG is going to have to find a way to bring that coordination together. 2 minutes until the Mountain Soul. Duro.
Yeah.
Get away to safety just barely.
Yeah, one more feather from Guma Yushi would have been the third there for the root.
They want Otacon. They're pinging on it. T1 are just going to start it up.
Chovy with a teleport coming in. T1, control over this bot side river.
Annie did use her ult in the top lane onto Faker, so the burst that she has available from it is not going to be up for the fight. T1 is trying to put pressure onto GenG, knowing this.
I mean, he's the kind of person that should have never left Korea, dude. It's so obvious that he would not fit in a foreign country.
They're starting up the Otacon, but no Chovy ulti. It could be very risky. T1, they don't have Faker here. He doesn't have a teleport. GenG are trying to force the issue before the T1 mid laner arrives. They've got the Otacon down to
Canyon's dead.
Canyon's about to die. He stays alive with an ice crest.
Oh! T1! Why the fuck did they wait 10,000 years for that play?
GenG just completely lost everything.
In the face of Ona.
Wait, Chovy's level 11, Guma's level 13? Oh, this is over. Oh, it's GG. 3-1. T1's gonna win 3-1, dude.
T1 have just been so deadly around these objectives here, pushing forward to try to get even more off the back of that. This is going to be an over 5,000 gold lead now. So I want to see that replay one more time, because to me, Owner was huge, but Guma just as important. The feathers that he had stacked up there. Canyon had the Otacon in a
what the fuck, dude? Look at the XP gap.
So
what the fuck? How can play? Dude, how can they play?
Canyon, when the Otacon starts to actually leash, he has to walk back in, and what happens is he walks through all of these feathers right here. He charges back in. There is the root that chunks him incredibly low. This is what allows T1 to just go in on the fight, even though Faker is not already there. So it's a quiet thing, but it was so incredibly important. He realizes, I'm about to die to this Nocturnal. I need to get my smite down before I go down. And as a result, Canyon smite just too early. Credit to Owner for nailing it, but credit to Guma for setting it up.
And Owner stone cold with his expression, calm and collected as another exchange in the river.
And this exchange is because the Mountain Soul for T1 is alive. They've got a 5,000 gold lead. And if they secure the Soul, GenG knows their chances are disappearing fast.
Duro already at about 60% HP. He's looking for an angle, but the vision coverage by T1 is just too good. Look at the bot wave. T1 have pushed that one all the way to the
Yeah, they're
tower.
gonna get Mountain Soul. Holy shit.
The pressure across the map. Duro desperately
Dude, this Annie's invisible, man.
Carry has marked him. Look at Canyon. He's over the wall here. He has the flash. Equalizer already used. Magnet Storm over the top, but it doesn't find a lot. Hostile takeover.
No.
Through the river. Gumayushi's already killed Duro. 3 dead on GenG. T1 are ruthless. Owner is unstoppable, and that Dragon Soul is free for the taking.
T1 taking full control now. Duro thought he found an angle to get in on Faker, but there was no one to follow up at all. Faker was barely threatened. T1 turn around the fight easily, claim the soul, extend the gold lead even further, and it feels like T1 are about to send us to match point.
The team fighting in this series has been nothing short of incredible. Ruler looking to get a bit of revenge.
Yeah, his MSI has been good. That's why I don't understand why he was ranked #1.
Is what he needs. Shut down on the enemy support. Carry a 2-0-10 before that, but the cost is still the Mountain Soul for T1.
T1, 13 kills to 2. Decimated this team fight. The Rumble ultimate used very early on. A nice engage and the flash follow-up from the Xin Zhao, but he doesn't quite connect it. The darkness is dropped and immediately GenG just becomes scattered. Rulers
yeah, like, I don't know, man. This Annie pick hasn't really done shit.
Literally paranoid at the Nocturne flying at his face, and everything falls apart for GenG.
And T1 absolutely dominating there in our MasterCard priceless moment of the game. Faker's follow-up after the initial engage as well from his team was fantastic, and now you have to think GenG with his composition.
Like, yeah, dude, I don't know.
It's about the initial engage here. It's really only Ruler.
It's crazy how they can have, how GenG can have a crazy record,
Soul is going to be so hard to get through.
yet still falter at the finish line.
Owner just zeroes him out and kills him. Chovy, the team only has 2 kills. Chovy's the only one without an assist or a kill on anything. The Annie has been invisible in this game.
And bad goes to worse when you realize Doran now is upgrading items for his team.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. He's like 2 levels down.
Nashor's there on Faker, and they are threatening this Baron here, but we'll pull off.
All right, GenG. They got to make something crazy happen. Chovy looking for an opportunity as T1 try to back away. Owner's going to turn out the lights. Chovy's been found waiting in the brushes. With the Doran ulti combine to instantly execute GenG. T1 with a quadra kill for Gumayushi.
He wants the penta.
GenG thought they had a plan, and T1 deny it.
Exquisite execution from T1 as they dismantle Chovy's attempt for a flank. No room is given as Carrier's
Dude, Carrier's fucking Renata ult was crazy, dude.
Secured, and T1 is dominating in game 3.
This game is mandatory VOD review for every other Renata Glask at the tournament. Carrier is showing how it's done.
Dude, look at this cat.
Massive difference
Holy
fuck.
fuck.
The positioning has been fantastic from him in every single fight. GenG
actually crazy, dude.
Over the wall. Plus the Nocturnal has the lights turned off. He is out of vision. The positioning is perfect from Carrier. That is why this guy has won as much as he has. Faker now in trouble.
Yeah, Faker's been caught out, tries to use Emperor's Divide to make himself enough space for his team to show up, and yes, he does. Now Owner enters into the paranoia. His target is Keen. Carrier ready to follow up here, goes for the handshake, finds the enemy top laner.
Never mind.
Faker's on a killing spree, and Ruler tries to run. Owner's in hot pursuit, and the fear
Yeah, they have plot armor.
Range to proc just yet. Ruler's the target, Gumayushi's the killer, and Faker cashes in. A double kill for the Azir as T1 break into the base.
There is a cost for attacking the Emperor himself, and GenG have been forced to pay it. The Nexus is in their eyes.
T1 with a 5v3. First Nexus turret, the target. Hostile takeover zones GenG away. T1
Dude, they just have plot armor, dude. T1's, yeah.
Gold ahead. All they need is a minion wave. They've got it here at the Nexus. Duro's next to die, and Chovy's Annie is about to follow. T1 in the strongest performance thus far are at match point.
Incredible performance here from T1. The Nocturne combo with Renata did go crazy. I talked about the execution. I didn't see that angle, but they literally.
Yeah, I don't know, dude.
The only execution that game was the execution
GenG just can't win. They're just so.
20-2
oh man.
kills. Let's head over to the analyst desk to break it down.
To break it down and to emphasize just how incredibly impressive it is that T1
Yeah, nice Annie, dude. Nice Annie.
and their best game of the tournament when they're about to go on match point versus GenG.
Yeah, but they get to fight against GenG, dude.
Shocks, they are so
They're not fighting against
out there
like BLG or some shit or GADG.
Getting the kill, flashing the T1 emo.
Yeah, I was so glad that the observers
Loser bracket angle.
lane 2v2
OP.
both bot lanes were like
Oh, okay, I'm gonna take a piss.
trying to blow
I'll be
up
back.
just to get to level 2. And then Carria's Renata, they talked about it in draft where Azael was like, you know what? Don't blame the Renata. It's one of his best champions. It worked so well with this Nocturne and then also with the Ornn combo on top of it. These team fights are crazy.
I'm sorry, Renata, that we talked badly about you. As Azael said, it's the crowd you hang with because apparently Carria and T1 can pilot it just fine.
That was an insane support gap. I am blown away, right? And obviously it wasn't even necessarily as much about Duro because he has to go in on these plays. It was about the ability of Carrias. This was the early game. When both teams just looked like they would get like one,
there's
two,
a word we can
3,
use.
4 kills.
But we're not
gonna respond to that. And they were consistently able to all get out alive. But once the actual 5v5s broke out, the team fighting was insane. And I very quickly want to highlight, GenG have been in tough positions. They've reverse swept before. They've gone to 5 games a lot. But they need crazy resilience to come back after a stomp that one-sided.
And the coaching staff we saw needs to be able to give them that support as well because, as you say, it is a confidence game most of the time when you have two teams that are so good. And when it comes to confidence in the bot lane, I want to take a look at this early 2v2 because what exactly happens there?
I mean, this is kind of what we were talked about. Both of these bot lanes were scrapping back and forth, trying to blow each other's sums, right? And there is a crucial Carria handshake coming up soon as we go through this B-roll. But basically, they were just going back and forth, trying to get to level 2. And Carria on this Renata absolutely ends up owning them.
And I understand why GenG want to go for this, because they have a summoner spot, right? They have barrier versus cleanse. So in the combat, you should be stronger. But as Duro is going to miss his flash positioning in a fight that's about to come up, ends up making such a big difference in this lane, because I think that this lane is really snowballing either way. If Sivir can get ahead, you can really make a lot happen. But right here, if he flashes out of that recall, he lives.
He lives. That's why you said it's a support gap. And Maurits, we were talking a little bit as well about how Xayah has fallen in priority for a lot of marksmen globally, but it has always been something that Gumayushi really loves. And I actually think it's giving them a huge boon in these fearless drafts because he's able to slam it whenever.
It's also something that Ruler loves to play, obviously, given his track record on the champion. But it's something that I even commented on yesterday. Guma is so insanely consistent on this champion in the team fights, and it was so funny because he got an early lead, he popped off, got a quadra, but let's be real, this game was about 2 people, and it was about, I think, mostly Owner, and Carria obviously is the main character.
Yeah, and the key word you use there is these team fights, because the setup was just so beautiful. T1, they turn out the lights, then they hit you with a train and a Renata ultimate.
Crazy.
Multiple examples. Here was what actually the most recent one. They were actually disgustingly far ahead at this point, but that was just so beautiful over the wall, and seeing the combination here again.
Yeah, quadra kill there as well. That's a nice game to play Xayah. Also, on the side of Ruler, does he have this many flashbacks about Azir in 2023 that he needed a spell shield and that he had to go for that Sivir because...
I don't think he's been the problem. I obviously didn't get to play the game in that one.
I just wanted to make the connection. I don't think he's been the problem either.
He did flash the JDG emote earlier.
He did, and you know what? Karma comes quick and fast. Now, let's talk about today's HyperX Reflex Replay, which is one of those those fights where they weren't that far ahead yet at the Herald.
This ended up deciding the fight. So we have GenG already set up here, and they know they're about to 5v5, right? So their goal is going to be take care of Keria, because he is the biggest staller. If it's a long fight, they are not going to be able to actually win. So as we roll the clip, we are going to see that GenG, very aware of this, is going to try and follow up as Duro goes in. Again, if Keria lives, this engage is a disaster. Crucially, Duro finds him in the engage, but this flash right there from Keria means that there's a bailout, there is a multi-man ultimate, and Doran follows up with a beautiful Ornn.
Yeah, this is exactly how you would want this Ornn, Renata, Nocturne combo to work, right? Nocturne turns out the lights, it affects what people can see. That flash out into the hostile takeover is just absolutely beautiful.
What do you want to show us, Kobe?
I always want to look at the damage on kills. I'm always so curious because look at that. Sivir gets so much bounce damage. Everybody always knows this, but look, at the bar right there, you know, half of Guma's is actually on kills, but Sivir gets so much chip damage. I mean, the team fighting here from T1 was just so clean, utilizing each part together to really find those synergies for the big combos. And I mean, Keria here just looking like the best support in the world.
Unbelievable. He's got his buddy back, right? You know, Guma wasn't there for the whole way, and it does show that they play very well together, and that does mean that T1 gets to match point first. And I think when you look at the expectations coming into MSI, first and foremost, you would not say they would make it to the final, let alone make it to match point first, let alone perhaps being the team to break that 20
I need to clean myself out.
It's insane, and I feel like every time, if you only watch internationals, you keep why are these guys trying to lie to me? What do you mean T1 isn't a favorite? What are you talking about? Because every single time, and this split, I do think,
GenG going home, I mean, so is T1.
We've seen this team barely make it to Worlds like they did last time, and with T1, when they're in this form, to me, a lot of it does come down to draft. I don't like going too ham on draft, but I feel like GenG is fairly predictable, and T1 is making such good use. That Renata into that amount of short-range bulk-up damage just did so much work.
They could very well finish it here. I don't think they will. I think we will go for another Silver Scrapes. Because
T1, I don't know.
GenG has chosen the blue side, and it's been a pretty good side today. And NA fans, while MSI is coming to an end, there are more LoL Esports events coming up soon. This September, the LTA Finals will be in Texas, baby. Scan the QR code on screen to grab your tickets now. And
September 27th?
Finishes the job, or if
feels so fast.
to yet another Silver Scrapes.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to...
Yeah, Asia Masters starts in like, what, 3 hours? 3 hours and 20 minutes, holy shit.
传奇该如何铸就？
He changed the meta. He pushed the limits of the game.
Dude, there's not enough time to take a nap. What I'll probably end up doing is laundry plus I'd probably go to the convenience store and grab some thing to eat. Oh, of course, you're right, you're right. T1's gonna win this one. I gotta clean up my room a bit. Organize the trash. Laundry. Kappa, cleaner gaming. You had 25 cans of red full stack. Yeah, I do. I was not naked. I put on pants. Such Japanese shrimp. Shut up, dude. I just have a lot of bottles because I was like drinking a lot. I was sick. But I've been sleeping a lot this week, dude. My apartment has a massive shared trash can, so I'm put in the group chat who's drinking all the cans of monsters before. Yeah, well. Dude, then LCP starting? Oh my god. I'm gonna have to take a break at some point. Yeah, that Renata pick was OP as fuck.
Dead on GenG. T1, our ruthless owner, is unstoppable, and that Dragon Soul is free for the taking. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to
Hustling.
MSI 2025.
Yeah, but I killed my momentum with the like MSI day one was pretty good, but then I got banned.
Game 3 performance with a final score.
Then after that, it was like it's not that great. After CFO got eliminated. But Asia Masters, I'll probably pop back off.
And I really just
always do well for Asia Masters.
Crazy it is that T1's even in this
so it's like I can't quit.
The spring that they had, the challenges that they went through during the regular season, the series against HLE that people expected HLE to win. Now for them to be not only in the grand final, but at match point, pushing GenG to the very limit after losing to them in the upper finals, this team really
well, that's because I have no competition.
That cannot be explained.
It's more evidence for my theory that we're all just background characters in an anime that is centered around T1 and Faker. It's all just for the plot development. They need to have
like I'm competing with Casual.
To make it believable that
like of course I'm not going to be popular.
Well, let's see if GenG can make the struggle even greater as the bans coming in thick and fast.
All right, we've still got Nico banned over on the blue side, which GenG are back on in this game, alongside the Silas and the Yorick bans. Over on the other side, two very familiar faces here in
You're banned there? Yeah, exactly. That's why you're here, dude. I need Casual to ban more people.
Two that neither team on red side are willing to give over on the B1 as Blitzcrank. An unusual ban, but one that you got to look out for.
I'm thinking Lulu. I'm thinking maybe even Tom Kench. Yeah. Like range supports, possibly Karma as well. If
wow, Victor first pick.
That, does Chovy locks in his Victor right at the start.
It also makes me wonder about picks like Jinx and things like that rising in priority, right? Some of these vulnerable hyper carries, you're saying, okay, we want to have an enchanter pairing with it. What would struggle, you know, would that be a struggle against? Well, maybe the Blitzcrank. So it is going to be Victor here early on. A lot of these control mages have already been kind of worked through here. We did see Faker, though, when he was pushed yesterday, bringing out the Hwei, which was quite effective for him.
Both of these first picks for either team have been bans in previous games in this matchup. The Skarner ban just last game.
I just want to draw attention to, as we get later into these drafts, and you blind pick a jungler against Canyon, this is where he starts to bring some of his more unique picks out. There's the Jinx hover that we talked about.
That's what I thought as soon as they banned out the Blitz.
It's been such a good pick for both AD carries. We only have to go back to yesterday to witness Gumiyushi's performance on the champion, but I want to go
honestly, I don't hate it.
Things like his Nidalee. We think back to last year's MSI where he brought out the Kha'Zix. We think back to Worlds 2023. We think about champions like the Kayn that he's shown us before. A champion that has a very unique champion pool, is going to keep it calm and go with the Trundle instead.
The tank tenderizer here to deal with that Skarner that's been locked in first.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it makes a lot of sense. You know, when you're thinking too about how do you build a comp around Jinx, it usually is a bunch of meatballs and then
I'm gonna pick Tom
people to keep you
Kench.
safe, people to keep you secure. It is going to be the blind Jace top here for Keen. Curious to see.
Are they just gonna pick like Mbessa
here in mid lane, or if they're going to prioritize the match
or mid? I don't know what they would pick
the
mid.
Jason top lane here for GenG. Again, I talked about it in game number 3, but Keen has been winning his lane in all the games so far. He's been building these
Tom
individual
Kench.
leads, and even though
Wow,
GenG has
okay.
lost twice, it hasn't been because of that top lane falling short individually. If Keen's given the tools to be one of the big carry threats, that could be the win con right there.
Ziggs going to be targeted by T1, eliminating the AP
Ruler,
option
don't pick
alongside
Ziggs,
the map.
please.
I
Just
feel like
play
we've seen
something good.
too many times people not just pick hyper carry into the hyper carry of Jinx.
Kais is
I'm a fan of
open.
Things like Zeri as a response. Just go full scaling against scaling. No,
Ooh,
it's going to
Caitlyn.
come down to these full late game fights. Coming into this tournament, there was some conversation about Zeri actually rising in priority. We'll see what direction Ruler decides to go as the bans continue to come through. Doran's Gragas going to be targeted away.
I'm also just so interested to see how Chovy will bounce back from the last game, because when he went no kills, no assists, I had our stats team look into when was the last time that even happened. It happened last year in July 20th was the last time he had it happen. Has only happened 10 total times in his entire career, where he has played nearly 900 games. So exceptionally rare.
Wow,
for
900,
Chovy to
okay.
not be involved in any way. To be
Blue
shut out
ban.
in a game like that against a team that he has recently kind of dominated regionally is really a
Oh,
surprise.
Philios is open.
Less than 1%.
It happened, yeah, so we can essentially just round it and say this happens 1 out of every 100 games, maybe, and it happened there in game 3.
And all likelihood happened early in his career, right? You know, so it's before Chovy was Chovy. Probably some of those happened. So it is crazy to see that. Lulu gonna get banned out here. They are potentially worried about something, I think, like a Lulu Zeri, like you were talking about matching hyper carries on the other side.
Ezreal is also still open. A champion that is synonymous with a player like Ruler. And if they want to go for something like a Ezreal Karma, potentially, if they want a little bit more poke, Victor, Jace, Ez, very long range, very difficult to play around these neutral objectives just because of the sheer amount of poke. Oh my goodness. It's a very similar composition to what we saw yesterday from T1 when they played against AL, just that traditional front-to-back style.
Hey, Cassante.
Be an additional front line to help protect Gumiyushi.
If they want to go something more standard too, they can also go the MF route, which Ruler has
there it
liked, but
is.
it is going to be Zeri instead.
Oh, Zeri
They
Rakan.
have the Lulu pairing that was banned away, so clearly T1, you know, we're suspicious of that coming through, but it will be the Rakan to give them that hard engage, which I think is something that they would have needed anyway.
And I like the Cassante pick here for T1, not just
The
for
Jinx,
this game,
yeah.
but because it's a bit of insurance. If this does go to Silver Scrapes, like the last time these two teams went head-to-head did, this also removes the Cassante possibility for Keen in a Game 5. As Faker's Game 4 pick, it is Control Mage and a Control Mage with the Hwei.
This is what I was expecting. We saw yesterday, you know, when it was that Game 5.
Well, I think
he got
T1's
pushed
comp
down
is
in
so
shambles,
good.
And it was Control Mage type of situation. He went to the way, he performed well on it, so I'm not surprised whatsoever.
I think it was really good, the
This
early
is what
pick
it
Jinx,
was
Tom
for
Kench.
T1. Hwei Jinx as that final game yesterday when we went to 5 here against AL, that got them across the finish line. This is the tried and true for them. Guma and Faker on hyper carries, 3 tanks around them to keep them safe. But on the other side, you have Trundle to shred those resistances. You have Chovy and Ruler on these hyper carries, and you have Keen, who has been playing so well in lane with the potential to create a side lane advantage here over Xante.
In these late series,
Yeah, the Zeri is kind of weird.
I feel like people show
But
too
I
much
mean, I don't know what else you would
Jinx,
pick.
and the moment she gets a
Maybe
kill, she just snowballs out
Kai'Sa?
of control. Now looking to match with that scaling, GenG still have ways to fight back should things fall apart a little bit in the early game. It's just about taking the game slow, which in the early game this series largely has been. It's an exciting moment. T1 find themselves at match point, and GenG putting a lot of emphasis on their carries to stand strong here in Game 4 to hopefully bring us to Game 5.
GenG ready to lock in against a T1 squad that is 1 game away from winning this entire tournament. Game number 4, we are on to the Rift. And Betty, as you already mentioned how unlikely it was that T1 got to this point. For GenG, the expectations very much that they would be here. This is a team that is on a 22 series win streak. Although they have dropped individual games, they have not lost a series the entire road to MSI, the entire duration of this tournament here in Vancouver. They have stood tall.
I mean, the last time they lost a series was in the LCK Cup, February 22nd. Has been so long since they have actually been taken down. And it would be absolutely historic if they were able to actually win MSI without dropping a series after having an entire split of not
They didn't
dropping
lose
a
and win to the
series.
fucking bro.
That, to me, is perfection. And it's something that is hard to even comprehend being possible. But GenG now 1 game away from tripping at the final hurdle here, from being just brought up barely short here by T1.
Yeah, the unfortunate reality for GenG is that so many teams, rosters, organizations have been on the precipice of making history, and the number of times that T1 have stood in their way is too many to count. The lanes are already very active, trading back and forth between the players. Push on the top side in favor of GenG. On the bot side, though, it's a very contested wave.
It absolutely is, and I want to remind you yesterday of the performance from Guma against AL. This guy was unreal in that series. 32, 8, and 27, ridiculous. Had massive leads in most of the games early on. You know, with the damage, the Jinx game, he was completely untouched. Once he got a couple kills, he really did run away with it. T1 played incredibly around him to enable him. They know that this guy is going to get them across the finish line if they put him in a good spot.
Yeah, it is.
Bot lane scrappy here early on, not as much as we saw in the previous game, but Canyon thinking about getting involved here in the mid lane. 2 immobile control mages. Faker's got to try to run the flash chop from Canyon.
Oh,
sets it up.
Canyon. What the fuck?
First blood. 2 minutes and 55 seconds into the game.
That's a crazy gank angle.
Going quickly. Hwei is a champion that once that flash is gone is easy to lock down. Once he used the skill in that mid lane matchup, they were quick to capitalize. Chovy and Canyon draw first blood here in Game 4.
I just think the gank was perfectly timed. They were
I mean, he's won like, what, 5 regionals?
As soon as he used the EE for that chomp, he doesn't have his fear available. And that is really your defense in most cases from these ganks. So as soon as that happened with Canyon in that side wave, you knew it was going to be incredibly hard for him to survive, and GenG, able to bait that out, able to execute on an early gank.
Yeah, I mean, when Trundle walks at you, the point-blank fear is a pretty solid anti-Trundle mechanism, but once it's gone, like you say, there's just nothing to do about it. And Canyon, despite the fact that Trundle doesn't have hard CC, the slows from the chomp, the slows from the pillar, it's enough to set it up for GenG nice and early. And when you look at the T1 comp, you don't want to have this Trundle this massive melee bruiser that just invalidates your front line.
Exactly, but they spot him there, walked a little bit too far forward. Faker had eyes on him, and Owner is on that top side. We'll see if he can do anything about it, because Canyon is going to be on a reset right now.
the other thing that doesn't get talked about often is the stacks that Victor gets just by being involved in one of those early kills. Already at 59 in the mid lane matchup, securing 25 off that kill means that he's quickly accelerated towards the upgraded E, which just provides so much more wave clear. And that on Victor is very valuable just because of how much control it gives you over the mid wave.
Really is. It looks like Chovy with that early Ruby Crystal going to be going towards Aroa, so definitely a slow build here, but will help him to be a lot tankier in these fights. I just question, is that what he needs? Also the ability to potentially go towards Masks and go towards an early Leandries or something like that, but we have been seeing a lot of Roa. I just think he needs that frontline damage against a team comp that has a lot of HP to choose from.
Might just be thinking about the scaling state of a game where it's
Yeah,
Series
use
versus
heal.
Jinx in the bottom lane. Guma Yushi caught on the very edge of the grand entrance. Keria trying to protect his AD carry. Guma already using the ghost there to get
Okay,
a little bit of extra
King?
distance. His
What the
team
fuck?
versus Doran here on the top side as Doran down to
Oh my
300
God.
HP. A sidestep from Keen. Doran is low, but he survives. It's a big wave about to crash.
I need a
into the
nap.
turret as
Do we
Doran
all
heals
need a
back
nap?
up with the health
Praise
potion.
Bastards.
He's still applying the pressure. Accelerated shock pass brings the Cassante back down to 300. Pathmaker from Doran, but another heal from the grasp of the Undying from Keen.
So, while that very tense situation is
Yeah,
happening on the top
today's
side of the map, they were able
matchups
to get
not
Gushi's
the
ghost,
greatest.
And they got the heal out from Carrier. Doran now taking
But it should
over
be
level
fine.
6 means that he's a little bit more safer in this 1 versus 1. Ona tested his
There's
luck
only
around
one
the
stream,
ground, decided
so-
against it. Now that the bot lane of GenG has returned to lane, resets need to come through from Guma and Carrier. Meanwhile, in mid lane, Chovy really starting to put on the pressure.
Canyon taking the Drake now with the Trundle. Pretty easy for Trundle to take these objectives. Remember also with King's Tribute, you get a nice surge of healing after you take down one of these large targets. Back in mid lane, the trades back and forth. And with Chovy using the Void
EDG
Storm,
versus
Arcane
LGD
Storm,
though.
to just get a little bit of extra tempo over Faker here. Make sure he's keeping that pressure up while his teammates finish off the Drake that Canyon was securing there. So we've got the early gold lead for GenG thanks to Canyon in the mid lane. We've got the early objective lead for Canyon with the Drake take before the Grubs even spawn.
This one ward in that banana brush has paid a lot of dividends. This ward right here actually spotted Owner when he walked in to start the dragon. That's how they pushed him off. Again, he was looking for an angle to go towards mid lane, spots him walking into the river there, and has been able to help keep themselves safe. Duro even spotting him again here as he tries to go aggressive because they had seen Canyon up on that top side.
Yeah, that's right. OMG's in the main
That
team.
Doran did place, but Ruler here with Duro gonna try to stop him.
Yeah, Owner loses half HP, but he really wants this red buff. With Carrier right beside him and Canyon still on the other side of the map, this should be guaranteed take there for T1, and Owner will be the first jungler to level 6.
You'll notice the pings come down onto the red buff on the top side. Ona identifying to his team, I'm going to go base straight towards my jungle camps. Bot lane, you need to be careful. Canyon decided against trying to counter jungle, recognizing the dangers that could come with trying to make that play. He will clear out his top side, now look to go back to base. Hitting level 6 himself means that that tank shredding tool has become available to him. And we find ourselves pretty much all squared up with small advantages going the way of GenG for now.
Yeah,
Wow, King is just fucking dominating the top lane.
1v1 matchup,
What the fuck?
Phases, top side, nearly a 500 gold lead for him. He's knocking down plates. He's abusing the power of the Jace in the early phases of the game, and that's exactly what they need him to be doing. Owner hanging around here in mid lane, but it's level 6 for both of the junglers. Owner, however, when you use that Ishtal's impact, you cannot be slowed down. The pillar still counts as terrain. It's pretty easy for Skarner to be able to tunnel his way out of that one.
Yeah, going to be able to stay safe up on that top side. Worried about a potential look for Grubs, but Dorian going to get the bad news. Canyon's here.
Yeah, Canyon's ready to chase after the Cassante. They don't want to allow him to get good all-out value, but Dorian...
Nice by Doran.
Canyon! He's
Oh!
caught in position. The Impale has him stuck, but he
Oh, what
stays
the
alive
fuck? What's
with
going on?
extra
Oh.
healing. Canyon getting away for now. Super Mega Death Rocket can't finish the job as Doran stays alive. Canyon's the one closest to death. Owner still chasing, throws another
Wow.
rocket, but it won't matter. Somehow, nobody dies.
An exchange of flashes in the top lane as T1 also tried to make a play in mid. Chovy was being threatened by Carrier, the knockup that comes through from the Tahm Kench. And
Yeah, tank versus
build
tank.
up towards T1 being in a position to secure.
But I
his
mean, the
gloves.
Trundle,
There's no
Trundle
HP
ult's
available
gonna
to
fuck him
Carrier.
up.
It's a difficult fight, but maybe Keen feels confident. No, he's going to back away. These grubs will be conceded as T1 secures their first objective of the game.
Nicely done there for T1. Getting the near kill on the jungler feels bad in the moment, but it feels good enough to get the objective. As Owner's making his way into the top side. Ishtal's impact slams Keen and Doran with some footwork.
Dude, fucking Skarner, dude. I think that gem is so disgusting.
He's been pressuring Doran, but this time the cavalry arrives there. Owner comes in and is able to help get that kill. They are looking for Carrier.
Oh, Carrier's flash out.
But it is heal, traded for heal and flash.
Yeah, Duro running in with the quickness for the move speed boost, with the extra move speed boost from heal, forcing the defensive summoner choices there from Carrier to make sure that he doesn't get caught.
Carrier, though, just going to take a base, and he has teleport, so he'll get right back
Cleanse support item
if he wants to.
Counter's current hard.
First item starting to come through. There's the Iceborne done for Doran.
I don't know.
Yuntal's done as well.
Because it's like a suppress, right? And suppresses are different.
I will say that Gumayushi had built up a bit of a lead in his matchup against Ruler, but because he rotated towards mid, they tried to make some plays on the Chovy, and also he was just catching those waves. That opened up the lane for Ruler to just be free in this bot side. He secured himself a plate. He's now closed that gold gap, and both AD carries are being given this.
Bro, who had the better draft? T1.
Oh, beautifully done from Duro there. He knows that Carrier wants to try to interrupt the recall on Ruler, so he jumps in with the battle dance. He blocks the Tahm Kench tongue and guarantees that Ruler doesn't have his back interrupted.
Now with the dragon spawning in 30 seconds.
I think T1 draft is way better than GenG's.
Hovering around top once more. It does make sense to try and
Cleanse.
Can they really
Cleanse lane with crowd controls, stun, but not suppressions. QSS. Mercurial's room suppressions. Oh, okay, wow. What the fuck? Oh my god.
But they can't get there, and it means that GenG make the play.
Will it be a 3-1? I think so, yeah.
Extra teleport, because Duro was holding on to his teleport from the Summoner spellbook. So as soon as Faker arrives, even though Keen is low, he knows they cannot chase for that kill. If they do, they will both die for it. So double TP spin up towards that top side, but they do get a kill for GenG.
Yeah, everyone's saying it's 3-1.
Securing all these plates in the bottom lane, he gets 2 for himself. That's
oh my god, Guma's gonna get so fed.
They realize that Ruler is alone in bot lane because of that TP you were talking about, Azael, and so immediately they look to put the pressure on. Top side, GenG trying to cross map, Keen trying to hold this wave.
Yeah, Keen really doesn't want to give away the first turret this early, especially when his team's looking to put the damage into the top side. Tier 1, Keen holding on.
Wow.
Rocket finds the target. T1 now trying to get a kill onto Keen. Carrier gobbles him up. Gumayushi shoots him down. T1 tie up the kills.
Your meal is served, Carrier and Owner. Serving up Keen on a silver platter to the Jinx, getting him the first kill of the game. He got paid with the plates, he got paid from the tower kill, and now gets a kill on the top laner to boot, opening up an 800 gold lead here for
Guma's
the
so
Jinx,
fed, dude.
to equal that of Chovy's in the mid lane.
That's the biggest thing. Gumayushi is being accelerated. The feats of warfare, a single kill could determine it alongside the next objective for T1. It's a very tense affair.
Somehow T1 wins again. Yeah.
GenG's finding advantages.
Are you in US? No, I'm in Taiwan.
But Gumayushi is becoming a problem.
Chovy might have secured the turret top, but the turret bottom was killed.
Yeah, it's like 11 a.m. here, dude.
Gumayushi, 700 gold ahead on the hyper carry Jinx, on the big performance that you already mentioned, Isaac. We saw yesterday with this champion. T1 off to a solid start here, but the gold, like you say, Vedius, it is.
I mean, Guma's getting mega fed, dude.
We'll see if they can stop Gumayushi from continuing to farm more money. These plates are just looking like free gold coins, and Gumayushi will pick up even more.
Well, Chovy does have the gold lead. Like I said, I do worry about this potential build. You know, I would have liked maybe a more aggressive build here, because Roa is going to be so slow. And yes, it does make you tankier, but I feel like the fights are almost purely front to back here. He needs to be able to have the damage actually knock through these frontliners, or it's all going to kind of be up to Ruler.
Canyon shows up in time to try to help Ruler defend this tier 1 turret, but again, they don't need to kill the whole thing. There's still plates up. It's not 14 minutes just yet, and Gumayushi gets another cash in on those plates. About a 900 gold lead for him now. Chovy at nearly 1,000 up over Faker, as now Owner jumping in there gives Chovy a bit of a scare. He immediately drops the Arcane Storm to force Owner away.
Look at top lane though. Keen pushing out a nice wave underneath the tower. Doran is going to be forced to respond, allowing Keen to get a quick base off. This Jace a little bit behind, considering he has fallen twice, but definitely in a solid position, looking to stack up that tier as quickly as he can.
The kills are only 2-2. The plates, very similar, but the edge to T1 by 2 of those as well. 14 minutes into the game as the plates fall. It's a tale of 2 sides of the map. T1's bottom lane is ahead, but the jungle and the solo lanes of GenG have built advantages for themselves.
They absolutely have. And we've got to talk about T1 and their history at MSI. This is 2017, the last time they actually won back. You know, a very different roster here with Huni on it. And you can see, you know, they had a number of years where they didn't even qualify. They are now on this streak of qualifying, but they finished 2nd in 2022, 3rd in both 23 and 24. Now on match point here, looking to win again at MSI after 8 long years.
T1, 5-man group here in the top side river as the Rift Herald spawns. So often we see big fights break out for this big objective.
Damn, dude. T1's in such a good position to win this fight. They're trying to zone, but they can't.
One Drake to 1 for both sides here.
No, I don't think he's in.
T1 still looking for control.
I don't think he's in Korea right now.
Push it up slightly faster, but Ruler can easily clear the minion right after. Keria jumps in on an abyssal dive.
Okay.
And GenG's ready to fire back. Keria in danger. Trying to
They're fighting this?
Stays alive for now, but Ruler
oh my god. Ruler's going deep.
By GenG and T1
one.
moment. GenG were ready to
Who's already left? Yeah, I think they both have left, haven't they?
And they'll take themselves the Herald.
Duro so quick to re-engage off of Keria trying to make a play on the map. Duro takes a chunk of damage. T1 trying to contest his tower.
Spiraling despair on Ruler. He's got a flash away to stay alive. Keep putting a little bit of pressure onto Doran now as Chovy makes his way back into the fight here too. Gumayushi low on health, low on mana. Doran footwork over the wall.
Oh my god.
GenG will not allow T1 anything more.
The feats are going to be decided by the next objective here. This game so tense right now. Herald summoned up here. GenG going to be able to likely knock this tower down, but T1 still staying around, seeing if there's any possibility to at least stop the Herald from charging again, and they should be able to accomplish that.
Yeah, no worries about that. Faker can kill it as it tries to rear up and get another charge. No dice, but GenG, beautifully played sequence there to stop T1 in their tracks.
And it's Keria they need to keep your eyes on. He thinks that he's creating this collapse, but it's he who gets collapsed on. A beautiful pillar.
Dude, that's a crazy, like,
that comes through from Duro, charming onto 2.
Skarner ult.
His ult in response, but they don't quite have the damage needed to get that kill onto Duro, meaning that he then bounces back to his team. GenG walk away with a kill.
And they didn't have the follow-up CC because Guma
I don't know who's their top lane actually.
Of GenG out. So when you spend that Skarner all on Duro, who has already used all his spells,
they'll probably promote someone. Oh, it is. That's the Kangen. Yeah, Kangen.
Go your way. So pretty catastrophic when he is able to get out to safety, and that bought the space for Ruler to then feel confident to go in, knowing that Skarner ulti was down. But this would be feats.
Yeah, I have no idea who that is, dude.
Yeah, T1 are first to the scene here with a Drake, and it looks like GenG might just give it away. They're going to focus on the tier 2 in the top lane instead. They want to build the gold lead that will now balloon to over 2,500. It will be the feats claimed by the side of T1. The Infernal Drake is theirs. 2-1 on the Drake count. The extra magical boots in their pockets, or on their feet.
I think back to the beginning of spring, game 3 of this matchup. It was Chovy's Victor with the fancy footwork, the incredible playmaking that really came up clutch. And now, as you highlighted,
yo, rookies in here called Jesus. What the fuck?
Is 5 stacks, getting closer to that.
That's crazy.
1.6k in his favor in that mid lane.
Holy shit! Did you have a guy called Jesus? 2009.
When you're going up against Tom Kent,
he's 15 years old.
All of this health that you have to be able to punch through. Chovy is
holy shit, dude.
And
15-year-old player, holy fuck.
The point that you were talking about with the Rod of Ages being weak early as it stacks has kind of passed. The item will still have plenty of value once he gets all of those. And especially considering the last game, the 0 kills, 0 assists. Chovy's having a great time.
Doran?
Now, a little more damage is all they need on Doran.
The fuck was that, Doran?
Him out alive. You can't say the same thing for the turret as GenG take another objective. It's
09 is 15.
T1 seeing if there's anything they can find.
It says 2009 on Leaguepedia. Oh, July 21st. So he's gonna turn 16 soon.
synchronized.
He's gonna turn 16 soon, but he's 15 right now.
GenG is vicious with their aggression, pushing in.
That's why, yeah.
Immediately forcing a foul onto Doran. Oner overstepping his bounds, thinking he may have found a pick on the Ruler, but then he has to flash away to safety himself. GenG looking fierce here in Game 4.
They really are, and Oner there. Kind of uncharacteristic mistake. He has been so steady, so stalwart.
Yeah.
One should be able to grab this tower in the mid lane, but you know, even if the extra
Neo Pro and LD Sub, yeah.
spend the ulti on Ruler, Guma was miles
It's
away.
crazy,
the only
dude.
person even on the same screen was Keria. No one was going to be able to be there to actually follow up and get that kill. And losing the flash on Skarner is critical because look at the engage for T1. It's almost non-existent, right? You really are relying on that playmaking tool here from Oner to be able to put pressure on the carries.
Gentlemen, Otacon on the map, and both these teams will not hesitate to use it to start a fight, especially if they feel that they are stronger. Now, Chovy could argue, listen, I only need 3 more stacks. I'm about to take over to level 13. Once I get that, I'll immediately jump up to level 14, and maybe that's the window for them to force the objective. But with these
14,
teams,
2010, Jesus,
they're often very
that's
they are not afraid, I should
crazy.
say, to start this one off.
Yeah, if GenG realizes it, T1 probably realizes it too. So those next 3 minutes could
Dude,
be
I'm
their
double his
opportunity to start the
age.
objective instead. Keen trying to defend the tier 1 turret up here, which can be a very powerful tool to still have around the topside Otacon fight. Duro looking to approach from the side, but immediately has to jump back into the Herald pit as Oner tags him and knows what GenG is up to. Control ward from GenG.
Dude, I'm 15 years older than him, dude. Oh my god.
Faker's the only one not here. He is just pushing out mid lane, and Ruler's going to be sent to respond. So T1 will have an opportunity when they see Ruler to try to move in and contest vision if they want to do it.
T1 still playing cautiously here as their mid laner is over in the mid
Oh, it's happening to Faker. He has flash though. Oh, he's not even gonna flash.
Puts bullets through Faker's heart. GenG with a kill on the enemy mid laner now has control.
Duro has been fishing for so many picks, and he finally finds one onto the mid laner of T1. Faker is caught. GenG have the numbers advantage, and they're looking to take everything from T1's jungle.
They're going to start by stealing away the red buff. They're going to continue by putting down vision control.
Huh?
They are going to pressure the
Doran?
situation. A TP about to show up as the gravity well welcomes Doran to the battlefield.
Duro's cut out. Has a W out.
Doran goes all out. Ton of
Oh!
He's going to get killed.
Guma.
Get excited. Ton of damage on the
Guma! Oh, never mind.
T1 are washed from the rift. And GenG crashed down like a tidal wave.
What the fuck?
T1 off the map, and it's starting to smell like silver. This team trying to push us to a full 5 as Doran
Faker more washed than Kadi.
and gets immediately punished.
Oh, please stop, dude. Not the Kadi.
Down onto him. Again, Oner spent the ult on only Duro. They can't even kill him during it. As soon as those tools are down, Ruler knows it is my moment. He goes in and cleans up.
You could see how hard T1 tried to protect Kumayushi, but he was being crushed by the pressure coming in from all sides. GenG find a massive fight, and as you said, Azael, with a lead like this, it feels like it's GenG's game to lose as the Dragon makes its way onto the Rift.
All right, this is where T1 still have a lead. They're up 2-1 in these, but it's not like they're at sole point. It's not like this is a must fight on the side of GenG, but I don't think they're gonna shy away from anything, Betty. As you said, Otacon's a great time to fight. I think Dragon's a great time to fight. T1 in the enemy jungle, recognizing, hey, GenG wants the Drake.
Also, congrats on 10 years of Levi and Pro Play. Oh, yeah, dude.
But they won't get a chance. Chovy's already there. Canyon will take the Drake. Super Mega Death Rocket just a little bit too late as Keen versus Doran down here in the bottom side. It's not going to turn into a whole lot. Canyon just looking to steal away the blue buff here at the same time.
Yeah, Levi.
Those objectives though, man, it just hits.
He had a really great career, or he has one.
I was there in 2022 at the World Finals.
I mean, even in the last series, he stole multiple. This guy just seems to do it time and time.
I just feel bad about his time in LPL and LCS.
One would have to.
That checks out.
Assume. And
he got fucked by 100 Thieves, dude.
Ruler is also a world-class AD carry. Ruler answering the challenge of
double my 0 KDA and give it to Faker.
Number 4, 3 fully completed items on the very scary Zeri carry. Ruler is set to just bulldoze through these fights.
I'm just so happy to see it come through because I feel like the responses to the Jinx just have not been it. But bringing out a hyper carry in response, just focus on farming your way through the game. Ruler's ahead in CS, he's ahead in kills, he's got 3 completed
Getting so fast, dude, what the
T1
fuck?
that find themselves on the back foot when it comes to the fight. And GenG, they are not slowing down with the pressure. Immediately into the topside jungle, taking full vision control and threatening the Baron in 27 seconds.
Big items for GenG. Seeker's Arm Guard available for Chovy's Victor, makes him a much more difficult target. Dead Man's Plate for Canyon, much easier to get the positioning he needs.
I mean, I just feel like next game T1's just gonna get blue side and just win, no? They'd have to hard in draft.
That pillar goes up. It's so hard to play around the damn thing, especially with Duro looking for.
But I mean, we've seen teams fuck up Game 5 Fearless. It's just so hard. I don't know, man.
It's so difficult when you're playing a
I feel like Game 5 Fearless is like the hardest thing to draft for.
Because the LDR is through, you're going to be getting shredded so heavily as well by the Trundle. And Doran and Owner are going to
Feels like this is some luck to it.
They are used to in these situations. And there's just not really a lot of great comeback mechanics besides an explosive ult from Owner. Like, he needs to find a multi-man ulti or something along those lines to really have a chance. Because T1 just don't have a lot of pick.
Game 5 at Cinema? Yeah, that's true. But I mean, for a double elimination, you should just get the winner finals, like, get 5th game side select.
All 3 kills are on to Keen. No one else on GenG has died yet this game. Owner loses half of his HP instantly from a grand entrance and a few Zeri autos. Keen, the only man that's died on GenG, is still ahead, nearly 2,000 gold over his counterpart. GenG will start the objective. T1 are going to see it there with the
Yeah, but if you have double elim, I don't think it's worth. Okay. Faker has to flash out. Oh my god, what's happening? Okay, what's going on? Ruler's getting caught out. No, Ruler's fine. Glorious evolution. Oh, Faker. Holy shit, dude. Faker and Chovy are like so even, dude. Dude, last game Chovy ran the fuck down. This game Faker ran the fuck down, dude. That's crazy.
But he stands alone. GenG with a 5-man push. They dive Faker. They ace T1, and they guarantee us one final game.
Yo, let's go. Damn, dude. Beautiful. Game 5. Yo, Hauser, what's up, dude?
It was 5. The lower bracket finals was 5. This is going to be the 9th series at MSI that goes the full 5 here. It has been an incredible tournament.
What were you playing, Dead by Daylight or some shit?
One last game to decide everything from the last 3 weeks. Analysts,
You're in time for the Game 5 Silver Scrapes. Doo-doo. Doo-doo. Doo-woo.
GenG held up their side of the bargain. They grabbed the blue side for themselves and they ran it home.
We're getting one last game to rule them all, and how fitting with this tournament that has set the record for the most 5-game series ever of any international. It has been banger after banger after banger, and this one is gonna be good.
Well, also, who better to do it than T1 and GenG?
Yeah.
They faced each other so many times over the years. They know each other so well. It's so exciting.
We're being so spoiled.
We really are.
Oh, and I dropped my email. But let's talk about how it all happened. And Mauritz, you were just talking to me
Grand
about
DVD, hell yeah, dude.
GenG comp out of T1.
It's so funny because I've actually seen at this tournament, GenG try to say, we're going to play heavy for skirmish. We're going to take every fight we can get. And it didn't really
we got more after this. We're gonna have Asia Masters,
I think GenG feels like,
but that's not for another few hours. 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Tom Kench as well. And then you find out you really do need to play very clean for the entirety of the game because one mistake
we
and it
get
falls
it, right?
apart.
It's a comp, it's a similar comp and composition bot lane that they won Game 5 with yesterday, so I get why they did it, Kobe.
Yeah, 100%. Carrier in that one goes a little bit too far and you get instantly punished. I have to shout out.
Look at that guy, dude.
So active, so early on the.
Look at that guy, Ruler.
composition, but he had a mission this game. This man is one of the jungle goats.
Dude, there's no jinx.
Put on a show, ganking mid, getting Faker behind, getting the flashes blown, and punishing Keria, the pillar coming up behind him. No escape.
You've always loved him. I know that. I know that.
I am biased. It's true.
Emily?
Yeah, I was going to say it was Canyon's early map movement that really impressed me, right? Because
he got
pretty much
I hate that song so much, dude.
We're able to get them ahead. And also his pillars in so many of these fights were really crucial to separate the fight out. I don't think I saw Owner be able to get a really sick impale, you know, on multiple people. And part of that was just how they were splitting the fights.
And I want to talk a little bit about the top
lane. Damn, what the fuck? That's their KDAs.
There's a lot of stats here. What I want to highlight, I actually think when it comes to impact in the series, which is crazy to me, Doran has been pulling ahead of Keen. I think Keen's laning phases have been great, but he was lacking the impact on the Jax. I think this Jace game, again, his early laning phase was amazing, but a couple, and as we can see, so are his damage numbers, but I do think a lot of that does come down to him just beating up on Doran in the lane. But then you look as, okay, never mind, you know what, damage on kill still high. My bad on the damage.
I'm sorry. I pushed that button, I'm sorry.
No. I mean, I think that's good, because what it does highlight is Keen, the standards that player has set for themselves in the LCK is insane, right? The fact we're still talking about the impact that Doran's been able to have, I think is such a sign of how this series just has been players taking turns, because Duro also had a crazy redemption game after getting super gapped in the last one.
I feel like it's also really telling again of how well Doran now fits on this T1 roster, right? Comes in, initially looks shaky. So many people were like, you know what, Doran at Internationals, guys. I don't know if you'll be able to win a title with this guy on your roster. And I think, like you said, even
dude, this is so hype.
Like, amazing.
Wait, I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back.
The Ornn?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
I saw you. I saw she had something prepped.
Where's that bug?
No!
That was beautiful.
Anyways, that's intrusive thoughts, one. Going into game 5, though, super crazy, right? We've got like T1 on the one hand who absolutely want to kill that win streak, but the win streak is still alive at 22 for GenG. There's all these sub-stories of Chovy, can he do it versus Faker in a final?
And Chovy has been really good so far this series, putting up some big numbers. Of course, yes, we keep on showing the streak because
keep bowing.
It is so long. And now we are one game away from seeing if we will actually break it or if they can continue on this epic road that they have paved.
I want you to think about how long ago February is. Right, that's the insane part. It's been so long, and even if they end up losing here, with how the series has been going, it's a complete toss-up for me in game number 5. But even taking that into account, that streak is crazy.
T1's on blue, so.
That is big.
That's true. I want to take a look also at these two teams' win rates in game 5 specifically, right? We saw that most recent best of 5 where GenG did end up in a really close kind of go down early, come back late with a Jinx composition, come back, and they were able to win in that game 5. I think, yeah, there we go. GenG pulling a bit ahead in terms of percentage.
I think pulling a bit ahead, but the kicker here is that one of these just happened, and it was T1 versus GenG in a game 5. Who benefits that now coming into that game 5 once again?
Well, I was going to say the kicker is also that T1 have played a lot more game 5s overall. So to still have that 57.5% win rate is really impressive.
Yeah, and I know that there's a quote from Lore who was talking to Owner for OTP where he talked about specifically 2022 DRX game 5 and that he said we weren't taking it seriously enough then and that has followed them for a very long time. So they definitely have the tools to channel the right energy coming into this game 5. But the fact that T1 is on blue, we do have some graphics to show the champion pools of these two teams, so let's pull them up and take a look where we could go.
Yeah, this should be the champion pools of both teams.
I think it's a full screen.
Yeah.
So
you got some art project?
I have a trusty backup in case we need it.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
So as we see, this is just at this tournament, but we see this is GenG. A lot of the champions that they have prioritized throughout are off the table.
Oh, Nidalee.
Nidalee's still out.
I mean, last time we had Canyon Nidalee versus Owner Lee Sin, Owner kind of bopped him.
Yeah.
even though GenG ended up winning that game. So maybe they don't do that, but my eyes are going towards the Aurora. I really feel like Chovy has been playing super well. Even in the game that they lost on Talia, he got so many good seismic shoves, and in their wins, he was huge. So that very well could be a really big one, because I feel like that champion with the buffs on this patch.
Callista's still alive.
Oh, don't you go there. Don't you go there.
No,
Wait, where's my mask?
T1 specifically, I'm looking down at Keria, right? Because he will end up picking so many different things in that bot lane. They've kind of prioritized picking out the Nico, but I want to see what he plays in game 5.
Oh God, it's so interesting, the choices to make for either side, and the fact that for GenG, this could be their second consecutive MSI win. But this man on your screen right now, Faker, wants to make up for that game 5 loss of a couple of days ago. Vancouver, one last time. Are you ready to scrape some silver?
They have absolutely been shaking this building every game 5.
Woo!
Oh, dude, I hate silver scrapes. It's non-stop. Do-do-do. Do-do. So basically, my voice was fucked for like all of MSI. Kevin, what do you think about the EWC draw? Oh, it's so fucking bad, dude. Like, it kind of killed my excitement for EWC. Because I was like, oh, you know, maybe we get to see, like, FlyQuest versus CFO. Or, you know, like, more... Yeah, basically it's like NA on one side, Asia Pacific on the other. It's just like, what the fuck, dude? It's so boring. Yeah, it's gonna be a long day, but I'm oh shit. I still have like something stuck in my throat. Oh, that was weird. But yeah, yeah, today, well, I'll probably end stream once, because it's gonna be like an hour plus. I don't know if I want to run a stream for nothing for an hour.
Here in Vancouver for MSI, is GenG gonna be able to get their streak at 23 series, or is T1
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the final time this tournament, for the final time on this stage here in Vancouver, Canada. One last game to determine our MSI champions. One last game to see who is the better team between GenG and T1.
I mean, we couldn't have asked for a better final. This MSI has given us the most best of fives at any Riot international competition.
Bring up the streams for posting. Yeah, that's true.
Standing rivals, they will etch another chapter into the history books.
Yeah, I want to take a shit and do the laundry and clean my room a bit.
One-sided game fives, but I feel like that we're gonna get a lot of spicy stuff when these two teams hit the rift.
I am so ready to see what the choices are going to be. Game 5s previously have been the ones where we start to see those hyper carries. But with Game 4 being Jinx versus Zeri, remember also, we saw the Cassante as well from Doran, so that's not available for Keen. Yep. There's so much already eliminated.
There absolutely is, but these players have bags. There's a lot to still reach in out and grab. And I mean, Doran still has his Gragas.
If the break was really short, I would just go continue on into Asia Masters. But yeah, because of the fact that break is kind of long and the stream wants take care of my shit, come back, continue streaming.
To me, the question is not, can you find a champion that you can play in Game 5? The question is, can you find a champion that you can play in Game 5 that has a good lane matchup, that is part of a cohesive composition, that is also better than the composition that your opponents have crafted? And that is why Game 5 is so uniquely difficult. There's no prep you can really do because everything is based on what has happened in the series.
The finals ban rate for Nico, for Pantheon, and for Varus will remain at 100% for the series. Kaisa and Maokai also banned out by T1, who are back on the blue side as GenG think about their final ban in the first half.
You have to imagine that Caitlyn is very high on the priority list for T1. Oh, GenG throw down the goal.
York is open, Choa is open.
Is still available.
Kaisa ban.
But T1, will they prioritize their AD carry? Do they have something else in mind?
Caitlyn.
Italy's available, as is its most classic pairing,
okay.
The Renekton.
Renekton's open. Okay. Oh, dude, I'm just waiting for some team to pick TF or Kalista. I'm like so scared.
It also kind of denies the Nidalee by issue of taking its best pairing away.
Well, to feel that for Canyon, it's just a champion that.
Okay, there's our Renekton, yeah.
What were we looking at his win rate?
I mean, Caitlyn's open.
All-time career or something ridiculous like that. The Aatrox currently being hovered on the side of GenG.
And surprisingly enough, Leona still is available here. One of those primary engaged supports that can be very, very popular.
Oh, Canyon Nidalee.
Renekton not required.
I would not mind a Leona pairing. You need some sort of hard AC, I really do think. Some sort of setup to be able to land those spears, but maybe Canyon feels like, hey, I don't need it. I can just make it work anyway. Kobe talked about it on the desk last time we saw the Nidalee come out for Canyon against.
Yeah, I feel like Leona would be.
That really did rule the.
Without Leona, isn't this really tough?
Now, so many of the strong physical damage junglers are all gone. You're having to reach pretty deep. Things like Nefiri that haven't been very popular.
I mean, T1 could just pick
if you want to go
Caitlyn, Leona right here.
Haven't really seen it all.
But I mean, they could also pick jungler, right? Match.
Things like we saw from owners such as.
But isn't Caitlyn like the best AD carry available right now?
My goodness. I mean, I don't even know what predictions to throw out.
Yeah, I mean, there's also like
different priorities naturally rise.
Ezreal, Caitlyn, Misfortune. Oh.
That is currently the hover, and with time running out, Gumayushi will be bringing out his tried and true Caitlyn in this Game 5.
I think we may just get Caitlyn Karma here. Honestly, I do think it would be a really tough lane to contest this late into the draft. But Faker considering just going for the Ahri. Karma makes a lot more sense to me. I do think this is just so smart here. You're denying the strongest pairing for the expected jungler. You're taking a lane-dominant 2v2 with very few answers remaining here. I do think something like Ashe could work, but Ashe has been so unpopular at MSI. It is a strong laner, though, and especially when you're this late in the game, there's not a lot of engaged champs. It can help to kind of bridge that gap, too. So I'll be interested to see if GenG do actually consider it.
T1.
What are they gonna pick?
A strong laner for top side with a strong duo in their bot lane in the first 3 picks. GenG though will lock in the Aurora. You can see here 6 and 9 throughout the tournament. It's been popular, but it hasn't been the most successful.
But you have to come back to the question of, is it Chovy piloting it? The man
Have they been jungle?
This champion, and with the pool as limited as it is, GenG can attack that mid lane. They can narrow the options available, but it depends how confident Canyon feels in what he is playing.
Poppy's also gone. Fuck. Maokai would be the other option. At least it would be so bad, but
can go for, but T1 can respond by narrowing that AD carry pool.
They're gonna ban the TF. You know, they could ban the Ahri that was.
Who the fuck bans TF?
Trying to really focus in on Faker here. Now, Faker does have so many champions he's played over the years. The question is, how comfortable is he in a high-pressure situation like this, bringing something out that he maybe hasn't been scrimming with recently? Because that can be the situation sometimes if you're getting heavily target banned and flex picks have been used for other roles in a Game 5 series.
The Silas, I mean, it's a rough matchup in the laning phase, but potentially in the context of the
Wow.
I mean, I guess they're anticipating a possible Lilia to come through from Ona, an AP champion that can wave clear very fast to try and keep up with the Nidalee, and that means that they would need an AD mid with the Yasuo gone. Perhaps Yone is an alternative for Faker. Not one of his best champions throughout his career, but definitely still an option.
I mean, it'll be really interesting.
Hey, they banned Leona.
Is definitely what I was thinking of.
What are they
picking? More of these champions are getting banned out, especially if we do see more melee champs in the mix. When Oda brought it out yesterday, it was versus 4 melee, which I think was such a key.
Gotta be like a Philios, right?
This is much of a
I don't know. They think it's gonna be like Lilia.
Yes, you can still make Lilia work. You can stack up your Q and look for Q flashes and things like that with the additional move speed to get in on backline. But it is a much harder game to play than the situation we saw him bring it out in yesterday. So yes, we are being pushed into Game 5, but really, when you look at a lot of these compositions, minus maybe the Nidalee, but that's a Canyon special, you could see this much earlier in a draft.
All right, misfortune for GenG with Leona, with Blitzcrank banned away. The thing that I'm looking at here on this composition, a total lack of engage, a lack of lockdown. GenG still need hard CC somewhere as we wait to see the T1 picks for jungle and mid.
And that's where you maybe start to really cook. Maybe you go to a weird support here, something that is off meta. It's going to be Viego Ahri. Yeah, as soon as you go Viego, I think you're going Ahri here because it's such a strong pairing. It's about that upfront burst. Ahri enables Viego by helping you get that first reset. And then Viego, of course, is helping Ahri.
No Blitzcrank, no Leona. What's it going to be, boys? What's it going to be?
Running over fights here. Very exciting stuff, but not easy engage tools being drafted. Pike would give them some way to start a fight, but it is so risky.
Think about Gragas as an option as well, the hover.
Gragas support, I think, could be smart.
Oh, they're going full.
Ooh, nope. Oh. We're going Pike.
Goodness, Duro. Carrier was one of his idols while he was attempting to make his way through the challenges scene in Korea.
This feels rough, man. This feels rough.
Upon being part of the LCK and having to face Carrier, he realized the gap that existed between them. But here he is today, matching against Carrier and bringing out a champion that is synonymous with the man. Duro will be playing Pike into Carrier's Karma.
The new addition to the team here, Game 5 international tournament here. You're up against T1 and you're slamming the Pike, your 5th pick, has only played it 6 times in his entire career, has not played it this split whatsoever.
T1 have a lot of single.
Okay, this is it. This is it. This is it. The last game of MSI.
Perfectly. That's the level of play we're going to need to see from them. Picks across the map and early game.
Another 5-game banger, dude.
GenG.
They have an incredible amount of single target damage, but there's also so many good targets presenting themselves on GenG. There's really not much tankiness whatsoever on their side.
This is it. GenG, can they find the creativity? Can they find the playmaking?
Come on, T1.
With this very non-traditional, non-heavy engaged comp? Or will T1's single target capability enable the Viego to reset and dominate these fights and propel them to their first MSI win since 2017?
I've got to say, GenG's comp, insanely difficult to pilot, I think, here. T1 going 5 members bot. Won't run into anyone from GenG, but you're looking at Pyke and Nidalee, 2 champions that are kind of famous for being feast or famine. You know, you get ahead, you can run over a game. You get behind, you are food for the opponents.
You're the road.
Exactly. You are very, very difficult to pilot.
Putting down my phone. Lock in, everyone.
Iconic. He has been dominating on it for so long. So you have to think if there's anyone that could pull off a comp like this against T1, it would be GenG.
First game in the series that there are no summoner spellbooks present. So no extra teleports, no extra smites. Junglers both having so much carry potential if they get ahead in this game.
Low engage compositions are environments that T1 thrive in. We'll see if they can make magic happen. GenG, the defending MSI champions, versus T1, the reigning world champions. A rivalry that has existed for so long, we couldn't have asked for anything better as both these teams push each other to the limit. This bot lane 2 versus 2, going to be a tough one for the GenG duo.
Oh, man.
I'm also really wondering
it's like
if
neck and neck.
Be able to find good angles for ultimates because there's basically zero setup for him. It feels like it's just the Aurora to throw down the ult and try to slow you up, but there's not that hard CC to really lock someone in place to get that full channel bullet time.
Wow, okay.
I was expecting the Ezreal to come through, having that extra bit of safety into this matchup specifically, but they wanted more AoE.
I can't tell if they won or lost that trade.
Rula and Duro going to be pushed back. Another hook connects.
Wow.
2 for 2 now for Duro.
Nice hooks, but of course T1 has the push and they have the level advantage, so it's just a bit of poke. We are in game 5 here, and I want to talk about these two teams and how they have performed in these game 5s. T1, 19-4, it says in game 5 win rates.
14.
Excuse me, sure. It must be 19 and 14, exactly. And then over on the other side, it is a 65% win rate here for GenG in those game 5s. So both teams have a solid track record here. But the pressure cannot be higher than in a moment like this.
Tri-lane camera shows how everything is starting off here with Doran having the push here in the top lane. Carry and Gumayushi doing the same in bottom. It's exactly what I expected, seeing those first 3 picks in the draft for T1.
Wow.
The powerful laning phases allowing them to build
proxy farming.
Doran's already proxy farming. He knows that Canyon should be at the bottom side of the map, and Canyon is there right now. Spear flies out, doesn't find anything. Airball on that one as Canyon sees no opportunity here.
Credit to Rula and Duro, considering the early pressure, they're really not that far behind at all in terms of farm. There will be a few CS, but Canyon gonna make his way towards that top crab, realizes that he's not in a position to fight for the bottom one. Faker struggling a little bit in the matchup as Chovy, on this champion specifically, just loves to play in your face, chipping away at your HP bar as much as he can. The hook will miss from Duro.
Bone skewer.
Ooh.
Nice hits from Canyon.
Damn.
It is a good bit of poke, but Faker likely just going back to base anyway. So we'll be able to recall and TP back here. So not going to be too big of a deal. But it does mean Chovy's going to get the luxury of pushing in this extra wave before he has to base, and likely will deny a minion or two.
Wow, Doran got a free recall.
Anytime Canyon shows himself, they are going to be pushing relentlessly and trying to be farming this plate. They almost have knocked down their first plate already, and Owner's showing up on top side.
Owner wants Keen. Doran's waiting for the flash.
Oh, Owner!
T1 first blood.
And it goes to Owner. Viego wants to be ahead in the early game, and there's nothing complicated about this gank. The wave is just in a good spot for T1. They force the play. They have to commit the flash from Doran, but they make it happen. Keen losing his flash as well, and there's no cross-map play available for Canyon.
Which is really well done. Great setup. Doran had the wave, as you said, Vetty. Perfect spot. And there's not really any outplaying that for Keen. It's the flash stun to set it up. A guaranteed follow for Owner. No way he can get out. They're going to look for Faker, though.
Canyon, no spear connect means no game.
What, you mean the middle? This is kills. T1 has one, GenG has the other.
Throw a spear, maybe throw down an auto or two.
Oh, above the KDA, that's farm. CS. 31 minion kills, 42 minion kills.
And because there was no camps really up and available, he's not spending any time, right? He's just doing a quick drive-by, throws a spear, sees if there's an angle, throws out a heal. He's being very efficient, and this is something you want to see from any top Nidalee player.
Now Tion will initiate the swap.
And they find that ward easily.
Top lane carrier going to start roaming around the map. He can probably help Faker a little bit in the mid lane. You can see him hovering around. just providing that extra bit of utility with the shields. The Pike now on the roam as well. Level 6 is really valuable for Duro. Having that execute just gives you that much more kill pressure. Ruler, though, looking to match Gumayusi on the top side.
500 gold
T1.
lead for T1. Just the single kill so far in this game. Dragon is up down there in the bottom lane. You can see the ping from Owner, from T1, as the Viego moves to take that first objective. Not going to be contested. As you can see, Doran again just getting the better of his opponent in that 1v1 with Renekton versus Aatrox matchup. This is the time
Carry immediately flashes.
there with pressure from Duro and Canyon. This is the time here in the match. If there's ever a time to stand up,
I don't know about this.
Make it right, putting the pressure on. Gumayusi with a flash away. Between worlds goes Chobi.
Oh my god, they actually do it so clean. Holy fuck.
A double kill for Ruler.
GenG pull off the perfect
Wow.
dive there, juggling the aggro flawlessly.
Yeah, I thought...
Keria and Guma get nothing back here. They do get a dragon on
I really thought that was going to fail.
But what a big play for GenG to be able to pull off, and the perfect place for all the gold to go right into Ruler's pockets.
Chobi's base will be interrupted, but so much credit on that dive needs to be given to Duro.
Yeah, he's still alive.
Threatening the hook onto Guma,
Still making it out.
Forces his flash out even earlier. This just sets up the whole
Yeah,
rest
it does
of the
kind of remind me of the AL draft.
had just lost his flash in the river. With a no flash bot lane, the dive becomes easy to execute, and GenG fine too.
And when you think about how Caitlyn Karma actually function in the MF, it's about poke, it's about chipping them down. This means Ruler's going to get to a way faster BT, is not going to be worried about the poke whatsoever. So let's watch this one more time. They see the Make It Rain comes through, slowing them down. The spear is there. Duro flashes, forcing out the flash, and then goes right through.
Oh, they're like stacked on top of each other.
They can't quite finish him off, just barely gets out of range. And they know how much this means. A start like this could be that first start of the snowball to get rolling in their favor.
Damn, dude.
Stress of the T1 fans in the audience. Of course, it's only the start of the game.
It's
Another plate going to be secured for Faker.
It's going to get more
Cannon
intense
denied.
from here, my friends. The Void Grubs spawning as Doran slices away from the Bone Skewer. Does not want to be caught there by Duro. Likely wouldn't be put in a position where he could actually die, but definitely doesn't want to lose out on all the HP as Owner is going after his second neutral objective of the game. He takes a single grub and backs away. They don't know where everybody on GenG is right now. We know that nobody was in the area, but T1 now knows that GenG is also in their jungle and they're scrambling to defend.
Darius did get the big raptor there, was able to take that away, and Owner wanted to defend his side. Doran's coming. They could look for a threatening.
Yeah, Doran potentially ready to block that Tri-Brush escape route, but Cannon and Duro, both these champions are so hyper-mobile, it's very easy for them to take non-traditional exits.
Very excited to see WC teams in the studio later this year.
It's pretty interesting that Owner just got one grub and then immediately went back to his
Oh, you mean for relegations? Yeah.
You know how quickly an Italy can run out of control in this early game if she's just allowed a free farm. Nice interrupt there from Faker onto Keen.
And I think Owner really was hoping that they were going to get more than just the defense, that they were going to get a fight, be able to actually collapse and force and maybe get a kill. Because that was a lot of time spent just to get that red. They're looking for Canyon.
Oh, Canyon.
Spectrum on Canyon. The Nidalee. No way.
Wow.
A heartbreaker from Owner is a heartbreaker for GenG.
So ballsy.
As the T1 squad gets a pick.
And Owner is now starting to get ahead here. Good hook onto Carry, who has that mana. But Owner right back to the grubs. It means they should be able to grab the full pack here. Owner with 2 kills. And he is getting ahead.
Carrier did a really good job of threatening Canyon, who was trying to clear out a ward. That meant that he pushed Canyon more to the left of the river, allowing for Owner to set up for that pick. Flash commits the stun, sets up for the kill, and as you rightly said, it's Owner that gets 2.
Duro, he wanted to try, I respect the effort, but Owner's got it on lock. All 3 grubs for T1.
Now we find ourselves in a very even game state once more. Of course, at the bottom of the screen, you see blue in favor of Doran, blue in favor of Owner, blue in favor of Faker. What was a very rough early lane matchup for him is now going much better after securing 2 plates.
I mean, Owner's getting kind of fed.
Is the only one
Look at that Triforce, dude.
You could argue that Who else could GenG want to be ahead in this position? Ruler sitting with all this gold, a completed BF sword, 10 minutes into the game. He's going to be the man to watch as we move into the mid-game.
Yeah, as that Bloodthirster will be very hard to poke out. But again, I do question, will he be able to find the angle for that big ultimate? That really is going to be the trick. He's going to have to position himself very, very well because Faker, Doran, Owner are all going to be hunting for this MF and trying to stop him as soon as he pops that bullet time.
This, I feel like the first big fight we get is going to be so explosive. And I feel like whoever gets the first kill really is going to run away with the whole thing. Resets from Viego, massive. Resets from Pyke, also massive. And both
That's true.
without
Pyke ult's gonna be big.
The tankiest player on either side is a Bruiser, in a Renekton, or an Aatrox. But there's no real front
Oh
lines
my
in this
god.
game.
We're so fast.
Faker taking a chunk of damage from Chovy, as we've seen so many times before when the two mid laners have met. You can feel the tension. Dragon spawning in 15 seconds. Neither side.
Yeah, both teams just farming.
That mistake. But you have to play with confidence. You can't afford to concede that space, and GenG doing just that. Good vision coverage around the bot river. Faker clears out that bot wave, allowing for T1 to have an avenue.
Ooh. The Bone Skewer came close on Keria. But if anybody knows the distance of Pyke's spells, it is this man. He will be able to keep his distance there from Duro. As GenG not confident enough to start the objective, but they still have control over the river itself. Duro with a miss on the Bone Skewer. Ruler gets slowed down.
Oh, Ruler has to pop cleanse.
Forced to cleanse to get away there, as he will heal back up. The Bloodthirster doing work.
Oh my god, everyone's missing their shit. Chovy? Wow.
Half HP as they disengage. Viego, no
Doran, what the fuck is he doing? Okay, never mind.
He gets shot as soon as he lands.
Holy fuck, dude.
Back off.
Yeah, Faker tried to flash
Everyone
in,
just missed
find
all
the
their
charm,
shit.
Not connect on it. And as a result, they kind of got exposed there. Chovy just throws down the ulti for that slow as they're retreating, and Ruler pushes them back with his ulti. Does earn them this dragon here. GenG don't get a kill, but do grab their first objective.
The more we watch GenG play this comp, the more I start to realize how patient they need to be. They have to land the poke from Canyon. They're waiting for a hook from Duro. Maybe the slow from Ruler to land a double up. They're basically just chipping away at T1's HP bars before they can find an opportunity to fight. T1, maybe they overstep.
Oh man, Duro's like perma roaming though.
For a pick, and then they get punished. Patience is key for GenG as T1 try to put on pressure.
The Owner now has that Triforce done. Is going to be doing a lot of damage, and Canyon has just rushed straight towards the Lich Bane. Major item completions are starting to come through. You know, Ruler has had that BT for a while, but Guma now has his Yuntal. You can see Faker with the Malignance completed. Sundered Sky done for Keen, who didn't go for the tier 2 boots. So even though he is down on gold, he is quite strong here also.
Lich Bane, very powerful on Nidalee as long as you can get in range to get the empowered auto attack after. It means you cannot just be standing back as the artillery machine with the spears, which means everybody else needs to be ready. If one lands, everyone goes in, everybody goes for that kill. Sundered Sky completed.
Dude, this is like so tense. Why is it so close?
Tier 2 boots first, still needs to make his way to the full stride breaker.
And I think that's one of the most difficult things about Nidalee is understanding exactly how much damage you're going to put out if you do elect to actually pounce in there. It is so risky. You have to be certain that you are going in and you are going to be able to finish off that kill. Otherwise, you're so incredibly squishy that it's almost certainly going to mean your death. And Canyon is a master of this champion, best Nidalee in the world. We'll see if he can make it work for himself, as he has so many times before in these high-pressure situations.
Duro goes fishing for Gumayushi, but he finds nothing. Canyon and Ruler are trying to get a little bit of poke themselves, but it's Gumayushi's built.
That Caitlyn Q hurts.
That applies the damage first.
Oh, the Nidalee Q hurts.
Ruler is providing so much value in this game. Whenever he gets hit by these peacemakers, whenever he gets hit by anything from the Karma or from the Aura,
oh my god, dude.
It's very easy for Ruler to just heal right back up as long as there's minions nearby, so that
what are they fighting for? Oh, Rift Herald, that's right.
Try to fully engage.
Keen has moved away from bot
Oh
lane.
no!
Faker is alone, and he will take over to level 11. He does have his CP available as the Herald is spawned. and he's going to look for a quick reset. Spend what money he can ahead of the fight, be as strong as he possibly can be. Doran is very low and doesn't have TP available.
Faker pushing the tier 1 turret in the bottom lane the entire time. The skill shots fly back and forth.
They're missing everything.
Will start up the Herald, but T1 can sense something is going wrong here. Owner jumps in for the Spectral Maw on Duro, but he misses. Doran looking off to the side, but he's already been chunked. T1 bringing in the TP.
Oh my God.
GenG go after the Herald. It is claimed and secured by Canyon. Keen trying to get away from the Karma Rooters.
Okay, they're going in. They're going in. There's a huge fight. Oh my God. Gumayushi's like 9 health.
But it's 2 kills back the other way.
1 for 2.
Stepping up. Doran and Owner down. Traded for Keen.
An aggressive flash from Doran to set up the fight onto Keen.
I thought Guma was also gonna die.
Start to get the resets off onto Owner, then they can start to snowball this fight. But they go a little too deep, and the fight doesn't go their way.
And I should never have doubted Ruler. This man is.
Because Keen walked a little bit too far forward.
As the flash in here from Doran, but Ruler just steps back and finds a
that barrier. Barely. Oh, he used his flash too. Damn.
Everyone has to retreat there from T1. As the counter engage was just perfect from GenG.
It certainly was. Just the wombo combo provided. T1 had to immediately backstep, and Owner realized, oh no.
1 minute until Dragon, dude. Oh my God.
Have the support.
Dude, do you feel the tension? Holy shit.
Advantage, and Dragon only 55 seconds away.
This game
Doran doesn't have flash, Keen doesn't have flash, Guma doesn't have flash, Owner doesn't have flash, dude. Oh my God.
Turrets for GenG, and it is 2-2 on neutral objectives. This Dragon will decide.
Yeah, this is the final that we need to see.
Overall, for whoever claims it, 1,000 gold lead for GenG as Doran is pushing up the wave here in the top.
Dude, these teams are so good, man.
Have their teleports available to use.
The question to me is, will T1 try to fight it? They're missing a lot of critical flashes. There are some missing on the other side as well, but no flash on Viego. Renekton, Caitlyn. Feels like it would be a very dangerous fight to take.
Duro again going fishing with the bone skewers. Keen lands the infernal chains onto Carry, but the Karma's plenty.
Dude, Owner's behind them. Owner's behind them.
Go between worlds. Carry the target here at the very start, as now Doran's going to be burst down very quickly.
Oh my God, they missed it.
Don't get man just yet. Doran's taking away as Chovy gets enough damage, and Keen gets the kill. GenG execute, and Doran falls.
Faker is doing what he can on the other side of the map. He secures the tower, he continues to push in the wave, but GenG will not slow down. Duro is fishing for a hook, he will be spotted.
Damn, dude.
They set their sights
This is so tense.
GenG is quickly
it's like so close, dude. I really thought Owner's gonna do some crazy shit with that flank.
For a potential flank there, but everyone from GenG showed up. Faker's in bot lane doesn't have his teleport, so it's then a
Does Guma have
start to the fight because essentially
IE? Oh, not Guma, Ruler.
The fight does kick off, and T1 just don't really have the ability.
Yeah, Ruler has IE now. Oh, you gotta give this Dragon, dude. There's no way T1 can contest this Dragon. Like, items are so huge right now for GenG.
The return of Ruler to GenG. He is the main carry to watch, and is the man that T1 needs to shut down.
Drake shouldn't be truly contested here. Doran's hanging around.
Jeez, what?
Renekton can't do anything over the wall, and Canyon
man.
and GenG claim the next Drake.
And the feats of strength there. They're going to get the upgraded boots off the back of that T1.
This is actually pretty big for GenG, dude.
Really
Mountain Dragon,
Faker spent a ton of time.
It's going to keep them alive.
And as a result, is
You're making slightly tankier.
So he is going to have to find a big moment to equalize things because everyone else is falling behind.
I completely agree. His charm could be the difference maker. Ruler,
yeah, basically T1 was trying to pick someone off, but like they can't catch anyone out of position.
Utilizing the fog of war, I should say, coming out from an angle that can catch them off guard. Ahri is the type of champion that can change games off a single play.
It really can. I mean, even with the cleanse, sometimes the damage could be too much. Also, Canyon, very susceptible to those plays. Duro, if he goes in and gets charmed, could also be very vulnerable. There's so many squishy members on GenG that if T1 can really execute that
Doran,
quickly, they can punish them. You can see, though, Chovy and Canyon both heading down for Doran, who is going to be backing off and playing respectful to the fact he's actually going to TP out, so very nervous.
Oh, wow.
Thought someone might have been behind him, and I think that's why he's TPing out.
Oh, he's TPing for Otacon, dude.
Yeah, they're going to take the opportunity to say, all right.
Chovy doesn't have TP.
Down here in the bot side. Let's go into the top side.
Chovy has no TP. It's not up yet.
Are going after the Otacon. It's already down to half HP. Duro and Ruler stepping up. Doran taking a little bit of damage as the bullet time flies out. Doran, 1/3 HP. It buys enough time for GenG.
But Chovy's here.
Kanan has made his way into the objective.
Oh, they got it.
Canyon's Nidalee gets the Otacon.
Oh, they can't land a seal spear. Oh, what the fuck, Guma?
Take him straight to hell.
Oh, that spear lands on Faker.
Wide, looks for more. Canyon misses the spear. Keen hits the Q2. Needs a little bit more damage. Trying to find it.
Oh.
Chovy forces a flash. And GenG stand tall.
They're so low. Holy fuck.
The Otacon. T1 bring the fight to GenG, but
Oh man, dude, holy shit, let's go, boys.
It is Canyon that secures the smite, and it is Gumayushi that falls.
And Chovy just barely didn't have his TP when Doran TP.
Wow.
So I think T1 were thinking maybe we had more time
That's
without
smite.
Chovy having that teleport. Maybe it's going to be a 5v4. But Chovy's teleport came up just in the nick of time. He arrives, sets up for that big bullet time, and then it is just a rout.
In the start loses priority, yeah, dude.
They pile in, they take him. Canyon wins the
Otacon throw, Otacon through.
GenG getting very far ahead now.
League of
Dude, I love it. Like, yeah.
Level is a game of inches. It is a game of seconds.
You get 1 second of celebration, then back to shitting your pants.
Chovy arriving in time.
Yeah, their comp cannot function from behind. That's true. But I thought like T1, I thought GenG would also have trouble if Pyke does not pop off. But I guess it doesn't matter.
Of the grand finals.
Faker, the only member that remains deathless on the side.
Dude, I can relate to the experience, dude. There's so many times where I'm watching like my team play when I was coaching, and I'd be like, yes, nice, then everyone's like dead silent again. It's like 1 second, everyone screams, and everyone goes back to silence, like almost insane. Because, dude, it gets so scary, man.
Items, Leandri's Malignance on Faker's Ari, Trinity Force plus the Collector on Owner. High damage potential here between these two. Faker also with the Oblivion Orb to cut down some of the healing.
And I think Guma should have IE on this base. He's been sitting on Pickaxe Cloak for a long time. So we'll see if he does have it. No, he doesn't. He's still short.
Wow, he doesn't have IE still?
Is going to be a ways off from that big spike. And as a result, T1, they're going to have to make a tough choice here around this next dragon. Do we want to fight?
Dude, I think T1 has to give. They can't find like a pick. I thought T1 was able to get like a pick. Like Ari, like Ari Viego is pretty strong. Like you can catch someone out and then just instantly delete him and you win the fight. Especially with the movement speed from Karma with Shrelia's and the empowered shield.
It's so difficult to go and try to get to the area first. It's utterly dominated by GenG vision.
A 3.4k gold lead. Mountain Dragon, 25 seconds away. T1 could look to concede this objective. Perhaps cross map, secure that top tower, get a bit of gold back for themselves. Now with the Infinity Edge finish for Gumayushi, perhaps priority.
Umbral Glaive is so annoying, dude. I hate that item.
Level 14.
Yeah, GenG are playing it really smart.
To the World's 2023 semifinals. When Faker was on a 0,
they're early, they got vision control. Dude, walking into GenG's comp is so hard. Like, yeah, it's so hard to face check this.
GenG setting up here in the bot side river. Gumayushi has his Infinity Edge on the Caitlyn. GenG already with the objective.
Oh my god, what's going on? Oh, dude, they're gonna flip Dragon.
Over the backside of the pit, looking for their entry here into the fight. The Drake down to 3k. Chovy going between worlds. Forced away.
Oh shit, almost fucked us by. Oh wait! Owner got the reset. See, that's what I'm talking about. This reset's huge. Never mind, he goes down. Holy shit. What's going on here? Dorn? Wow, they couldn't do anything with that pick.
Faker only tagged with a two-fold hack.
What the fuck?
Faker found the charm and Owner found the kill onto Canyon, but not before GenG got the dragon, and GenG win the fight anyway.
What the fuck? Okay.
The plays were not
weird.
enough. The Baron is now alive. And GenG.
That's the weirdest. That's the first time I've ever seen a bot say that.
Like a mountain that cannot be overcome.
Oh my god, dude.
Back at the play, and it's Canyon that does get targeted. Faker finds an incredible angle, but the response from GenG is simply to fight.
Yeah, look at this pick by Faker. Like, that's what the comp is supposed to do. But then they can't do anything after that. Yeah, Kuma's getting fucked. There's such a... Yeah, dude, this is crazy.
As his team retreats and Keen converts it into
There's a Jesus bot telling me that I should praise the Lord. Dude, the only thing I believe in is R in Jesus. Give me those good numbers.
With Ruler behind him, having that ultimate available.
Oh, fuck me, dude.
It's been very difficult for T1 to find a way to get Guma involved in these team fights. It hasn't felt like he's really been able to get much done.
What a game state for GenG here in game number 5.
How's Ruler level 15? What the fuck?
Gold lead, really in a commanding position against their longtime rivals as they take control over the topside river.
Dude, look at that pike. Dude, Carrier put down a war pike, autos it once, it's gone, dude. That's so annoying.
That he is really, really strong. Not only does he have that big gold lead, not only does he have the item lead, he has the upgraded boots, he has all the additional stats from being all these levels higher.
Ooh, nice spear.
He's going to be so tough to deal with.
Big chunk there onto Carrier with the spear.
Now
GenG's got to be a little bit careful. Owner goes in for the Spectral Maul, but Duro dashing back away. TP coming in.
Oh, Doran's getting caught out. Okay, that's a decent misfortune. Oh my god. Oh, nice.
Keen with a double kill. And GenG are so much better in the team fights.
GenG are just so much better.
Enough. T1 cannot find a single member, and with the Baron available, GenG will secure it. Now T1 being shepherded by Duro, they look to secure a tower. They're trying their best to escape. Duro will let them free as the Baron is secured.
Able to get the Baron there. Chovy came so close to dying, but he's able to get out. And the ace in the hole was blocked as well. They couldn't finish him off. They couldn't get that critical first kill to try to start the snowball. And GenG are too far ahead. If you can't get that first kill, you just can't win the fights. Ruler now on the third item here. We can watch it one more time. Dorian decides that it is go time. The teleport was coming in here, and GenG realized they have got to defend this teleport. They can't allow Chovy to be isolated from the rest of the team. So as they go in, Dorian gets hooked, and he just flashes in the midst of everyone, putting that pressure on. But then the turn here on.
Yeah, that's a pretty good zoning on MF ult.
He is burst incredibly low, but look at Owner chasing after him. Can't get the last hits to finish him off.
He not only body blocks the ultimate from Caitlyn, but also gets.
I don't know how useful this pike is.
Owner. Keen acting as both defense and offense in that play.
Dude, holy shit.
Throughout this series, Keen has had strong individual performances on his top lane matchups.
Damn.
And here in this game, 6-2-1. He's feeling great on the Aatrox. Turret destroyed. Down there in the bottom lane. A Baroned up GenG. 8,000 gold ahead.
What the fuck, Faker?
Skewer onto Faker. It's not a kill, but it gets the Spirit Rush. Without the ulti, the Ahri is so much weaker.
Wow.
And the last bit of damage from the twofold Hex return into the Electrocute puts Faker at 5% HP. Once the Leandries is done burning, he's got to recall. He's got to go back to the fountain. And T1 have got to try to stabilize because GenG are bleeding them out.
And no one is going to be able to answer the top lane. Doran was trying to push out that bot lane wave to answer there, but you can see Keen
they got what, 3 towers?
They take the tier 2 mid. They're
2
stealing
towers?
away the topside jungle as well. GenG just getting further and further ahead here. 10 seconds just about until that soul will be available for them. Keen has got to get out of here, but T1, they need to try to chase. They can't do it.
Going for that chase may have lost them valuable time because GenG is already back out onto the map. You'll see Duro making his way towards the bot side river. Ruler
they're going to give Mound Soul? I guess they have no choice, right?
From the man in mid, 1-0-9 the scoreline, 100% kill participation, and Ruler will waste no time securing this dragon.
T1 are in a desperate spot. They needed to chase after Keen because they've got to find any opportunity they can. But the cost is the inability to fight for the Dragon Soul. It is Mountain Soul claimed by GenG.
And now I think the only hope for T1 is you try to buy time until an Elder spawn and you pray that you can somehow get over there and steal it. But GenG, I don't think are going to give you that time. They are so far ahead at this point. 7,000 gold. Mountain Soul against a composition.
I mean, Baron's ends, right? But still.
And is now going to have to do so much more of it.
I mean, T1 just needs that one good pick, you know. It's still tough. It's not over.
Talking about the difficulty in piloting this composition for GenG, the burden of execution on the champions they've chosen, and the number
Blake Duro got frozen hard. What the fuck? Is that actually good?
Exactly.
I guess it's kind of good for Diego and Caitlyn.
You can see these luxury items starting to come through as well. The Zonia's is done for Canyon. A QSS purchased by Keen, as well as the Warden's Mail. He knows, I don't need more damage.
Oh, Faker.
I just need to not get one shot.
Oh, Faker.
Faker
Says also.
Duro and Keen putting in a little bit of damage on him. T1, they have no flash on Doran. There's no opportunity to try to go in for that Ruthless Predator play. You can see the Spectral Maw charging onto Owner, but it's so difficult to try to go anywhere near GenG at
this is dangerous.
And they're putting the pressure onto the
This is dangerous.
Doran tries to slice forward, but he instantly loses half HP.
GenG are on the precipice of greatness here.
Oh, Charm connects.
Onto Duro, but he'll be all right. He dashes backwards. Owner trying to clear out the chickens, get something while they defend here.
They have been perfect the entire split long in the LCK. Didn't drop a single series. They have been perfect at MSI all the way through the winner's bracket. Did not drop a single series. Something that has never been done before. And GenG getting closer and closer to being able to accomplish that.
All right, GenG with victory within their grasp. It is 4 minutes until the Elder spawns, but it is less than a minute and a half until Baron returns to the Rift. For T1, that is a scary prospect. GenG controls the entire map. It is so dangerous for T1 to step out anywhere into this. GenG, they know
dude.
They're shoving up the waves. They're making that fear palpable for T1, as you could see how dark the fog of war is right now.
Dude, they have no vision. You can't see a goddamn thing.
Across the entire map. T1 will need a miracle. The magic
Are you ready for a miracle?
Before, and they will need to find it in order to turn this game around.
It is an incredibly desperate situation, but if there's one man you would put your faith in to try to make that play, to find that moment in a situation like this, it would be Faker. By far the most clutch player we have ever seen touch the game. Has made a career out of moments like that, pulling back impossible games. See if he can do it one more time here against GenG.
GenG with control over the top side river. Baron, 10 seconds away.
What do you mean? T1 is also a super team.
Nidalee trap placed down there. As Owner again, just trying to make sure he does not take damage while T1 steps up. GenG.
Okay.
Canyon jumps back away. The Mountain Soul Shield absorbing most of the damage from Gumayushi's auto attack. GenG,
how is it not a super team? How is GenG more of a super team than T1?
Just look at the shield on Ruler. The Bloodthirster shield plus the Mountain Soul shield is so
or
much to get
of T1 from Academy. That doesn't change shit. That was like 4 years ago.
GenG daring T1.
Also, no, Carrier wasn't.
And Duro are the ones in position to try to interrupt.
Doran isn't.
Charm, but he won't find it. Owner looking for a chance to steal, but the bullet time immediately forcing him all the way away.
Oh, he jumped out of the pit. Oh, never mind.
But Canyon will bury him in the river. GenG, Baron +1.
Faker tries his best to find a play onto Chovy, but he will not allow it. Chovy holds the line. Owner
what do you
falls,
mean?
and with the Baron, GenG's last push as they set their sights on the title of MSI.
GenG with the push.
T1's roster costs more than GenG's.
Doran and the rest of T1.
HLE's roster costs more than GenG's.
Still 20 seconds until Owner is back alive. The Baron minions have made their way to the Nexus turrets. The first already half dead as GenG changed their attention over to the mid lane tier 3.
Oh,
The pressure is unrelenting. The wave clear just isn't there for T1. Now 2 inhibitors fall. It's simply a matter of time.
Owner is back alive. The last stand of T1. Doran slices forward, but it won't matter. The first Nexus turret is already about to die. T1.
Oh my god, okay. Pike is just landing hook after hook.
T1 backing away. GenG with a massive advantage already in the health bars. As Guma's chunked to half. Chovy goes between worlds. Guma goes down.
Oh. GenG.
They did not falter on the road to MSI.
GG.
For 23
Damn. 23 series in a row.
They found it.
GenG have done the impossible, a perfect split into
GG, dude.
International tournament here. This team truly has achieved the
T1 and HLE are more of a super team than GenG. That's all I'm saying, dude. That's all I'm saying.
Insane. Many times they were pushed to the brink. Every single time they stood tall. And now finally they can reap their rewards.
They are not just MSI champions. They are back to back MSI champions.
Yo, let's go. Damn, dude. So good.
Simply an incredible run from GenG. They sought perfection and they have found it. T1 pushed them to the
Dude, what a great squad, dude. Look at that guy, dude. Show me.
The reigning MSI champions will hold on to their title and bask in its glory.
Damn, Duro, dude. That's crazy.
For this team, never falling to the lower bracket. Game 5s, yeah, they were challenged, but every challenge they met with skill. They earned their victory, and now we're handing things down to Lore with our winning team.
Thank you so much. Duro 선수, 룰라 선수, 송이 축하드립니다.
Duro Sangsu, Duro Sangsu.
Please for your MSI champions. Duro, this was your first international. This is your very first international victory in Game 5. Playing Pike, a risky champion. Tell me about the confidence to play this champion and why did you think it was going to be the one that was going to bring you the victory today?
듀로 선수 첫 국제 대회였고 첫 국제 대회에서 이렇게 우승까지 이루어냈습니다.
What do you mean?
경기 끝에
Where is Pays? Where is Pays? Where is Pays?
굉장히 하이 리스크 챔피언인데요. 어떤 자신감으로 파이크를 뽑을 수 있었는지 그리고 5세트란 순간에서
Without
파이크가
Chovy,
우리가 필요한 픽이라
where is
픽이라고
Pays?
결정하셨나요?
Exactly, dude. Oh, JDG lost to World Elite, dude. They lost to Weibo and World Elite. Damn. Oof, rough for JDG, rough for JDG. It balls on your head.
I had several other options.
Alright, take care, Peter Pan.
So instead of
Thanks for stopping by. Have a good day.
I would rather go with
Asia Masters next? Yeah. For code, we're going to do Asia Masters, but we still have like an hour, 40 minutes, so I'm probably going to end stream once, and then I'll come back when Asia Masters is about to begin.
Rookie Ruler, you're the first player to win MSI with 2 different teams from 2 different regions. Now,
Yo, Ruler.
I remember that when we had a chat at the beginning of MSI, you were telling me that you did not have the confidence.
Yeah, I need to go take a shit and
in 2023. Do you
get
have
some
that
food and
confidence
stuff.
today?
룰러 선수 오늘의 우승과 함께 최초로 두 개의 팀에서 MSI 우승한 선수가 되었고 최초로 두 개의 지역에서 MSI 타이틀을 거머쥔 선수가 되었습니다. 사실은 MSI 초반에 저희가
Church is in session. Should have known it's Sunday, dude. True. The Church of Chovy.
자신감 많이 찾으셨나요?
Wasn't Jay-Z supposed to be a super team? I was like, yeah, they were.
아직은 아닌 것 같고.
But LPL has a lot of like super teams. Like Ailshin, was it Ailshin, Scout, Pays?
Actually, not yet. But I can
The fuck was the
say for sure
support?
that I am the best player.
Missing. But they lost. They got 8th place or some shit, dude.
Duro, you entered this year with a challenge, joining one of the most successful orgs
You still
that we
sick?
have
Kind of. My
in League of Legends history.
voice is like not there.
Having to
I know,
match
it's been
your
like 2
own
weeks.
stage
Dude,
in history,
the entire
actually, how do you
MSI,
reflect on the
I've had a
achievements
shitty
that
voice.
You gained as a player
What?
from GenG with this
It's
run,
like crazy, dude.
especially now that you're the MSI champion.
Fuck, dude. Can't be a super team with Ollie, Steve Next. Then how the fuck can GenG be a super team with Duro, you dumb fuck?
스스로를 끊임없이 증명하셔야 했는데요. 이렇게 MSI 챔피언이 되신 만큼
Exactly, dude.
이룬의 성과 그리고
Idiot.
성과에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
Don't lose your voice again when WT loses today.
젠지.
Yeah, but WT is playing against BCG, so it'll be fine. GenG bought the best mid-top jungle AD. Wait. The best AD? You said Pays was better. You said Pays was better. How can Ruler be the best? Exactly.
I want to say this first off. I was able to make it all the way.
How's Keen the best?
Really highly of me, and I'm very grateful.
How's
for that.
Keen the
And
best?
also, it's just not about me doing well. It's just the rest of the
Zeus
players
won Worlds
taking
2
really
times.
good care of me. Also, the coaches.
That T1 squad has 8 world titles.
Everyone who helped me to reach where I'm
This squad only has 2. I don't understand, man. Keen is not the best. There you go. How can it be a super
I
team?
know that you were hungry for international experience, especially after missing
And
out
also,
last
you
year.
wait. How's Chovy the best?
Now that you're
Odor,
back and the
you called him
champion
Choky. How can a choker be the best mid laner?
참여하지 못하면서 이에 대한 갈증이 굉장히 크다고
See,
하셨는데
your logic falls apart, dude.
이렇게 오늘 우승을
You shit on all these players, but when they win, then it's a super team. Dick down Zeus. I watched Dorn dick down Zeus. How's Dorn's not better than Zeus?
너무 행복하고요. 일단 우선 행복하고 안 울어요. 이렇게 대회 LCK에서 주관하는 그리고 그런 대회들을 다 계속 나가는 게 어쨌든 제 목표고 거기서 증명하는 게 저의 가장
In
궁극적인
LCK,
그래서 그렇게
BD is better than both.
이렇게 이런 데 나와서 이렇게
Mirror on top, he would have had a super team. That's true, dude.
이제 그냥 모든 대회 다 나가서 이렇게 우승하고 싶네요.
Odor, I'm just saying, dude. You're flawed as fuck.
First off, the crowd don't cry.
Yeah, I'm last place at EWC. What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
I am very, very happy at this moment, and I also mentioned my goal as a professional player.
Dude, Odor loses the argument about GenG, so he goes like, okay, well, Gam's last place at EWC, so fuck you.
I just want to
What
keep on
the fuck?
going, keep on participating, keep on making appearances, and keep on winning.
CFO super team, yeah.
And I think that.
But so is Talon. Talon also has a
also
super
proved
team.
Yourself today. Now, I know that you and people already call you Madu Life, but what kind of support do you want to be remembered as?
듀로 선수도 오늘 이 자리에서 본인 스스로를 성공적으로 증명해 내셨습니다. 이미 많은 팬분들이 매 듀라이프라고 부를 정도로 듀로 선수의 놀라운 플레이에 대한 칭찬을 아끼지 않는데요. 개인적으로 어떤 서포터로서 기억되고 싶으신가요?
제 우상이 매드라이프 선수였는데 그때
For a real team like BLG, how is BLG not almost a super team?
기울?
Yeah, also, yeah, we have a 17-year-old rookie. Also, we have Rest and Drive, which everyone thought was bad. And Kai Wing, everyone thought he was washed. It was only Junja. It was only Junja that everyone thought was really good. That everyone else, dude, we got so much flame because like, oh, why are you going with Hankyu? How come you don't have Maple?
When I started, I always looked up to him because
2 players equals a super team? Are you fucking daft?
He has untouchable reputation, and I just want to be like him. I just wish my performance could be as good as Mad Life. I just want to have the reputation as good as Mad Life, so I'm just going to keep grinding and keep going forward.
And you're absolutely right in your page in history there now. I would like to ask them to share some words for their fans. 팬분들께 한마디 해주세요.
나부터 할게. 제가
Oh man.
이 자리에 있기까지 정말
Yo, saw as fuck.
팬분들의 좀 도움이 있었는데요. 그래서 좀 뭐랄까.
BLG owns CFO, dude. That's so cool, dude. You know, Odor, that CFO would beat BLG easily. Dude, basically, everything is a super team.
나갈 수 있는 대회 다 나가면서.
But not BLG. BLG with Ben, like Knight, Elk on. They're not a super team.
감사하고 오늘 하루도 좋은 하루 보내시길 바라겠습니다. 감사합니다.
So funny, dude. Dude, Odor just loses his mind. I thought you hated T1. Why are you just blaming GenG now?
Is what makes me happy. So I wish I can continue a great performance with my teammates, make it to every possible international and every event.
Okay, but then Doggo from Ultra Prime is not a super team.
I would like to ask for one more cheer for me to keep going forward. Thank you very much. I love you.
Yo, I'll cheer for you, Ruler. You are my GOAT AD carry. Ruler is so good. The fuck?
Oh, thank you. 이제 제가 LCK 컵 때부터 지금까지 오는 과정 중에서 정말 안 좋은 모습도 많이 보여드리고 잘하는 모습도 많이 보여드리는 그런 다사다난한 일들이 많았는데 당연히 여러분의 응원 덕분이기도 하고 젠지 관계자분들 그리고 감코 선수 형들 다 저한테 격려나 응원 그리고 케어 이런 걸 너무 잘해주셔가지고 여기까지 올 수 있었던 것 같습니다. 물론 이게 끝은 아니지만 월즈까지 이대로 쭉 이어나갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Yeah, 감사합니다, dude.
Ever since the LCK Cup, there was a lot of ups and downs. I hit the bottom.
What do you mean cringe, dude?
We're just going through all the thick and the thin.
Why are you trying to aura farm? You just won MSI, dude. Let him aura farm a bit. Turn BLG savvy.
We were able to make it happen. But this is not the end. I will make sure to keep this rolling until Worlds. Thank you so much.
That's so funny, man. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break, guys. I'm gonna end stream. We'll be back in about an hour 30 minutes. I'll be back in an hour 30 minutes for Asia Masters. I'm gonna take a quick break. Right? Go fuck yourself. You guys all suck. GenG's the best. GenG wins MSI as always, as it should be. All right, peace, peace. Oh, wait.
A round of applause for Chovy.
Chovy is the MVP. What was that, Ono? What is that?
Chovy, congratulations. Amazing performance today. Amazing performance.
Thank you, Riot Games. You just gave me more ammunition. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
About standing once again at the top, how do you feel now?
Dude.
And the MVP of MSI.
2 MSI titles and a finals MVP. Deserved. How many MSI titles does Knight have? Well, but he has the finals MVP. Oh wait, so does Chovy. My day is ruined. The fuck?
잘하는 경기력으로 상대랑
주고받는
과정들이 너무
well deserved.
경기 자체가 즐거우니까
This is definitely not rigged. He was the best player in that series. 100%.
MVP까지 받을 정도로
Right.
좋은 실력을 보인 것 같아서
One last fuck you to Odor before we end the stream. Oh man, dude, this is so funny, dude. Oh, so perfect.
The title is a pressure, but
I
throughout the
can't,
service
dude.
day, I realized
I can't. No, it was clearly
back and forth, and I
Jovi.
was enjoying the process. I was just having so much fun playing the
Good
series.
game,
And
good
then I
game.
realized
Okay,
because
bye
I
bye.
was having so much fun
Peace.
and enjoying the moment,